The continent of Argicha was visible on the horizon. The long battle that divided the continent ended with the queen's ascension to the throne. The queen's successes in her search for God's treasure united the continent and brought peace to these lands. But suddenly, to everyone's surprise, the queen fell into a deep sleep and soon disappeared. And along with the queen, God's treasure and divine protection disappeared. The unification of the continent failed, and discord once again took hold of Argicha. And since then, even after centuries have passed, the inhabitants of the continent still have not lost hope of finding God's treasure again. But so far, no one has been able to do so. Many gave up trying to find God's treasure, but one kingdom did not give up. Therefore, the quest for the treasure became a national event for its inhabitants and is now held every year. This kingdom named its adventures after Queen Heir, and the time has come for the main characters to go on an adventure in search of God's treasure. At present, an adult man was training with a girl in the castle and praising her skills. The man asked the girl, who was a princess, if it would be better for her to choose a lighter weapon, because it seemed to him that this weapon was too heavy for her. The princess replied that it was a symbol of her kingdom, and that was why she had to wield this particular weapon. Ironically, the man addressed the princess with respect and asked why she had been training harder than usual in recent days. But the princess said there was no particular reason. Dodging her husband's blows, the princess said that she only needed to enter into a marriage of convenience, after which she would be taken away to an unknown destination, and that was why she needed to prepare herself. And when the man was distracted, the princess struck him, knocking his sword out of his hands, which meant his defeat. When the girl raised her sword to the man, the princess said dissatisfiedly that she did not get any pleasure from such an easy victory, and asked the man to make every effort. He nervously turned to Princess Elda and said that he believed it was all because her skills had grown rapidly. Calming down, the man said that Elda's skills had grown to new heights and that she had talent, so he was very proud of Elda. But the princess was not satisfied with her husband's answer and considered it a lie. The man became nervous again and replied that it was true. Suddenly, a girl appeared behind Princess Elda and announced that their time had come, and it was time for them to leave. Elda remembered that she had things to do, and the man asked Elda if the princess would appear at today's royal gathering. Elsa replied that she would be present, and her husband reminded her that the right time of year was coming again. But the younger prince was too young to travel, so her husband thought that it would take much longer to prepare the prince. Elda sternly said that no one was allowed to ask about it, and her husband agreed with her because the princess would feel devastated. Elda replied that the youngest prince was only her closest relative. Calmly, Princess Elda said that everything was fine because they were born for these roles, and the man asked Elda not to think about life in this way. Concluding the conversation, Princess Elda said that this was the truth and announced that it was time for her to go. The man calmly replied that he understood her and said that they would meet again soon. The man thought about Princess Elda's fate, that she would have to marry for convenience and her relative would become a royal sacrifice, and that this was a very sad fate for them. Meanwhile, a huge castle was visible on the horizon, where the royal family was gathering. One of the men announced that the kingdom would not forget the honor the princess had bestowed upon them. The kingdom still honors the memory of Queen Heir, and they are looking for her legacy. The man said that with the birth of the king's first grandson, according to tradition, the ceremony of blessing the royal gift, called the Heir ceremony, would begin. Princess Elda asked if they meant to say that it was not a royal gift, but a royal sacrifice. The man cleared his throat and said that, according to the teachings of the goddess's church, the heir to the royal family was chosen as a gift. Recalling the ceremonies, the man said that the person chosen for the Heir ceremony was the royal heir, and that he would have to choose a servant to accompany him on his journey. The chosen one and the servant would have to be bound by a contract and devote their lives to searching for the queen's last inheritance. The man said that heir, or otherwise known as the royal gift, would have to embark on a journey across the continent. Heir will be responsible for helping anyone in need along the way, as required by the process of searching for the last inheritance, and that is why Sia's mission obliges her to fight thieves and conquer demons. Elda's older brother offered her wine, but Elda refused and said she didn't want to get drunk too early, so she asked him to forgive her. One man said he needed some ceremonial silk, and the other began to think it was for the girl. There was a feeling that no one was listening to the man, who continued to talk about how, if the gift managed to overcome all the difficulties of his adventure and find the treasure according to tradition, the gift would be crowned, and therefore the heir must volunteer. The youngest prince listened attentively to the man, while one of his other brothers said that they were making a fuss and that it had already been decided who would go on the journey. Another brother agreed with him and asked what the younger prince was doing, as he was only wasting his brother's time. Somewhat awkwardly, the youngest prince replied that he understood everything and apologized to his older brothers. Princess Elda was dissatisfied and said that the older brothers had simply dumped all their responsibilities on the younger one and did not feel a shred of respect for him, which she found disgusting, although she had not expected anything else from her older brothers. The younger brother wanted to stop her. The two older brothers looked at Elda angrily, and one of them said that she should watch her words and that she should be married off soon, as Elda should not talk like that. The second brother said that he could not believe that they were related. Suddenly, the brother sitting in the middle of the table told them to be quiet because they were too loud and had attracted everyone's attention. The brother in the middle of the table asked them angrily how they could speak such nasty things with such envious ease, and asked if it seemed to him that they were not afraid of anything at all. The white-haired older brother turned to Elda and asked why she was there, since she could skip their meetings like their other sisters. And Elda replied that she had the right to sit with them. The other two brothers actively defended themselves to the brother in the middle of the table. The white-haired brother asked Elda if she had thought about how lucky she was to be born a woman, because if Elda had been a boy, her father would have definitely sent her away. With a smile, Elda replied to her white-haired brother that she had no doubt about that. After a while, the royal gathering ended, and the brothers began to leave the banquet hall to go about their business. The white-haired older brother invited Elda to tea, but Elda declined because she had other plans. The other two older brothers planned to go watch the fights, and the brother who was sitting in the middle of the table simply walked away silently. Putting his hand on Elda's shoulder, the white-haired brother asked her if she was going to the arena, and Elda honestly replied that she was. Removing the white-haired brother's hand, Elda replied that young people should not get so carried away with such things, but since she was soon to be married, she asked him to consider it innocent entertainment. With a smile, the white-haired brother told Elda not to let this marriage overshadow her soul too much, and that he would not stop looking for ways to free her from the shackles of marriage. Elda simply agreed with him. As Elda walked away from her white-haired older brother, her youngest brother said goodbye to him, but no one even paid attention to him. The white-haired older brother just watched Elda walk away, and the youngest older brother caught up with her. Soon, a crowd began to gather in the arena to watch today's fights. Knights had already entered the battlefield and were fighting a strange monster that was attacking them, while the people cheered them on. The king was also present at this battle, and announced that he was getting bored and shouted at the knights to finish quickly. One of the knights shouted for them to move forward and destroyed the strange monster with his spear. Then the crowd cheered and congratulated the knights in masks on their victory over the monster. The king watched their victory with a glass of wine and said that finally these people were able to do something right. Turning to his subordinate who was standing nearby, the king asked where the next participant was. The subordinate replied that he would appear soon as he finished preparing for battle. With a smile, the king announced that he was very eager to see this battle. Meanwhile, in the crowd, a man was holding a boy in his arms, and the little boy turned his father's attention to the side. The little boy looked at the crystal in the air, and his father explained that it was a magic stone and asked his son if he had ever seen one before. The little boy asked what a magic stone was. His father explained to his son that the magic stone was very precious and that it currently contained spells. Suspicious, the father told his son that the palace magicians must have placed these spells in the magic crystal. The father continued to explain to his son that, although they could not see it, the magic stone protected the spectators from any harm and created strong barriers, which was why the monsters could not harm ordinary people in the stands. Meanwhile, in the middle of the stands, two knights were leading a man in a white robe, and two other figures were coming to meet them. The man in the white robe smiled, and the knights recognized Princess Elda and greeted her, while the man in the white robe looked up at her. Princess Elda was pleased with their meeting before the battle, and the man looked at her. Smiling maliciously, the man in the white robe asked Princess Elda if she remembered her promise. When the knight heard this, he became angry with him, for how dare he speak to Princess Elda in such a manner. Raising her hand, Princess Elsa signaled the knights to do nothing and said that she remembered the promise, but she believed that the man was not destined to fulfill the terms of their agreement. The man in the white robe said that it sounded as if this was his last battle. Passing by Elda, the man said that she had promised to release him, so he needed confirmation of the princess's words, and she should stake her honor and status on it. Elda agreed but warned him not to underestimate his opponent. Confidently, the man in the white robe replied that Elda should not worry, and that he would give her an easy victory, as in previous battles. But Princess Elda told him to remember that no one believed in his victory. With a malicious smile, Princess Elda said that even she did not believe in his victory. But the man in the white robe also smiled maliciously and said that they would see about that. Then the man in the white robe headed for the arena, and Princess Elsa just stared at his back. The king's subordinate began to speak into a magic ball, saying that it was time to begin. Thanks to the magic ball, the subordinate's voice was loud and clear, and even his face was visible above the podium. The subordinate announced the final battle of the day, a noble battle that would determine the new king. The subordinate announced that the new challenger against the current king of gladiators was the recent discovery of Argatia. As the gates opened, the knights handed the man in the white robe his staff. The subordinate announced that this was a magician who had defeated a large number of fighters on his own, and his name was Azurga Silpheons, who at that moment entered the arena. When Azurga entered the arena, the spectators began to shout insults and humiliate him. The subordinate said that although he was in the arena as punishment for espionage, if Azurga won the final battle, he would be given the title of Gladiator King and pardoned for his crimes, but to do so, he would have to defeat the current king. Everyone wondered if Azurga would be able to escape his cruel fate, while Azurga thought about how he could tell from the smell that many people had fought in this arena. Then Azurga remembered something and began to look around, and then in the crowd of spectators, he saw a girl in a pink dress. The girl in pink stood pensively, just looking at Azurga, while the man next to her asked his lady to sit down and not invite trouble upon herself. Princess Elsa and her servant went to the tribune overlooking the arena and said that Azurga thought too highly of himself. At that moment, the king's subordinate announced that the king of gladiators had finally arrived. Azurga thought that it would be pointless to waste low-quality stone on something like this, and it was immediately clear that the country was rich. The audience joyfully began to cheer for the king of gladiators, Burr, and the king's subordinate reminded them of Burr's qualities, who had conquered the entire arena with his special skills. But Burr was still the lowest of all people. While Azurga watched Bear exit the gate, the subordinate reminded him that Bear was just an ordinary subordinate. Wearing a demon mask, Burr entered the arena in front of Azurga, while the spectators in the stands joyfully greeted the king of gladiators. Princess Elsa's servant approached her and asked if the princess was sure of her actions, and Elsa clarified what had happened. In a serious tone, Elda's servant asked if Elda was sure about today's winner, and Elda replied that she was sure and that he would free her. Elda's servant asked why Elda was taking such a step, and Elda replied that the servant herself knew everything about how she had had enough. Princess Elda said that since birth, she had constantly heard that she needed to marry for convenience and, as a result, be sold off like her mother. Elda's servant said she was genuinely worried about Elda, but Elda said that everything was fine and the battle was about to begin, and they needed to see which of the boys would become her personal subordinate. Meanwhile, Bear began to approach Azurga, iron chains dragging behind him and kicking up dust. Looking closely at Bear, Azurga thought that Bear had come to him without any weapons, although all of his previous gladiator subordinates had weapons, and Azurga suspected that Bear was a martial arts master, but the chains were suspicious. At that moment, Azurga decided that it didn't matter and began to conjure a magical fireball. While the king was drinking wine, his subordinate announced that the fight was about to begin and that it was time to support the participants, and all spectators would witness a red festival. Joyfully, all the spectators began to shout, eager to finally see a fierce battle. At that moment, Burr began to twist iron chains around his hands. Looking at Burr's actions, Azurga realized that the iron chains were Burr's weapon. Raising his hand to Bear, Azurga apologized to him and said that he wanted to end this fight as soon as possible. Creating fireballs, Azurga announced that Burr would soon join his friends, whom Azurga had defeated earlier. Elda's surprise maid shouted that the fight had already begun, while Princess Elda just watched silently. Elda's two older brothers, with whom they had recently quarreled, were also present and watched the fight. Then Azurga began their battle and threw fireballs at Bear. But Bear, using his iron chains, wanted to defend himself from Azurga's attack. With his iron chains, Bear destroyed Azurga's fireballs before they reached him. Surprised, Azurga thought it was incredible how Bear read the trajectories of his fireballs and then struck the balls with his iron chains. Assessing the situation, Azurga realized that he too had to be vigilant and worry about the trajectory of Bear's attacks with his iron chains. Very quickly, Bear found himself in the air and prepared to strike Azurga from above. But when Bear struck, he only hit the ground, because Azurga managed to dodge his attack. While running, Azurga began to create new fireballs, but this time, he tried to make them bigger. Azurga knew that he had used a different spell, and these balls differed from the previous ones in that they would explode if touched. But to Azurga's surprise, Bear did not defend himself against the fireballs, but deftly dodged each of them. Bear wanted to punch Azurga, but Azurga managed to put up his magic staff for protection, so Bear missed, but he cracked Azurga's staff. Bear's blow was so strong that Azurga could not withstand it and flew back a little. Looking at the top of the magic staff, Azurga saw his magic ball crumble. With an evil smile, Azurga thought that Bear was having fun and considered it a good thing. When everyone saw Bear's blow, they began to cheer joyfully, and everyone was happy, even Elda's brothers, and the king shouted that he really liked this fight. Elda's maid was surprised that Azurga sacrificed his stones, but Princess Elda thought that Azurga did not realize that his magic staff could break from a single blow. Watching the fight intently, Princess Elda thought that now Azurga would have to focus more on his spells, and in the current situation, Bear had the advantage. Azurga, on the battlefield, thought that none of this mattered, and that the main thing was that he was still alive and could continue fighting because he was uninjured. Azurga threw his magic staff on the floor. In his mind, Azurga realized that he had already rehearsed this plan of action and clenched his hands to cast a spell. While Azurga was about to cast the spell, Bear launched his attack and unexpectedly grabbed Azurga with his iron chain. Nervous, Azurga thought that Bear had attacked him because of his blind spot and that he had not expected the attack at all. While Bear was twisting Azurga in his iron chain, Azurga was worried that his defense could be completely broken. But after checking, Azurga felt his shield, and fortunately, half of it was definitely intact. Seeing this, Princess Elda's maid decided that it was all over for Azurga. Princess Elda said that the situation was dangerous, but Azurga would not be harmed. Recalling her meeting with Azurga, Elda knew that he was preparing some kind of spell. The maid asked Elda to clarify what she meant, and Elda said that although they could not see anything. Elsa explained that the mage Azurga was famous for having a physical shield, and it was because of this spell that Bear's iron chains surrounded him so strangely, so Bear's attack did not even scratch the mage Azurga. But watching the battle, Princess Elda realized that Azurga was being held very tightly and wondered what would happen next. The man who was with the girl in pink said that the king of gladiators was very strong, and the girl prayed quietly to herself. Meanwhile, Azurga tried to break free from Bear's iron chains and did not understand why he was tied up. While Azurga was trying to break free from Bear's iron chains, Bear, who was holding him, ran at him to attack. Then the king put down his wine glass, already certain that Azurga would lose. But Princess Elsa understood that it was too early to rush to conclusions about the winner. Suddenly, Azurga grabbed Bear by his iron armor with his bare hand. Bear stopped, and Azurga told him that he was more like a wizard and asked if he should start fighting like Bear. At that moment, Azurga struck Bear twice with his forehead, even though Bear was wearing a mask. Then Bear's mask cracked, and Azurga was able to knock Bear off balance, and he fell backward. But to Azurga's surprise, Bear pushed off Azurga and did a somersault, increasing the distance between them. When Bear landed on the ground, part of his mask fell to the ground, and he held the other part in his hand. With a smile, Azurga said that Bear had finally shown his true face, and Bear raised his head at him. Surprised by Bear's appearance, Azurga thought that Bear was a child from the north. Princess Elda's maid was worried if everything was okay with Azurga and Bear because they had collided hard with their forehead, but Elda said that Bear was wearing a helmet. In her thoughts, Princess Elda thought that the magician Azurga could use the remnants of his protective barrier and concentrated it in the head area and used it as a weapon, and even began to think that Azurga was not such a bad fighter. While Bear focused his attention on the mask, Azurga decided to take advantage of the opportunity and start casting spells. To Bear's surprise, Azurga managed to use another spell, and this spell was called a Wall of Fire. Azurga told Bear that he did not think he would have to use such magic in battle. With a smile, Azurga said that it was the most powerful fire spell he knew. While Bear hid his mask in his armor, Azurga told him that he would wait for Bear behind this wall. Bear was calculating a new plan for battle, and the iron chains that had fallen into the fire melted. Then Azurga was able to remove the remains of Bear's chains, which he considered useful. Deciding to make a new defense, Azurga folded his hands again and wanted to start casting spells. The spectators shouted from the stands, and the princess continued to watch the battle from the sidelines with her maid. The maid was surprised that Azurga had managed to free himself from the chains, and Elda said that who would have thought that iron chains would melt so quickly, and realized that this was no ordinary fire. In her thoughts, Elda understood that by melting the chains, Azurga had warned Bear because he could have run into the flames and been hurt. But after analyzing the situation, Elda knew that even if the chains had not melted, Bear would have pulled Azurga toward him. While Azurga was casting his spell, he thought that the rest of his barrier was very weak in covering his body. But he had no choice because his magical power was already insufficient, and that was bad for him. The downside of Azurga's spell was that he couldn't see anything that was happening behind the wall of fire, but that's why it's considered a protective spell. Azurga thought that the chains had melted, so Bear would not be able to break through the wall, and therefore he should attack from above. Having created new fireballs, Azurga prepared to attack Bear to destroy him. While Azurga couldn't see Bear looked around and thought about how to get to Azurga. Unexpectedly, Bear ran in the opposite direction from the wall of fire, having come up with a plan. The spectators in the stands were frightened because Bear ran straight towards them, and they began to flee in different directions. But Bear just jumped onto the stands without touching anyone, looked around, and began to wind chains around his hand. The spectators looked at Bear in fear, and Bear prepared the iron chains for his plan. Bear sent his iron chains to the magic crystal that created a barrier to protect the spectators. Very quickly, Bear began to run along the walls of the arena, and thanks to the iron chains attached to the magic stone, he was able to run along the wall. Pushing off from the wall, Bear began to spin on the iron chains around the magic crystal, and when the moment was right, Bear broke his iron chain, and, following the trajectory, was supposed to hit Azurga. Flying through the air, Bear prepared to attack Azurga while he lost his vigilance. Looking up at the sky, Azurga noticed Bear flying towards him, and thought he hadn't seen Bear appear above him. Azurga realized that his reaction was too late, and began to conjure fireballs. But Azurga did not have time to complete his spell, because Bear had already struck him on the head. Princess Elda and her maid simply watched the explosion that occurred in their skirmish. Disappointed, Princess Elsa told her maid that their fight was over. Seeing the explosion, the girl in pink was frightened and very worried about Azurga. Azurga was lying on the floor, and Bear was holding his foot on his body, wanting to end the fight. Azurga was alive, but could not feel his shoulder and arm. Azurga was angry, and couldn't accept that he had lost to Bear, while the spectators in the stands cheered Bear. The girl in pink did not understand what had happened, and the man next to her tried to calm her down, while the king at the top also rejoiced at Bear's victory. In his joy, the king shouted that this was to be expected from his loyal subordinate Baru, and that it was incredible. Turning to the knight next to him, the king ordered him to hand over his sword. The knight handed the sword to the king. Taking the sword from its sheath, the king swung it to throw it into the arena to Bear and Azurga. When the sword reached the boys, Bear calmly caught it and looked at the king's gift. The spectators in the stands began to shout at Bear to finally destroy Azurga, and pointed their fingers downwards, while the king pointed his finger upwards, giving Bear the go-ahead. Then Bear raised his sword to Azurga, preparing to destroy him and end the fight, while Azurga thought, "Is this really how it will all end for me?" But the spectators in the stands only shouted that a man like Azurga was just a toy for the crowd and the people. Azurga pitifully begged God in his thoughts that it would not end this way, and prayed for a miracle. But meanwhile, the king joyfully instructed Baru to end the fight by destroying Azurga. Suddenly, the girl in pink turned to the king and begged him to give her a little of his precious time. The girl introduced herself as Svalin, and she was the daughter of Archduke Arsen of the kingdom of Soshira. Svalin, addressing His Highness, apologized for her audacity, but asked to be allowed to speak. The man next to Svalin begged her to stop. Seeing Svalin in the crowd, and hearing her pleas, the king took note of her status and asked what the matter was. With a disappointed sigh, the king relented and said he would listen to Svalin. Svalin joyfully thanked the king, although she was very nervous about what she was about to say. Addressing His Highness, Svalin said that although Azurga was a traitor, he was a very talented magician and did not deserve such destruction. Pointing to Azurga, Svalin said that the king himself knew that no one but Azurga was capable of using fire magic so easily, so she hoped that the king would allow her to take Azurga to the allied city as a magic instructor. Azurga, who was still lying under Bear, looked at Svalin in surprise as she continued to shout that Azurga would thus be able to pay for his crimes. Svalin also reminded him of the upcoming heir and offered Azurga to accompany her. Begging, Svalin shouted that the king had the right to order Azurga to devote his life to serving Argatia, and begged him to spare the life of the very talented mage. Sighing heavily, the king paused for a moment, closing his eyes and sinking into his thoughts. Meanwhile, the crowd glared at Svalin, but she paid no attention and only hoped that her words would work. The king smugly said that it would be a very difficult gesture for him. But Svalin did not give up, and continued to beg the king for mercy for Azurga. At that moment, closing his eyes, the king pointed his finger upward, which could indicate agreement. But, opening his eyes maliciously and smiling, the king lowered his finger, indicating refusal. Frightened, Svalin immediately turned to the arena to look at Azherga one last time. When the king gave this sign, Ber raised his sword higher, preparing to deliver the final blow to Azherga. Joyfully, all the spectators in the stands began to shout for Ber to do it as quickly as possible. Azherga grabbed Ber's leg and begged him not to do it, when suddenly Ber said he had a request for Azherga. In a cold tone, Ber asked Azherga to show respect to all his friends whom Azherga had destroyed, and to tell them that Ber missed them very much. At that moment, Azherga realized that Ber really wanted him dead and simply accepted defeat. Looking at Azherga for the last time, Svalin was devastated and her face immediately turned pale, while the man next to her tried to bring her to her senses. The spectators nearby rejoiced at such an ending. When Svalin lost consciousness, the only man nearby tried to help her, while the king watched with a joyful smile. The king quietly said to himself that Svalin was a very cunning girl, and asked her if she really thought that the king did not know about their relationship with Azherga. When the fight was over, Ber threw away his dirty sword, and although he had won, there was no smile on his face, and he told Azherga to return to peaceful lands and start a new life. Princess Elda's maid said that the battle went exactly as the princess had expected. With a smile, Elda agreed with her. At that moment, looking at Ber, Princess Elsa decided that Ber, as she had thought, would become her personal subordinate. Satisfied, the king also began to rejoice and praise his subordinate Ber, because it was an incredible battle. The princess's maid turned to Elda and said that it was time for them to leave, and Elda looked at Ber joyfully one last time. Raising his hand, Ber thanked everyone for the fight and the victory, while all the spectators cheered him on. The silver-white senior prince looked at Ber and told his subordinate that he was surprised that he was still winning, and wondered how such a famous magician had proved to be no match for Ber. Glaring at his subordinate, the silver-white prince angrily asked what was going on, and how the mage they had hired had failed to defeat Ber. The subordinate replied disappointedly that it was a disgrace for him, and that he did not think that Azherga would turn out to be so weak. As he walked away, the silver-white prince told his subordinate that, if he failed the task again, he would be the one in the arena. The subordinate replied that he understood, and would search every corner of hell to find a worthy opponent for Beru. Glaring at Beru and smiling, the silver-white prince declared that he would definitely destroy Beru. Meanwhile, Ber left the arena and returned to his comrades and subordinates. One of his comrades said that he had no doubt about Ber's abilities, and that their friends would be pleased with him, while another congratulated Ber on his victory, and believed that Azherga got what he deserved. Ber joyfully remembered his destroyed friends, and said with a smile that now they would sleep peacefully. Reaching out his hand, Ber gave his friends a fist bump in celebration of their victory. After a while, training took place in the camp of the subordinate fighters, and the instructors trained the fighters to try harder, because then the king would not be able to be proud of them. Suddenly, one of the knights on the tower with a crossbow shouted that the gladiators had returned and ordered the gates to be opened. Ber and his friends got out of the carriage and were surrounded by other subordinate fighters who booed them. The subordinate fighters began to greet Ber and his friends and shout that they were proud of them and their victories. Then the master of their camp came out and began to shout joyfully that he was very proud of Ber and his friend. One of the knights bowed his head to the master and greeted him. Ber and his friends bowed to the owner, who said that he had been eagerly awaiting their victory and had been worried about each of them. One of Ber's friends fell to his knees and thanked the owner. The host turned to one of the knights and asked if a festive table had been prepared for them. The knight replied that everything was ready. Ber and his friends shouted that they would rejoice like never before that night and thanked their host for the gift. Gathered at the table, one of the friends began to praise Ber for providing them with delicious food, and another friend reminded them that they were also entitled to their share for the destroyed monster. The third friend told Ber to eat, but Ber said he needed to go somewhere before they started. The first friend asked if Ber was going there again, and the second said that it would be sad to go there before eating such delicious food. The third friend tried to calm them down. One of the friends reminded Beru that they loved to eat, so Beru should not regret his decision, and another friend said that Beru should come back quickly. Beru just waved his hand at them. Arriving at the incredibly beautiful statue, Ber turned to his defeated friends who were not there and said that they had fought with all their might, but Azherga was a powerful magician. Tired, Ber said that it was true, and that Azherga and his friends had almost destroyed him several times. But thoughts of his departed friends gave him the strength to overcome the powerful Azherga, although it was not easy. With a smile, Ber said goodbye to his friends and told them to rest in peace, reminding them that they had dreamed of freedom together and that he had not known that it would all end this way. Turning to his friends and looking at their belongings, Ber said that he would live life for them and wished that their friends would be born in peaceful land. Looking up, Burr said goodbye to them and accepted everything that had happened. Sitting on one knee, Burr sat in front of the statue and his friend's belongings, thinking about something. Suddenly, Bear remembered that a broken mask was left under his clothes, and turning to Barato, he apologized for the fact that his mask was now broken. Suddenly, one of Bear's friends came to him in a panic, calling out and attracting attention. Nervously, his friend told Burr that Princess Elsa had arrived and wanted to see him. Disappointed, Burr returned to his companion and said that a curse had been cast. Princess Elsa looked around sternly and waited for Burr while her maid told the camp owner, how dare they make Princess Elsa wait. Nervously, the camp owner apologized and hoped for Princess Elsa's forgiveness. While Princess Elsa was talking, everyone around her knelt and stared at the floor. When Elda's maid saw the boys, she said discontentedly, "Here they are." The camp owner began to shout for Bear and his friends to run quickly to them and bow immediately. Turning to the camp owner, Burr said he understood, and his friend wished Burr good luck. Falling to his knees before Princess Elda, Burr immediately said that he humbly greeted the great princess of their kingdom. To Burr's surprise, Princess Elda did not rush to say anything, and instead placed her foot on his head. In a calm voice, Princess Elda said that he was a fool for daring to relax during the battle with Asura. Under Elda's foot, Burr replied that he was infinitely guilty for daring to upset the princess. With a playful smile, Princess Elda asked Burr what feelings he was talking about. As if stroking Burr's head with her foot, Elda said that subordinates like Burr were not even capable of hurting her feelings. Closing his eyes and holding back his true thoughts, Bear told Elda that he felt worthless and very ashamed. Dissatisfied, Princess Elda asked Burr why he hadn't changed since the past and how that was even possible. Removing her foot from Burr's head and changing the subject, Princess Elda asked him to raise his head. Raising his head, Bar wanted to thank Elda, but she interrupted him and told him not to say words he didn't believe in. Recalling Burr's fight with Asura, Princess Elda clarified that when Burr bound the sorcerer Asura with chains, Burr was able to predict when Asura would dodge the blow, and in which direction. Burr agreed with her, not understanding what Elda wanted. Smiling, Burr agreed with Princess Elda and noted that Her Highness had a keen eye, as he had expected. Satisfied with this answer, Princess Elda said that she thought so too, and that it was wonderful. Princess Elda asked Burr if he and his friends would be waiting for another big event. Everyone looked at Elda in surprise and seemed to agree, but wanted clarification. Explaining, Elda said that there was no need to be surprised, because in 3 days, Burr and his friends would have a battle at the house of one of her older brothers. Confused, Bear laughed and said that Princess Elda was right, and that they would have a battle. Turning away from Bear, Princess Elda told him that he was a fool, but Burr, not understanding her thoughts, only apologized to her again. With a joyful smile, Princess Elda told Burr that in any case, everything would end well for him, and he should just wait for it. Not really understanding, Burr simply agreed with Princess Elda and thanked her. Then Princess Elsa decided it was time to leave and headed for her carriage while her friends saw her off. When Elda left, Burr stood up and said maliciously to his friends that Elda was just mocking him, and one of his friends asked if they would hear him. Another friend said that Burr was always like that after talking to Elda, and another added that Burr was good at pretending to be restrained. Angrily, Burr turned to his friends and said that he was only pretending so as not to bring trouble upon them, while another friend asked Burr not to shout because the instructor would hear them. One of the friends said that, thanks to Burr, they often saw the beautiful Elda, while another friend laughed at Burr. Filled with malice, Burr insulted Elda and hoped that one day he would take revenge on her with his own hand, and one of his friends had already resigned himself to the fact that it was pointless to ask Burr to be quiet. Looking at his dark-haired friend, Burr asked if Elda knew about their plan, but his friend reassured him that no one but the 4 of them knew about it. Reassured, Burr said that Elda had a terrible look on her face, as if she had guessed something, but his dark-haired friend put his arm around Burr's shoulder and said that there was no need to worry and that he hadn't noticed anything. 2 of the friends asked Burr about Asura and whether everything was as the princess had said, and Burr confirmed that he had indeed tied Asura up. The dark-haired friend remarked that he had thought so, and that Elda was very observant, but Bear got angry and asked him not to make fun of him. Annoyed, Bear asked how this could have happened, and immediately explained that it was all an accident, and the dark-haired friend was surprised that it was a lie, and that the princess had imagined it. Burr maliciously said that Elda did not understand what she was talking about, because she had probably never held a weapon in her hands, and why Elda pretended to know everything in the world, and the dark-haired friend asked Burr to be quieter. Another friend asked how Burr dared to speak that way about the princess, and that Burr could be punished for such words. Suddenly, one of the friends said fearfully to his friends to be quiet, and in horror said that the princess was behind them. Frightened, Burr thought that Princess Elda had returned to them in secret and heard their words. Burr immediately fell to his knees and began to pray to Her Highness Elda, closing his eyes in fear. Opening his eyes, Burr was very afraid, but he analyzed what he could say in his defense. But to Burr's surprise, there was no one at the gate or near them. Laughing, the blonde-haired friend said that this was Burr's new pretense, while the other friend said that he had already said earlier that talking about Princess Elda would not be enough. The dark-haired friend asked Burr how they had managed to deceive him again. Burr angrily shouted that he would destroy his friends for such jokes, while his dark-haired friend tried to restrain him. The two friends rejoiced at their shared joke and decided to return to the banquet, ignoring the angry Burr. In anger, Burr said that how dare they joke about him like that, when Princess Elsa was already doing so, while his dark-haired friend tried to calm him down by saying that they had not meant any harm by their joke. Gritting his teeth, Burr said that he was really looking forward to the ceremony in air because he would finally be able to leave this place. Looking at his friend's reaction, Burr asked if he doubted him, and his friend replied that nothing of the sort, but that this matter was very dangerous. With a smile, Burr held out his fist to his friend and told him not to worry and to trust him. Giving Burr his fist, his dark-haired friend said that he would trust Burr and that no matter what happened, they would survive. Meanwhile, Princess Elda was riding through the city with her maid, thinking about something. Seeing Elda's satisfied face, the maid asked what thoughts were lifting her spirits. Looking into the distance, Elsa replied that it was about Burr and that she was having a lot of fun watching his efforts. With a smile, the maid asked why, if Elda had chosen Bera as her subordinate for the journey, she had not mentioned it when they met, and Elda replied that it would be more interesting to reveal it in a more dramatic way. Thoughtfully, the maid asked Elda why she had chosen Barry, which surprised Elda. The maid asked Elda why she would rely on an ordinary subordinate for such a difficult mission, since Elda could have chosen a wizard, a knight, or a traveler. Thinking for a moment, the princess touched her face with her fingers, and Elda replied that she did not know. With a smile, Elda replied that no matter how much she thought about who to choose, at least one candidate would not be worse than Bera. The maid looked at Elda in surprise, not understanding what she meant. Then Princess Elda plunged into memories of her life when she and her silver-haired brother visited the arena as children. The silver-haired prince told Elda that she was too young to watch, and asked her to imagine what would happen if her parents or teachers found out. Little Elda told her brother that she was very curious because everyone was talking about the fights, and Elda wanted to see it more than anything else in the world. The silver-haired prince told Elda to hurry up because the fight was about to begin, and Elda really didn't want to miss it. Upon entering the stands, the prince said he did not understand why everyone around him was so interested in watching the battles of their subordinates, but Elda was no longer listening to her brother, and was mesmerized by the arena where the fight had already begun. Elida saw Little Bear fighting his opponent in the arena and seemed to be crying. While the spectators shouted with joy, Elda watched silently with her mouth open, and her silver-haired brother looked at his sister with a smile. Crying, Burr shouted as he delivered the final fatal blow to his opponent. The spectators began to shout with joy, and the silver-haired brother just stood next to Elda and smiled. Little Burr fell to his knees and began to cry over the fact that he had to destroy his opponent. Concerned, the silver-haired brother asked Elda if she was okay, and if it wasn't too much for her eyes. But Elda did not answer, and just felt as if something had lit up inside her. After the battle, the brother and Elda arrived at the camp. The brother said that Elda wanted to see her subordinates in person, so they had come, and apologized for the unexpected visit. The camp owner said that the door was open for the second prince. The silver-haired brother said with interest that he should have visited the training ground of his father's gladiators earlier, and the owner asked if the second prince was interested in gladiatorial fights. The owner said that the first prince often visited them, and even took part in the fights, and the silver-haired prince was surprised to hear this because he did not know. Elda found Bera in the arena beating a scarecrow, and the princess watched over him. Elda turned to her silver-haired brother because she wanted to get his attention. Princess Elda asked if she could come closer to Bear to get a better look at him. Her silver-haired brother refused Elda and told her to stay where she was, asking why she was so interested in this subordinate. Elsa said that her brother could stay there and watch her, and she would remain in his field of vision because she wanted to exchange a few words with the subordinate. The host interrupted the conversation and said that the subordinates were still in chains, so it was safe to be near them. The host offered the princess some wine because he had received a fine batch yesterday. The silver-haired brother ordered one of the knights to follow Princess Elda and protect her if anything happened. The knight bowed his head in obedience, and Princess Elda thanked her brother. The silver-haired brother told Elda to go, and her smile did not make him feel any better. Burr shouted at the scarecrow in the arena and hit it so hard that it began to break. Remembering his opponent in the arena, Barato Bear began to cry and said that he should not have ended up like that. Leaning against the scarecrow, Burr cried and wondered how he would go on living since he was now completely alone. The knight and Elda approached him from behind, and the knight wanted to get Bear's attention, but Elda stopped him and asked him to stay behind. Elda approached Burr and asked if it was really him, and said that she really liked today's fight, but she was surprised that Burr was training after such a difficult fight. Princess Elda sternly asked Burr, who was silent, what was wrong and why he was not answering her. The knight began to get angry and wanted to punish Bear, but Elda stopped him, telling him to stay behind. Princess Elda herself turned to Bear, humiliating him and asking how he dared, but Bear interrupted her, ordering her to shut up. Turning maliciously to Elda, Bear told her to shut up and go away. Elsa was incredibly surprised and fell silent for a moment because she didn't know what to say. Elsa wanted to tell Burr how he dared to speak to her like that, but she asked if Burr knew who she was. Burr turned away from Elsa and did not answer. Then the knight struck Burr and said that Burr surely did not want to be destroyed, and informed him that no one was allowed to speak disrespectfully to the princess, and reminded him that Burr was only a pathetic subordinate. Looking at the knight, Elda reminded him that she had told him to stand still, and, not expecting such a reaction, the knight realized his mistake and apologized to Princess Elda. Laughing, Burr, upon hearing the princess's title, asked Elda if she was rich and what business she could have with him. Elda was surprised by this reaction. Smiling maliciously, Burr asked if something was wrong, or if Elda simply wanted to take a closer look at her subordinates. This angered the knight standing next to him, and he drew his sword and began to shout that if Burr wanted destruction, he was ready to fulfill that wish. But Princess Elda did not like the knight's reaction, and she turned around maliciously and looked at him, reminding him of her order with a glance. Unexpectedly, Bear replied that he would be only too happy if Elda and the knight destroyed him. Beginning to shout, Bear explained that he was tired of living in a world ruled by people like Princess Elda. Not understanding Burr's reaction, Princess Elda awkwardly wanted to ask Burr, but couldn't find the words. Suddenly, from the balcony where the silver-haired brother stood, he announced that Burr's wishes would be granted and Burr would be destroyed. This frightened Princess Elda. Glaring at Burr, the silver-haired prince said that anyone who behaved like that toward his sister deserved punishment, so he would grant Burr his wish. Burr looked at the silver-haired prince with malice, and Princess Elda did not know how she could stop him. In the evening of that day, the silver-haired prince and Elda came to watch the knights destroy Bara. Nervous, the master joined them, and, turning to the silver-haired prince, said that Burr would be destroyed today, and that perhaps his heart could not calm down after the great battle, and begged him to spare Burr because he was the new king of gladiators. The silver-haired prince announced that he did not care about the reasons for the behavior of his pitiful subordinate, and the master realized that there was no hope and apologized for his words. Princess Elsa wanted to address her silver-haired prince, but he asked if Elsa was nervous. Calmly, Princess Elsa asked the silver-haired prince if it was really necessary to destroy Burr, since he was the gladiator king of their country. The silver-haired prince replied maliciously to Elda that even ordinary citizens could not insult the royal family without receiving a fatal punishment. Princess Elda reminded him that Burr did not know she was a princess, but the silver-haired prince said that even ignorance was a sin, and that he was tired of talking. But suddenly, Princess Elda took her silver-haired brother by the hand and asked him to have mercy on Burr. With a stern look and staring straight into the eyes of her silver-haired brother, Princess Elda begged him. Sighing and smiling, the silver-haired brother said that Elda's heart was overflowing with kindness, and agreed with Elda because nothing would happen if he forgave one subordinate because he would lose anyway. The joyful Princess Elda thought that everything would be fine, when suddenly Burr shouted that enough of this nonsense, attracting everyone's attention and frightening them. Dissatisfied, Burr said that they were telling so many lies that he couldn't even laugh, and asked if they really enjoyed their lives so much. Beginning to shout, Burr said that their noble family watched battles and destruction every Sunday, and that now their kindness was dirty and disgusting. The host began to shout at Bear to be quiet, and the prince said that he had no words. With a malicious smile, the prince said that Bear was saying very funny things. Turning to the knights, the prince asked what they were waiting for, and told them to destroy Bear immediately, which frightened Princess Elda. One of the knights held Burr and agreed with the prince, warning Burr not to move, or it would be worse. Having already resigned himself to destruction, Bear closed his eyes and remembered his friend Barato and asked them to wait for him, because he would come soon. Suddenly, Princess Elda shouted at the knights to stop and not destroy Bara. The knights stopped, not knowing what to do, and Elsa wanted to turn to her brother. The silver-haired prince irritably asked Elsa what was going on and asked her not to interfere. But Bear began to shout at the knights to hurry up and finally destroy him, continuing to humiliate the royal family. The silver-haired brother asked Elda if, after his words, she still wanted to show mercy to him, when suddenly Princess Elda asked the knights what they were doing and ordered them to silence Burr. Looking at her brother, Elda asked if he would destroy Burr just for her sake. With a stern look, Elda said that his destruction would be on her conscience, and then Elda would not be able to forget it, and would keep these memories with her for a very long time. Elda warned that her resentment would also affect her brother. The master was still very nervous about the whole situation, and her brother understood Elda's words and did not know what to say. After calming his nerves and analyzing the situation, the silver-haired brother asked Elda if she had fallen in love with Burr. Elda shouted that this was impossible. Turning away from his sister, the silver-haired brother knew what to do, and agreed with Elda. Looking sternly at Burr, the silver-haired prince said that he would pardon Burr as Elda requested, but that Burr still deserved punishment for his words. Slightly disappointed, Princess Elda looked mysteriously at her silver-haired brother. Burr looked just as surprised at the silver-haired prince, even though he was still being held by the knights. Then Bera was tied up, and the prince's knights began to beat him on the back as punishment. Sitting in their chairs, the silver-haired prince, who was drinking wine with Elda, watched as Burr was punished. Suddenly, the silver-haired prince raised his hand and announced that this was enough, and the knights stopped. Disappointed, the silver-haired prince said that he found the spectacle uninteresting anyway. The silver-haired prince said that since Princess Elda was giving him a chance, there was one more condition for Bera. The stern silver-haired prince told Burr that he must repeat the phrase that he was a pathetic subordinate and beg for forgiveness. As if tired, Bear asked what the silver-haired prince had said and whether he could repeat the phrase. Irritated, the silver-haired prince thought, "Can't he hear because of the blows?" and repeated the phrase that he was a pathetic subordinate and begged for forgiveness. But Elda noticed something suspicious. Unexpectedly, Burr smugly replied to the silver-haired prince that he forgives him. His answer stunned everyone, and Elda thought that Burr was crazy. With a malicious smile, the silver-haired prince wondered if Burr was still provoking him, and Elda thought that if Burr continued, she was not sure she could rectify the situation. Burr shouted that the prince should destroy him immediately because the prince was all talk and no action. After drinking some wine, the silver-haired prince told Burr that he might be right because he didn't have the courage to face his sister Elda's wrath, but the prince wanted to show Burr that there were things worse than destruction. With a malicious smile, the prince announced to Bear that they would see who would win and called the master to him. Elda was also curious to see what her brother would do. After a while, Beru was put aside, and all his friends were brought out onto the field. The prince calmly drank wine while Elda watched Bera, who was clearly becoming nervous. Raising his hand, the prince announced the start, surprising Elda and Bera, who turned to him. One of the knights took a swing, not at Bera, but at Bera's friends. Suddenly, the knights began to beat Burr's friends instead of Burr, which frightened Elda, while Burr looked on in fear. Frightened, Elda wanted to turn to her brother, but he told her to watch carefully. The old man's subordinate was wounded but still alive, and Bear's friend asked how the old man was feeling. Glaring at Burr, the silver-haired prince announced that he could not count on any more mercy. Raising his hand again, the silver-haired prince ordered them to continue, which frightened Elda and Bear. With a malicious smile, the knight held his sword ready to strike Burr's close friend. The silver-haired prince told Burr that he could finish the job, and that Burr should remember that it was his actions that were to blame for everything, suspecting that he and this boy were the same age. Suddenly, Burr's friend began to cry and beg Burr to do something, so that the knights would not maim him. The silver-haired prince smugly said that there was no time to waste because they had a lot to do today. And Elda began to ask her brother if he really thought that Burr would apologize to him after everything that had happened. Suddenly, Burr began to mutter under his breath that he was asking the prince for forgiveness. And then, with a malicious smile, the silver-haired prince turned to Bear, and Elda turned around because she was surprised. Burr fell face down on the ground and said loudly that he was a pathetic subordinate and begged for forgiveness. Turning to Elda, the silver-haired prince told her to take his wine glass quickly. Then, with a malicious smile, the silver-haired prince ordered Princess Elda to pour the wine on the ground. Not understanding why she should do this, Princess Elda wanted to refuse or ask why, but the silver-haired prince said smugly that she would find out everything when she did it. Irritated by the wait, the silver-haired prince asked what Princess Elda was waiting for. Agreeing with her brother, Princess Elda poured the wine from the glass and wondered what her brother might have in mind. Suddenly, the silver-haired prince shouted maliciously to Beru that Princess Elda had taken pity on his pitiful subordinate and decided to give him a drink. Burr looked at them, and the silver-haired prince said that the pitiful subordinate would gratefully drink Princess Elda's gift. Then Burr raised his head again and looked at his friends, who were still in danger because of him. Resigned, Burr began to crawl toward the silver-haired prince and Princess Elda. Reaching the puddle of wine, Burr began to drink what Princess Elda had spilled on the ground. The silver-haired prince watched Burr smugly, waiting for Princess Elda's reaction. The silver-haired prince told Elda to remember this moment and that this was the kind of treatment subordinates deserved. With a malicious smile, the silver-haired prince asked Elda how she felt and whether it was wonderful to see people obeying them. Worried about his sister and not hearing her answer, the silver-haired prince thought that perhaps he had gone too far. But to the surprise of everyone present, Princess Elda smiled happily, and it was clear from her face that she enjoyed it. Returning to the present, the youngest prince was training to fight with one of his knights. Princess Elsa approached them and said that her younger brother had done a good job, which attracted attention. The younger brother was happy to see her and told the knight that they were done for the day, and the knight left. Coming closer, Princess Elsa asked why he was trying so hard, since he would be accompanied by a subordinate, and the younger prince said that he would soon be going on an adventure, so it was worth knowing at least the basics of defense. Patting her brother on the head, Elda said that he should not worry about trifles because nothing had been finalized yet. But the prince reminded his sister that everything would happen tomorrow and he would cease to be a prince. After these words, Elda thought for a moment, and the prince said that it was very sad for him, even though he was smiling. Hugging her brother, Elda said that no one knows how everything will turn out, and that her brother shouldn't worry so much. The younger brother said that he would eagerly await the moment when one of his other brothers would raise his hand. Pulling away from her brother, Elda said that she would not expect this to happen, because the eldest brother would be more likely to do so, and her brother simply laughed in response. But with a sad sigh, the younger brother said that, unfortunately, no one would want to go on the journey instead of him. The brother told his sister that he did not want to go on the journey, but in reality, he explained that he did not want to be separated from Elda. Elda said sternly that the only thing that was certain was that this fate was prepared for one of them. Elsa explained that if everything went according to plan, she would be married off to another country, so it didn't matter whether her younger brother stayed here or not, because she would be taken away anyway. Understanding his sister's words, Elda's younger brother said that he hoped for a miracle. But with a calm smile, Elda's sister still wanted to reassure her brother. Holding out her little finger, Elda suggested that they promise to meet again when the treasure was found. With tears in his eyes, her brother held out his little finger and promised Elda he would do as she asked. The next day, many people gathered in the cathedral for the heir ceremony. The high priest came out to everyone and greeted them with words that it was time to begin the heir ceremony. While everyone was looking at him, the priest announced that today they would learn the name of the one who would go on the journey and said that everyone was hopeful and would bless him on his way. The brothers and sisters gathered together while one of the priests led them and emphasized that the day had come. One of the sisters said she was bored and wanted to return to her bedroom, and another sister asked why the man in the aisle was not letting them pass. The priest explained that one of the heirs to the throne would make a promise before the deity and receive the gratitude of the goddess chosen by the church of the king. The chosen one must stand on the platform and take the oath with his hand raised, and only then will the chosen one receive a sword and shield. The priest explained that after the ritual, the oath could never be changed in their lifetime. If no one raised their hand, the king himself would make the choice, so he recommended accepting the responsibility and not allowing such a thing to happen. The younger brother said he understood. The two brothers began to congratulate the younger brother and say that he was cool, while Elda thought that her older brothers were trash. Then the priest turned around and said that it was time to begin an order. All the king's children lined up and waited for the ceremony to begin when they would be allowed in. Meanwhile, in the camp, Bear rubbed his hands and asked if everything was ready. One of Bear's friends said that everything was ready and asked if everything was in order, because there were surprisingly few guards, and another friend to whom he gave a fist bump said that he had said that everyone had left because of the heir ceremony. Burr asked if anyone had been hurt, and his dark-haired friend said no. Grabbing the guards and the camp owner, the dark-haired friend said there was one problem. The friends wondered what to do with them and how to handle the situation. Suddenly, Beer announced that although it was a camp for exploitation, they were concerned about them and would leave them as they were, and the friends agreed with Burr. When the time came, Burr said that they didn't have much time, so they should hurry. After breaking down the wall, the friends were surprised that it broke so easily and began to leave, while Burr warned them to be careful. Burr and his friends dug the tunnel for 2 years in order to escape, all for the sake of freedom. Their tunnel led them to a sewer, and they were lucky that it wasn't deep, because none of them knew how to swim since they had never seen deep water. Walking through the tunnel, the friends didn't like the smell around them, but they tried to walk quickly until their disappearance was noticed. Suddenly, seeing the light, the friends threw away the lamp and were ready to go out into the world. The friends broke through the iron barrier and rejoiced that they were finally free, and Burr praised everyone for their work. Looking down, the friends noticed that it was high up, but they were ready to descend. Suddenly, an enemy arrow flew at them from the direction of their friends and Burr, for which they were not prepared. One of the arrows hit Burr's friend, and Burr looked back at the hill and saw an army of people. Seeing the symbols on the army, Burr and his friends realized that these were the knights of the first prince. Burr realized that this had been planned, which is why everything had seemed so easy to them. At that moment, at the ceremony in air, Princess Elda raised her hand to be chosen for the adventure. Princess Elsa's actions surprised everyone present, but she had no intention of backing down. Her brothers were shocked, thinking that Princess Elsa was being foolish and had lost her mind. Even the king did not expect such actions and looked at his daughter Elda in surprise, but Princess Elda just smiled slyly and held her hand confidently. The soldiers began to murmur, and the subordinates asked the general who had trained Princess Elda if he knew about her intentions, but he replied that he had no idea. One of the brothers began to shout at Princess Elda, while the others simply glared at her. The silver-haired prince wanted to stop Elda, but the first prince stopped him. The second silver-haired prince asked the first prince what he wanted from him. With a malicious look, the first prince reminded the second prince that this decision could not be reversed, and that there was no point in causing a scandal. The younger brother turned to his sister Elda and asked if she was really going to do it, but Princess Elda said nothing. Nervously, the priest announced that it would be so, and that Her Royal Highness Elda de Stringers would be chosen for the role of heir. Those present began to get nervous and wondered if this was really happening, and how a girl could possibly embark on such a difficult journey. Then the priest brought Princess Elda an iron sword and shield, as required for heir. Princess Elda took the weapons and was neither frightened nor surprised, but calmly began to perform the exercises she already knew from training, and tried to get a feel for the weapon. Everyone present was surprised by her movements and abilities, and they realized that this was not the first time the princess had picked up weapons. Then Elda said that she was beginning to like it. While everyone was in shock, Princess Elda raised her sword and waited for the audience's reaction. Understanding Princess Elda, the audience began to applaud her, although they were still impressed. But after a few minutes, some people rose from their seats and the usual applause turned into joyful shouts. Crying, Elda's younger brother approached her and asked why she had done this, and if it was really for his sake. With a smile, Elda replied that she had chosen this path not for her brother's sake. Joyfully, Elda told her younger brother what she had already said, but that it was not only for his sake. The priests approached Elda and said they would accompany her because it was time to go. Turning to the priests, Elda was ready to leave, but her younger brother did not want her to leave it. Accompanied by 4 priests, Elda left the hall, and her disappointed younger brother called after her, but Elda paid no attention. One of the older brothers was angry and wondered who his stupid sister Elda thought she was. The silver-haired brother couldn't bear to watch this, so he decided to leave the hall and headed for another exit. Sometime after the ceremony, the king smashed a wine glass in his room out of anger. The king believed that Princess Elda had decided to ruin his life in his old age. In one of the halls, the younger brother sat sadly with his 2 other brothers, who believed that Elda would regret her decision. One of the brothers turned to his younger brother Ella and asked if he had known about it from the beginning and how they dared to deceive them. Frightened, Prince Elec replied to his brother that he knew nothing until his sister made her gesture. One of the brothers smiled in surprise, but said that he was now happy for Ella, because he could now live peacefully in their kingdom. The white-haired brother said that now they could have fun together, and the other brother said that it would be more fun than getting involved with heir, but Elec was still sad. In his room, the silver-haired brother ordered Burr to be killed immediately in the camp. With a glass of wine in his hand, the silver-haired brother ordered his knight to do whatever he wanted, but they had to catch Burr and destroy him. In his thoughts, the silver-haired prince's knight wondered why the other prince was so obsessed with his subordinate Burr. Turning around, the silver-haired prince asked the knight why he was still there, and asked if he had heard him. Frightened, the knight bowed and told the silver-haired prince that he had heard him, and would carry out the order immediately. The silver-haired prince said he would wait for the result, and that he had already sent several people to the training center, and the knight's servant should take fewer soldiers to destroy Burr without unnecessary noise. The knight understood, and was about to leave. Suddenly, another knight entered their room, wanting to speak to the silver-haired prince. The prince asked the knight what had happened. Frightened, the knight reported that Bera, whom the prince had just mentioned, had been detained by the knights of the first prince. The knight and the silver-haired prince looked in shock at the knight who had brought them this information. After a while, Bera's friends argued among themselves in prison that they shouldn't have done it, but some agreed to their escape plan right away. But lost in their thoughts, Bera and his friends wondered when everything had gone wrong and how they had found out that their escape would be through that particular exit. Annoyed, Burr thought it was a coincidence, but suspected that this was not possible and that something seemed suspicious. Bear turned his attention to his friends, while one of them asked his dark-haired friend Barrow how his arrow wound was, and Barrow replied that it hurt a lot. Heng cheerfully told Barrow not to worry, and that as soon as the chance arose, he would carry Barrow on his back, and Barrow thanked him for his support. Deep down, Burr suspected his friends of betrayal, but he immediately dismissed these thoughts because that would never happen, and decided that they were just unlucky. Heng asked what would happen to them now, and Barrow replied that it was not known what would happen to those who escape. His black-haired friend was surprised that they did not know what happened to those who tried to escape, because they were forced to fight each other. Disappointed, Burr said that they would be forced to fight each other until only one remained. The friends looked sadly at Bear as he thought about how he wanted to escape such a fate. Suddenly, Princess Elda appeared behind the bars and asked Burr what was going on there. Surprised, Burr and his friends did not expect to see Elsa, and the black-haired friend immediately fell to his knees before her and begged her to save them. Placing her hand on her head, Princess Elsa said that after their capture, they must be destroyed and asked them what she should do. But with a sudden smile, Elsa provoked Burr's anger. Seemingly concerned, Elsa said that it was a pity that the worst thing for them was to be imprisoned by her first brother. Suddenly, Burr began to suspect that Elsa knew about their escape. Mole, the black-haired friend, began to beg Princess Elda not to abandon their pitiful subordinates, and that if she saved them, they would do anything she asked, while Burr asked Mole to stop. Princess Elda said that something could be done now, but if her father, the king, found out about it, then battles awaited them until only one remained. Thinking it over, Elda asked if they thought Burr had the upper hand or not, and also asked if Burr, who was known to be concerned about his friends, would decide to sacrifice himself. But changing the subject, Elda said no, because then Bear would have the opportunity to destroy his friends and survive. Elda's words greatly frightened Burr's friends, and they turned to him in panic. Princess Elda looked at Barry, who began to shake from nerves and her words. This amused Elda, but exhaling and restraining her joy, she said that she wanted to give them a chance to survive because they were all very precious to her. This surprised Burr's friends, but Burr himself expected some kind of deception from Elda. Dissatisfied, Elda asked why they were silent and whether they did not want mercy. Burr's friends fell to their knees and began to shout that they would never forget what Elda had done for them, and they thanked her profusely and blessed her. And then, with a joyful smile, Princess Elda said that she had one condition. As Burr suspected, Elda had something in mind, and he asked what her condition for their release was. A priest and a knight stood next to Elda, so they explained to Burr and his friends what was happening. Heng clarified that Princess Elda had been chosen by Aire and would soon be going on a journey. Burr clarified that Princess Elsa had chosen Burr as her subordinate, who would have to accompany her. Mole sadly asked why Princess Elda had chosen Burr for such an important role. Disappointed, Princess Elsa asked Maul why he cared who she chose, and Maul apologized to Elsa. Standing on his hands above the ground, Bear wanted to ask Elda about the duration of the journey. Bera looked at Princess Elda with a malicious gaze and asked her how long the journey would take. Irritated, Princess Elda asked how Bear was listening to her, because she had already said that the journey would continue until they found the Queen's treasure. Not understanding the details, Bear asked where they should look for the Queen's treasure. With a smile, Elda said she didn't know, but suspected it was somewhere out there in the open world. Burr asked if all the previous chosen ones, Princess Elda's predecessors, had been unable to find the treasure. With a joyful smile, Elda told Burr that this was indeed the case and that none of them had found anything. Nervous, Burr clarified once again that their journey with Elda would only end when they found the treasure. With a smug smile, Elda said that this was indeed the case and that they might have to search for an eternity, or perhaps even for the rest of their lives. Burr lowered his head and said nothing, and Elda asked him what was wrong. Burr muttered something under his breath, which annoyed Elda, so she ordered Burr to speak louder. With tears in his eyes, Bear raised his head and told Princess Elda that he did not want to go on a journey with her. Unexpectedly, Princess Elda was shocked by Bear's words. Burr's words also shocked his friends who were watching him. Crying, Burr began to beg his friends to simply return to battle, saying that he understood that this was not right. With tears in his eyes, Burr said that instead of traveling with Princess Elda, it would be better to be destroyed on the battlefield in the arena. Heng, supported by his friends, began to yell at Burr, asking him what he was talking about and whether he really preferred battle. Meanwhile, Princess Elda became so angry that she resembled a vicious tiger, frightening Burr's friends. Then Maul asked Bear if he had lost his mind and hit him for saying such things. Bear wanted to argue with his friends, but they began to get angry at Bear and ask if he really wanted them to be destroyed. After shouting, his friends began to calm down and persuade Burr, even though he did not want to travel with Princess Elda at all. Princess Elda thought to herself whether she should destroy them right there and then. Maul took Bear by the cheek and began to pull him away, saying that they had a way out, and Bear asked what Maul meant. Moving closer to Burr, Maul began whispering in his ear so that Princess Elsa would not hear. Maul told Bear to stay with Elda for a few days, and then run away from her as soon as the opportunity arose, and then it dawned on Burr. In his imagination, Burr thought about how he would tie Elda up, who would scream about what Burr was doing, and why he was doing it to her. Bear couldn't understand Elda. Did she really not understand why? And would Elda try to order Burr to release her? An angry Burr wanted to make Elda think about what she had done to him, and how he would tell her all his desires to destroy Elda. But Bear offered Elda to be destroyed in a deserted forest, and that would be the worst ending for her. As he packed his things, Burr wanted to leave Elda, and she screamed at him, asking what he was doing. Closing his backpack, Bear took everything from Princess Elda that would scare her. Princess Elda cried and begged Burr not to leave her, because she didn't know what would happen to her. With a joyful smile, Burr said that he didn't care what would happen to Elda, and wanted to get even with her, so he asked her to lie down. Princess Elda asked what Burr meant and what he was hinting at. Taking his staff, Burr wanted to teach Elda wisdom and intelligence, and asked Elda if she thought he would just leave. Returning from his thoughts to the present, it was clear from Burr's face that he was thinking about something strange, and this annoyed Elda. Disappointed, Bear turned to Princess Elda, preparing his answer. This angered Elda, and she even blushed and told Bear that how dare he look at her with such a strange look, and if Bear didn't want to, then he should just say so. Turning away, Elda waved her hand and said that it should be as Burr wanted and wished good luck to whoever survived. Nervous, Burr bit his lip, and his friends begged him to do something because the princess was about to leave. In his mind, Burr thought, did Elda really not understand that Burr would run away at the first opportunity? In his mind, Bear understood that there was no other choice to save everyone, and he was willing to take the risk for his friends. At that moment, Burr shouted that he accepted Elda's terms. Turning around with a smile, Elda told Burr that it was the right choice, and that one should always accept good offers. Burr's friends breathed a sigh of relief, but Burr wanted to add something, and ask for something in return. Burr emphasized that he also had a condition, and would accept Elda's offer if she agreed to his condition. Burr's friends were surprised that he was going to set a condition, and Elda asked ironically if she had heard correctly. Elsa asked if Bear had lost his mind and how he dared, but before he could finish speaking, Burr remembered his friends. Burr said that if Elda freed his friends, he would swear to accompany Princess Elda, and together they would fulfill her mission. But until then, he would not go on the adventure. He continued that, even if he went on a journey with Elda, his friends would remain in the arena to fight each other, and if Elda wanted to take him away, then Elda should free everyone. Otherwise, Burr would stay with them to protect them. Sadly, his friends understood Burr's intentions, and Elda was annoyed that he dared to dictate his terms to her. Burr was nervous about his words, and Maul raised his hands to Elda to beg her for mercy. In his mind, Burr thought that although he was a fool, he understood Elda's intentions, and that she would not be able to refuse his condition. Turning away, Elda agreed, and said she would free everyone, but she didn't want to hear any more conditions. Burr breathed a sigh of relief, and his friends joyfully began to thank Princess Elda. The friends and Burr fell to their knees, thanking Elda for her kindness, which they would never forget. Ignoring them, Elda said that it was time for her to leave, and took the priest who was with her. Burr joyfully said that he had succeeded, and Maul, with tears in his eyes, was surprised by Burr's action. Burr's friends immediately jumped on Burr to hug him, and thank him for the opportunity to be free. Although they were hugging him, Burr looked after Princess Elda as she walked away. In his thoughts, Bear was grateful to Princess Elda, although he was sure that they would not be traveling together for long. While the boys behind bars were having fun, Elda looked at them with a smile as she walked away. But in her thoughts, Elda thought how cute Bear was, and knew that Bear did not understand at all that it was very easy to read his intentions. Sometime later, at night, an archer entered one of the open taverns. Inside the tavern, there were many people relaxing, eating, and drinking. The bartender was pouring drinks for everyone, while some were cheerfully making toasts, and others were arguing with each other. Some people at their table were discussing maps and their upcoming adventures. Others at another table discussed the new equipment they had recently purchased. Some were looking for companions for their next adventures and missions among the vacationers. Some were fighting in a separate corner, when suddenly the bartender noticed a new customer in his tavern. The archer greeted the bartender, as they hadn't seen each other for a year, and asked what was new. The bartender replied, and told the archer that all his people had already gathered in the back room, and the archer was surprised that everyone had already arrived. While the archer was heading to the room, the bartender yelled at the people fighting to stop. Entering the room, the archer asked from the doorway how his friends were doing. A girl asked the shooter when he would finally kick the habit of always being late, and the shooter apologized for being the last to arrive. The shooter's friends asked if he was hungry, and some were even surprised that, although late, he had still come. The archer did not know the Indian sitting at the table, so he decided to get acquainted with him first, and the girl said that he could be useful for their mission. The elf was surprised that they had spent a lot of money, but she thought it was good that they had invested in the cause because they would definitely not have won, and the bullman said that they needed a trump card up their sleeve. The girl with the axe stood in front of the table and announced that money was not a problem because they had a serious task ahead of them, and reminded her friends that the heir ceremony had already taken place. The man adjusted his glasses and said that everything had happened as they had predicted. They knew that Princess Elsa would be chosen for this heir, and that she would be the one to go on the journey. Princess Elsa already has certain skills in wielding weapons, which she will demonstrate in battle. Princess Elsa and her subordinates would become adventurers and set off on a journey around the world, but the bandit friends were sure that they would have a lot of valuable things and money. With a smile, the girl with the axes said that they would steal all their weapons and valuables, and since they were going on a journey for the first time, they would show them, as more experienced adventurers, how unfair the world was. The bandit friends and adventurers sat at the table, enjoying their food and drink. The archer asked why everyone was so nervous about the heir ceremony, and the girl with the axe told the archer not to confuse everything again and explain it all. The elf said she wasn't interested in human celebrations, and the bullman said that it was known that one of the royal children would go on a journey to find a treasure that no one had yet been able to find, and he thought it was stupid. The black-haired man with glasses said that, although it was foolish, it still attracted a lot of attention, and reminded everyone that when the heir was chosen for the role of heir, the church would hold elections for the emperor who would rule for the next 20 years. A country that worships the goddess church can use faith to create any laws it wants, and the heir ceremony is just a form of diplomacy in their country. The black-haired man said that in truth, the king's heirs are born only to become heir, so they are just material for the king, and the second queen's job is to bear children. The bullman said that many ordinary people know this, and the black-haired man replied that he was from that city. The girl with the axe said that she chose him because of this knowledge, for the sake of the success of the operation. The elf said that enough talk was enough, and it was time to get to work, and asked what the payment would be, because if she wasn't paid enough, she would return to the forest. The bullman laughed at her, but he was also curious. The girl with the axe said that 400 million was their payment, and their task was to deliver the sword and shield to the client. The elf said that it was a good reward, and that they only needed to take what they needed from the newcomers. The bullman tried to calculate how much that would be divided among everyone. The girl said that it would be 400 for each of them, and 500 for her, which would amount to more than 2 billion. The bullman was overjoyed with such a reward, and for some, it was not surprising, because air is considered a rare treasure. The girl with the axe said that they would not see the real weapon, and the archer praised her for the wealth of information. The elf asked who their client was, who was willing to invest so much money, and the archer was also curious because he was a little nervous. The girl with the axe, Nusara, remembered a strange old man who told her to gather people and that it was a good offer for them, but at first she didn't want to gather a team because it was a hassle. Nusara explained to her friends that the order came from a subordinate. Nusara said that even if the client remained in the shadows, they would get the money, so there was no need to worry, and not only them. Nusara said that if they went to the nobility, they would receive many valuable things, so the amount of money would be greater. The black-haired man said he had heard rumors that they would be given a lot of money and treasures for an adventure that would last more than a year. The archer was happy that they would get rich, but Nusara said that they had forgotten the saying that the more they pay, the harder the work. The bullman clarified that Nusara said they were newbies, and the elf needed details. Nusara said they should be prepared for obstacles. Nusara emphasized that they would have competitors, other adventurers who also wanted to get the treasure. Nusara also said that she had heard that Princess Elsa was being prepared for difficulties and that the castle was still under guard. The black-haired man added that this day would be Heir's first test. Agreeing, Nusara said that no one would help Heir, so the advantage was on their side, but if the newcomers encountered other bandits, they would fail their mission. The elf wondered why there were so many unemployed adventurers, and the black-haired man asked what they should do to prevent failure. Nusara said that they would find out later, and showing 2 fingers said that she would tell them about the second obstacle. The radius and direction of Heir's movement was very wide and unpredictable, so it would be difficult for them to determine which city Heir would go to. The bullman said that they should hide where they started and attack from ambush, but the elf girl objected and asked how he decided that Heir would not be ready for this, especially since this was not the first ceremony. Nusara said that the elf was right, and that they did not know how well protected they were, and that adventurers from the church disguised as Heir would also be going with them, so the slightest mistake would greatly increase their chances of failure. Suddenly, Nusara said that there was no need to worry, because the teacher would handle these obstacles, and turning to the Indian, she asked him for help because he was their hope for success. The Indian told Nusara not to worry, because he takes his work seriously. The elf and the bullman looked at the Indian happily and wanted to see him at work. Nusara continued and, showing 3 fingers, wanted to start telling the story about the third obstacle. Nusara said that not only she but the whole country believed that Heir would become Prince Elec, but instead, Princess Elda was chosen, and therefore they had heard nothing about her fighting abilities. Elsa was a problem for them, because when Nusara searched for information about her, she found nothing about her martial arts skills, but only heard about her good deeds and intelligence. Finishing her story about the princess, Nusara said that if Aura had changed, then another subordinate would accompany her. This was the problem because Prince Elec was supposed to be accompanied by a not very good fighter, but Elda chose a very strong fighter, Bear, who is the king of gladiators. The archer clarified that even if he was the king of gladiators, he was still just a subordinate, and simply the strongest of them all. Nusara agreed, but there was one exception. Nusara said that Bear would easily destroy Azurga, who was a fire mage who could fight alone. No one expected that Bear would be able to defeat Azurga, the defender of Hellfire. Nusara said that it was true, and that Azurga was the most famous and strongest newcomer. Irritated, Elfie asked why they needed a human mage when she was there. Addressing her sister, the bullman reminded her that Azurga was known for his strength and magical abilities. Nusara said that, regardless, she thought they were lucky and told them that she had seen the subordinates fighting when she arrived in the city earlier and went to the gladiatorial fights to earn some extra money. At the fights, Nusara saw Bear's victory, and thanks to this, they would be able to prepare for future obstacles, so her colleagues should not worry. Suddenly, the archer turned to Nusara and raised his hand because he had a question. The archer asked about Princess Elda, what would happen to her, and if she would be destroyed, because if Bear defeated Azurga, he should not be underestimated. In response to the archer's question, Nusara said that their client had specifically emphasized that Princess Elda must not be harmed, and that was why she was worried. Recalling the photos of her colleagues, Nusara asked them what would happen if one of them injured or killed a member of the royal family during the adventure, and clarified that even if Princess Elda was stripped of her regalia, she would still remain a member of the nobility. The archer wanted to object, but Nusara announced that the kingdom would not turn a blind eye to this. With a stern look, Nusara said that if Princess Elda had chosen an ordinary subordinate, they could destroy him without mercy. Recalling Burr, Nusara said that there was no need to worry about an ordinary subordinate, and that it would be difficult to take him prisoner, so it would be better to destroy him. Remembering Elda, Nusara said that no one would care about Bear, and even Princess Elda would easily find a new subordinate. After a while, Princess Elda and her subordinate Burr came to the cathedral together with the priests. The priests were ready to perform the ritual to make Elda an Era, and she and Bear set off on their journey. Elda happily greeted Burr and asked if he enjoyed studying all last Sunday, and Burr replied that it wasn't bad. With suspicion and a sly smile, Elda asked Burr if that was true. Burr replied seriously that it was the first time he had been taught anything other than fighting. In his mind, Bear told himself that everything had gone perfectly, and that even though he was going to run away with his friends, he would need survival skills. Looking at Burr, Princess Elda said nothing, but thought to herself that it was cute. Interrupting their thoughts and drawing their attention, the priest announced that it was time to begin the Heir ritual. Unrolling the scroll, the priest reminded them that in a couple of hours after the ritual, they would need to set off on their journey. Looking at the priest in surprise, Bara was curious about the ritual, and the priest showed Bara the scroll. The priest said that this scroll was Beru's contract, and asked him to confirm that his handprint was on it. Looking at the scroll, Beru remembered what had happened a few days ago. Princess Elda showed Beru the money with which she had freed his 3 friends. Beru thanked Elda profusely for her kindness. Princess Elda explained that her father and mother were furious, so it was best to hide until they changed their minds. Burr said he understood Elda. Then Elda took out the scroll and asked Burr to leave his handprint on it. Burr nervously asked Elda what it was and explained that he couldn't read, so he didn't understand what was written on the paper. Elda calmly explained that there was nothing special written on the paper, just a record that Elda had given Burr money and freed his friends, and in exchange, Burr would go with her on a journey to find the treasure of Air. Elda reminded him that they had talked about this in prison. Closing her eyes, Elda smiled sweetly at Burr, who remained silent and looked at her intently. Then, overcome with joy, Burr understood what this meant and decided to leave his mark. In his mind, Burr thought it best to do everything Princess Elda asked, because he had no way to escape. But Burr did not notice how Princess Elda was looking at him slyly, with a cunning smile. Dipping his hand in the paint, Burr left his handprint on the paper and asked if everything was ready. Taking the paper, Elda said she was sure that the Inquisitor would properly secure this document and that Burr had time to think about how to say goodbye to his friends. Burr simply thanked Elda. Satisfied, Elda said that Burr needed to learn how to be her personal subordinate and that she would be waiting for him in a week. Burr wondered why Elda was so happy and how much he wanted to destroy Elda. Annoyed, Elda asked Burr what was wrong with his face, what had scared him. Burr began to justify himself, saying that he was not thinking about anything interesting or anything that Elda should be concerned about, and that he was looking forward to meeting her in a week. Turning away from Burr, Elda told him not to play the fool. Returning to the present, Burr told the priest that everything was fine and that it was his reflection, and that Burr remembered the terms. The priest asked if Elda had explained the terms to Burr because he wanted to know if he was aware of what was written in the contract. Nervous about the priest's words, Burr turned his attention to Elda, waiting for her reaction. But Princess Elda just smiled at her subordinate, Burr. A little uncertainly, Burr replied to the priest that he knew about their terms. Burr repeated that he would have to accompany Princess Elda in search of traces of the Queen and God's treasure. So Burr signed the contract, understanding the necessity and consequences of this adventure. Satisfied with Burr's answer, the priest announced that it was wonderful and they could continue. The priest wanted to say that now, thanks to magic, they would perform the ritual, but Elda interrupted him. Elsa looked at the priest and asked how much longer they would talk, because they were leaving immediately after the ritual, and asked if he did not understand that enemies were already beginning to surround them. She asked the priest to speed up the process so that they could leave earlier, and clarified whether he was doing this on purpose, because Burr had just said that he knew everything. Burr thought that Elda was not a good person, because she interrupted others and was in a hurry, and the priest nervously wanted to explain that this was a confirmation procedure. Elda asked Burr again if she had told him everything. Looking at the priest, Burr said that he had heard all the necessary information from Elda. The priest calmed down a little at his answer. Burr approached the priest and whispered that it was not worth upsetting Princess Elda, because even though she looked cute, with a character like hers, it was very difficult for everyone. The priest understood Burr's warning, and Elda said maliciously that she could hear everything. The priest shouted loudly that they were beginning to draw up a magical contract. Burr was surprised by the words about a magical contract, because he had never heard of it before, while Elda smiled happily. Elsa told the priest to begin, and Burr nervously began to look around and wanted to apologize. But it was too late, because the priest had already begun to cast spells and perform the ritual. A magical ball appeared above Elda and Burr, symbolizing the air ritual. Burr looked in surprise at what was happening, and how the magic ball began to descend on them. When the magic ball was very close, Burr thought it looked very much like a magic attack. Suddenly, the magic ball broke and headed toward Princess Elda. The other part headed toward Burr's subordinate, who wanted to move away but couldn't. Surprised, Burr looked at himself and saw that there was nothing on his body and he felt no pain. Burr asked Elda what had happened, because she had not told him about the magic ritual before. Elda, ignoring Burr, asked the priest if it had worked, and the priest replied that everything was fine. Folding her hands, Elda decided to see if it had worked, and asked Burr if he was expecting the same thing she was. The priest began to get nervous and said that this could not be done, but Burr did not understand what had just happened. Suddenly, Burr felt incredible pain and fell to the ground, frightening Elda. Burr lay on the ground and could only scream in pain and was completely unable to move. The priest began to shout for Princess Elda to stop because Burr was in great pain. Opening her eyes, Elda asked Burr if he thought this was funny. The priests were frightened by Elda's actions as she did not release the spell, and Burr was still screaming in pain. The priest begged Elda to stop, while she looked contentedly at Burr, who was suffering. Satisfied, Elda said that this was how it should be, and that she had been waiting for this for a very long time. The priest angrily yelled at Elda, and then she stopped, and said that she would now end Burr's suffering. Calming down, the priest said that a spell of restriction had been cast on Burr, and a spell of law had been cast on Elda. Handing Elda a scroll, the priest said that it was a list of things Elda should not do. Disappointed, Elda took the scroll from the priest and thought it was unnecessary hassle. Then Elda began to approach Burr, who was no longer screaming in pain, but was coming to his senses. Burr did not understand what had happened, or how it could have happened at all. Elida put her foot on Burr's head and asked him how he liked her new abilities, which frightened the priest again. Elda joyfully said that no matter how hard Burr tried, nothing would work, and now she was curious to know how he felt now that he was bound to her forever. But Burr just looked at her in fear. That evening, Elda went out onto the castle tower and looked out over her hometown at night. Turning around, Elda asked if her interlocutor had forgotten that Ere was forbidden to contact any of her family members. It was the first prince who told Elda that he had come to pray to the goddess for his sister, and Elda said ironically that this sister was probably not her. But the first prince decided to ask Elda if she was really sure she could survive such an adventure. Elda confidently told the first prince that it would certainly not be easier than being sent to another land as a bride. Disappointed, the first prince said that if he had known this would happen, he would not have allowed anyone to teach Elda how to wield a sword, and Elda turned away from him and said that she could feel his disappointment in her action. Calmly, the first prince asked Elda why she did not want to go with the flow of life, which outraged Elda. The first prince explained that, although her fiancé was young, he was diligent and open-minded, and his country was so devoted that it had never disobeyed their orders, and Elda knew this. The first prince went on to say that, as a result, both her fiancé and his country would bow down before Elda, making her the true ruler. And although this was primarily a political agreement between countries, the first prince and his father were trying to find a better environment for Elda. The first prince asked Elda to accept her duties and privileges of royal family life and live happily in good circumstances. The first prince asked Elda why she had chosen such a difficult path, and Elda asked the first prince why she should become like her mother and just go with the flow. Elida told the first prince that he spoke well and that she had nothing to say, but if she did as the prince and her father wanted, she would be able to control the whole country according to their instructions. But now, Elda said that the first prince and her father would not be able to command her because she would live as she wished and would not repeat her mother's fate. The first prince told Elda that he and their father loved her and that all decisions were made for her sake. When the first prince approached Elda, she confidently said that he was lying to her. Turning to the first prince, Elda said that lies cannot be called love. Then the first prince could not argue with Elda, so she left, and the first prince remained alone on the balcony. Meanwhile, Nusara and her friends were sitting in the gladiatorial arena. Nusara said that this was their last test, and Elfie asked why she needed a fire, because the black-haired man was too bright. The Indians said that they had no choice. Nusara announced that Princess Elda's subordinate, Burr, possessed iron chain. Remembering Bear, Nusara said that with the help of a magic stone, Bear controls the iron chains more accurately, and they should remember that. Nusara emphasized that they should dodge Bear's attacks because his chains give him strength. Nusara said that Burr is a good fighter in both close and long-range combat, and is also very fast. Nusara said that she only had a guess, but she believed that Burr's chains were created with magic to give him such good control, which meant that Burr had put a lot of effort into reaching his current level. Nusara continued by saying that Bear's chains are like trained snakes, so they should be vigilant, and the elf asked if an ordinary subordinate could be a formidable opponent, because they haven't even started yet, and Nusara is already scaring them. Nusara said that she had seen Burr with her own eyes, so she disagreed, but the elf objected because she did not consider Burr to be one of the most revered, and Nusara was simply intimidating them. The bullman happily said that there was no need to worry about Burr's subordinate. The bullman turned to the elf sister and said that there was no better fighter than him in the eastern region. But the black-haired man said that the elf Sullivan was right, and asked the bullman to be more careful, because last time, he almost failed the job. Nusara told the bullman, Belmano, that it was enough to play around, and that he needed to stick close to Bear, and not lose sight of him, and Belmano understood her. While Nusara was dealing with Elda, it was necessary for everyone else to keep Bear away from her, and Belmano received the order, and said to trust him. Sullivan would help from a medium distance, but she must not forget that she could not hurt Elda. Sullivan said that her arrows should not be underestimated, and asked if everything was too easy. Turning to the black-haired man, Cherova, Nusara said that he should not interfere in the fight and keep a safe distance, and Cherova clarified that he would again earn money just by sitting in place. Nusara said that the Indians do, and Nana would be near Belmano, and if anyone lost consciousness, they would continue the work. Then Nusara said that Goldan the shooter had a special role, which caught Goldan's attention. Pointing to Goldan, Nusara said that as soon as he pulled the trigger, the whole city would probably hear him, so Gul'dan should only shoot in 2 cases. The first case is a warning shot for enemies who might interfere with them, and the second case is if it is necessary to destroy Bara to protect one of their comrades. Nusara said that this was correct, so they needed to decide what to do after the shot in 3 minutes, because they would either leave the mission or give it their all to make it in time. Gesturing with her hands, Nusara said that their mission was to retrieve Princess Elda's belongings, and if Bear was still alive, they would have to destroy him. She reminded them to be careful of their surroundings, and once they gathered at the designated location, the mission would be complete. Gul'dan said that they had a good plan, and Selwyn asked if Nusara had forgotten anything. Selwyn said that they still did not know where Elda and Burr would go, so Selwyn asked why they were making such a plan, and Nusara asked Selwyn if she really thought that she had not thought of anything. Turning to the Indian Du, Nusara asked him to begin, and Bomano told Du that he was their trump card. Gul'dan asked what the advantages were in him not having told them anything yet, and Selwyn asked what the newcomer Du could do. The Indian Du asked everyone not to talk about what they were about to see, and began to sprinkle something into the fire. When the flames turned green, Du began to recite a spell in a language unknown to his companion. While Du shouted the spell, the others were delighted with his abilities, but some were concerned that he was raging too much. However, Nusara explained that Du needed chaos for everything to work out. Looking at her companions, Nusara said that she had met Do on one of her missions. While Do was concentrating on his spell, the others paid attention to him, but listened to Nusara's story. Recalling the past, Nusara said that Do had the ability to see the future, and when Do opened his eyes, they turned white. Surprised, Gul'dan suspected Do's abilities, and Selwyn knew that this was a very rare skill. With his white eyes, Du looked into the fire and cast a spell to see the future. In the fire, Du saw Elda and Burr running away but not fighting, and next to them, he saw a statue that resembled a warrior, holding a spear in one hand and a sword in the other. Belmano asked if this place was nearby, and Shirova replied that she believed it was a statue erected in the southeast square in honor of the Queen's feat of uniting the South. Du said that was wonderful and that they were halfway there. When Do was about to hurry on, Gul'dan addressed him and caught his attention. Gul'dan asked Du what their fate was and whether they would succeed in their adventure. Du explained that, unfortunately, his power did not work on himself or his close friends, and that he was only a novice and could only see the future of his goal. Belmano couldn't believe that Du already considered them close friends, and Shirova asked him to calm down. Becoming nervous, Du wanted to argue, but Gul'dan stopped him, saying that Belmano was always like that, and it was not worth reacting, while Selovan began to shout that they had frightened Do. Meanwhile, the fake heirs gathered in the church, and Elda and Bear hid somewhere. The priest said that the first test was to escape from the Holy Land, which would begin with the sound of a bell. The priest explained to the disguised people that, as they had been told earlier, they were bait. The priest said that more bandits had gathered than they had expected, because Princess Elda would be going instead of Prince Elok, and because of this, many wanted to get the treasure, and also Princess Elda to take her away. The priest continued, saying that if the fake heirs could hold out in this chase for at least half an hour, they would receive half of the remaining amount of their reward. Then the priest announced that it was time for the fake heirs to go to the city. Sadly, the priest watched them leave and wished them luck, as he did the real heirs. Behind the priest, 2 dark shadows emerged, and it was not immediately clear who they were. But they were the real heir, Princess Elsa and her subordinate Burr, and they were ready to leave. Without hiding their faces, Elda and Bear ran through the streets of her hometown. Without stopping, Elda and Bear moved forward until they met no one on their way. Suddenly, someone next to Bear and Elda shouted that they had seen the heir, but it did not concern them. A little tired, Elda smiled and said that the fake heir was not a bad decoy. The bandits wondered if Princess Elda could look like that, but they didn't believe she was real. The fake heir was ready for battle and joked that she was indeed Princess Elda, but instead scared her partner. More people than they expected attacked the other fake heirs, which made them nervous. But the fake heirs did not want to give up, although they were surprised that so many people had come out to hunt for heirs. Some bandits, when they realized they had found the fake heir, immediately ran away and tried to find the real ones. Meanwhile, Princess Elsa and Burr had fled far enough from their starting point. Burr, meanwhile, was nervous and wondered what to do next. Remembering what had happened in the cathedral, Burr thought about the pain he felt, and thought that it could not be endured just like that. When Elda casts a spell on Bear, the spell activates and he cannot even move a finger. But in his mind, Bear thought he still had a chance to be free. While they were running, Burr thought about a plan of action to get out of this situation. Bear thought that perhaps, without a gesture or words, Elda would not be able to use the spell. and Burr would not forget how he had messed up with this spell. In his mind, Bear thought that as soon as Elda lost her concentration, he would tie her hand. Burr wanted to force Elda to remove the spell with threats and keep threatening her until she agreed. But if this option didn't work for Burr, he needed another way out. Nervously, Burr thought that if the threats didn't work, he would have to destroy Elda. Suddenly, Elda called out to Burr, and he snapped out of his thoughts and asked her what she wanted. With a smile, Elda said that the back of her head hurt, which told her that Burr had come up with an escape plan, but Burr immediately began to deny everything. Confidently, Burr said that he had sworn allegiance to Elda and was eternally devoted to her, and also said that the magical contract had nothing to do with it, and that he had immediately decided to follow Elda to the end. Turning away, Burr thought to himself that such a good plan had failed, and wondered whether he should destroy Elda right now. Elda happily said that she was proud of Burr, and as a gift, she would tell him some information. Elsa told Bear that if the owner of the magical contract was destroyed, then the signatory would also be destroyed. Elsa explained that if they destroyed her, Burr would also meet his end. These words terrified Burr, and he began to sweat profusely and become very nervous. In shock, Burr couldn't believe Elda's words because it meant that his plans were impossible to carry out. Suddenly, a bandit appeared behind Elda and Beru and noticed that they were standing and talking. The bandit shouted that he had found Air and added that there was a man and a woman here. Elida and Burr saw bandits approaching them, shouting at them to stop. Then Elda happily pointed at the bandits approaching them. Elida announced that this was a job for Bear, and he took out his iron chain for battle. But Bear didn't care about the bandits because he couldn't stop thinking about Elda's words about the contract. Before Burr and Elda set off on their journey, Burr said goodbye to his friends. Burr apologized to his friends for not being able to go with them, and Mola Heng said that they were very grateful to Burr. Burr whispered to his friends that they would meet at the designated place, and his friends understood him. Emol wished Bear well, and Heng asked why Burr was so gloomy. Barrow told Bear not to overdo it, and Bear told his friends to be careful too. Then Burr's friends went to the city, and now their lives were free and Burr waved goodbye to them. Returning to the present, Bear had already destroyed his enemies and was thinking about what to do next. In his thoughts, Bear asked his friends what he should do next after what he had learned. But Elda just looked at Bear happily, smiling and knowing that he was confused. After a while, Elda and Bear continued to run to get out of the city, fleeing from the gaze of strangers. In his thoughts, Burr tried to come up with a new plan, but did not know how to get out now. Looking at Elda, Burr thought that even if he tied her up and prevented her from casting the spell, it could be dangerous for him too. If Elda was destroyed, he would be destroyed too, but Bear wondered if he would really have to protect Elda for the rest of his life, and if he had any other options. Suddenly, Elda yelled at Burr and told him to stop daydreaming, and asked if he couldn't see that enemies were running towards them. The enemies recognized Princess Elda and wanted to capture her, so they sped up. As if worried about Bear, Elda asked if he was tired, and asked if he needed help. Surprised and nervous, Burr looked at Elda, not understanding if she was joking, but gathering his strength, Burr ran forward and shouted to Elda that she should stay safe. Gathering his strength in his iron chain and fist, Burr was ready to attack the enemies. As if in flight, Burr destroyed all enemies in his path thanks to his incredible strength. As he destroyed his enemies, Burr looked like a wild beast destroying its prey. When the enemy archers saw Burr's strength, they thought he was crazy and prepared their arrows. The archers decisively shot their arrows at Burr with the desire to destroy him. But with burning eyes, Burr was ready for this, and deftly dodged the arrows. When Bear destroyed the archers, one of the enemies said maliciously that he did not want to upset him, but they were only bait. And then Burr turned to Princess Elda, and saw that enemies were attacking her from the mountain of houses. One of the enemies shouted that now they had found their beloved Princess Elda, whom they had been looking for. The second enemy told his comrade that they needed to capture Princess Elda, and see if she would remain lovely. In a panic, Burr began to shout at the enemies not to touch Elda, but no matter how fast he ran towards her, he knew he would not make it in time. In his mind, Bear realized that he was too far away from Elda. The enemies shouted to Elda that it would hurt a little as they prepared to attack her. But Elda saw the enemies from above and began to take out the sword and shield of Ere that she had received. Although the enemies attacked unexpectedly, Elda was able to repel their attacks and protect herself. After Burr saw Elda's abilities, he couldn't believe his eyes that she was capable of such things. Elsa even managed to destroy one enemy, and the other decided not to take Elsa prisoner, but simply to destroy her. But Elda easily destroyed the second enemy as well. Not even with her sword, but with her shield. Approaching Elda, Burr was surprised that Elda could fight so well. But Elda's hands were shaking, and in her mind, Elda realized that she was not used to hurting people. In her thoughts, Elda thanked her general who had trained her in the future. Recalling the past, Elda thought about her training with the general on the streets of the castle. Elda was a determined fighter who fought hard even against her general. During the fights, it was the general who announced when their training was over. The general told Elda that this was enough, although it would please experienced robbers, and Elda clarified with the general that he did not only catch robbers with his technique. The general said that Elda would soon have to flee the castle and asked if she could handle it. Concerned for Elda, the general asked who would teach her and emphasized that she needed to be confident, because if Elda showed weakness in battle, she would be destroyed. Elda said that Burr would be with her, so there was no need to worry because there would be no serious problems. The general said that such thoughts would only create problems for Elda, and Elda was surprised. The general sternly emphasized that when danger catches up with them, Burr may not be around, and then everything will depend solely on Elda's action. The general reminded Elda that he had told her before that in the most difficult times, they are always alone, and therefore Elda can only trust herself. With a smile, Elda said that the general was right and that she would remember his words. After laughing a little, the general said that even after such conversations, he was still worried about Elda. Elda happily recalled that she was a little girl when she asked the general to train her. Immersed in her memories, Elda recalled how the general had accepted her and taught her everything he knew, so she thanked the general. Princess Elda's words brought tears to the general's eyes. Elsa asked the general why he was crying, and he replied that it was the first time he had seen Elsa so sincere. Then the general said decisively that the most important thing remained, which surprised Elda. Taking off his jacket, the general said that it would be a gift for Elda. At that moment, Elda became angry and asked the general if he had lost his mind. But the general explained that it was not what it seemed to him, that he felt the energy of an evil dragon coming from Elda. The general decided to explain to Elda that she needed to strike him with her sword. Elsa asked the general why she should hurt someone for fun and said that his jokes had gone too far. Waving his finger, the general told Elda that this was no joke. The general explained that when Elda wounded an enemy for the first time, the emotions that followed could be dangerous for her battle. That is why it was important for Elda to learn how to wound another person. And the general explained that if she did not suppress these emotions, it could shock her when she had to destroy another person during her first exam. After listening to the general's words, Elda began to understand why this was necessary, since the general did not have time to teach Elda this using a subordinate. The general had no choice but to sacrifice his own body, but Elda shouldn't worry because there was a doctor nearby. The general kindly explained that he had to take off his t-shirt because it was quite expensive and he didn't want to ruin it. Elda said maliciously that he didn't need to explain that. Decisively throwing away his shirt, the general ordered Elda to attack, but Elda asked the general to wait. The general said that Elda was too kind, but she would still have to do it. But Elda said that was not the point. Elsa asked the general to turn his back to her, thinking that would be better. Then the frightened general turned around, and was no longer so confident in his action. In his mind, the general thought that Elda would not want to do this, and that he would change the option to a cow or a horse. But Elda was determined. Then the general thought that he should not have been so confident. The general thought that he should have brought a cow, and if Elda was sure to strike, the general began to worry. Turning around, the general wanted to tell Elda to strike more slowly, and when he turned around, he wanted to command her. But by then, Elda had already swung her sword across the general's back and struck. The blow was so fast that the general did not immediately understand what had happened. In pain, the general immediately called for a doctor, who immediately began to treat him. Aelita leaned over the general, which made him wonder if she was worried about him, and Aelita asked the general how he felt about her blow. The general said that Elda's blow was perfect, even though she had no experience, and asked how Elda was feeling. Looking at her hand, Elda said that it was still shaking, and that she had never felt anything like it before. The general calmly explained that Elda would eventually get used to such situations and stop feeling anything at all. Looking at Elda, the general said that many lives would depend on her hand. The general asked Elda to always remember her responsibility, and to use her sword only to protect those who were on the right path, and Elda said that she would remember the general's words forever. In the present, Elda dealt with the enemies who attacked her, and she and Beer continued on their way. Burr asked Elda something, but because they were running, she couldn't hear him. But Beru was curious how long Elda had been so skilled with the sword. Elsa replied that she had started training with a sword the day after they first met. This surprised Burr, and Elda asked him not to look at her strangely. As Elda and Burr ran, Elda thought they were halfway there, but something caught her attention. Elda immediately called out to Burr, and he saw what had surprised her on their way. There stood Nusara and her team, waiting for Elda and Bear, thinking they weren't strong opponents. At that moment, Elda realized that something was wrong and suspected that they had set a trap for them. Belmano immediately decided to go ahead and fight, but Nusara told him not to be so cocky. Elsa hinted to Bear to move forward, and Burr did so. Belmano confidently asked Burr if he was one of the Brave 10, and that he liked that. Belmano decisively declared that he would destroy Bear with one blow so that he would not suffer. And then Bear approached Belmano without retreating, ready to strike. Burr quickly dodged Belmano's blow and struck him himself. With his powerful blow, Burr knocked Belmano back, causing him to lose his balance. But that didn't stop Burr, and he continued to strike Belmano. With his strength, Burr knocked Belmano down, and he lost consciousness. Burr knew that Belmano would not get up soon, but there were other opponents left. Looking around at his opponents, Burr saw that Selavin was moving along the wall, while the other three were running straight towards him. Seeing that Selavin was holding 2 arrows, Burr realized that she could shoot 2 arrows at once. The Indian Dew had an axe and a dagger that were clearly made of iron, and Bear saw no worthy opponent in Cherokee. Bear assessed Nusara as an unarmed woman, but she had good muscles, and from her movements, Bear realized that she was a good fighter. Nusara yelled at Belmano, warning him not to be so cocky. As she released her arrows, Selovin shouted at Bear to try her arrows. Both of Selovin's arrows had different trajectories, but flew straight at Burr. But even without using his chains, Bear deftly dodged the arrows. But Selovin used the 2 arrows as a diversionary tactic because her goal was to get closer to Burr. Then Selovin used her special skill and sent a rapid-fire arrow at Burr. And just when Selwyn thought she had caught Bear at the last moment with her iron chain, he deflected her rapid-fire arrow. Then Selavin retreated from Bear and was surprised by his quick reaction. Selavin began to shout that their forces were not equal to Burr's and that it annoyed her, while the Indian Dew realized that Burr was using his chains for both attack and defense. Dew realized that Burr had good reflexes and that it would be no easy task for the leader to get close to Princess Elda. When Dew saw that Burr was preparing his chains, he warned Nusara to be careful. But suddenly Belmano grabbed Bear by the leg, which surprised him greatly because he thought he was out of commission. While Burr knocked Belmano out again, Elda suddenly shouted at Burr. Unexpectedly, Burr raised his head to see what was happening. While Bear was distracted, Nusara deftly slipped past him and rushed to Elda. Then Selavin and Doe attacked Bear, while Nusara ran to Elda. Bear didn't know what to do. Although Burr deftly dodged Dew and Selavin's attacks, he was worried about Elda. Bear wanted to run to defend Elda, but he was blocked by Selavin's arrows, who was frustrated that she couldn't hit Burr. Very quickly, Nusara almost reached Elda and was ready to attack her. Nusara jumped at Elda, and Elda raised the air shield to defend herself. The blow was very strong, but Air's shield was strong and protected Elda. When Elda wanted to strike Nusara, she nimbly jumped back away from Elda. Not far from Elda, Nusara landed on the ground, gathering her thoughts. Turning to Elda, Nusara apologized for their meeting taking place under such circumstances, but she asked Elda to give them all her possessions and emphasized that she was asking this with sincere politeness. Elsa said that this was nonsense and that bandits like Nusara knew nothing about kindness. With a smile, Nusara said that Elda was capable of rudeness, which she even liked. Since they were both in a hurry, Nusara decided to continue the fight and get down to business. At high speed, Nusara ran towards Elda to attack. But Elda was not afraid of her, and using Air's weapon, she was ready for battle. Meanwhile, not far away, the archer Goldan watched everything, holding his rifle at the ready. Looking at Burr, Goldan decided that he was really just a child. Lost in thought, Goldan recalled their evening with friends as they prepared for the mission. Sitting with Nusara, Goldan decided to ask her some questions about their work. Goldu asked Nusara how to stop others from approaching them, because Goldu did not quite understand everything, as Nusara had not told them anything, for example, where she had obtained the information, but they knew where they would appear, and whether it would be better to destroy Beer immediately. Putting down her glass, Nusara said that she thought she had told him everything, and explained that Goldan was a backup plan, because when everyone around heard the shot, they would rush to him, and if they destroyed Bera, Elda would escape and the mission would be lost. Nusara also wanted to tell Goldan something else. Raising her glass, Nusara said that Bear was strong, and she didn't want to put Goldan in danger. And remembering that Goldan would soon retire, it would be better for him to end his career on a high note. Banging on the table, Goldan said that this was nonsense, and that Bear would not even be able to make his clothes sway. Nusara laughed and said that she knew Goldan's abilities, but Nusara said that, in any case, they are all against Burr, so Goldan should trust his comrades and Nusara's plan. Goldan said decisively that if any of them were in danger, he would shoot without hesitation, and if the fight dragged on, Goldan would shoot too. Nusara asked Gul'dan if he was sure he could handle it, because Burr was strong. Gul'dan said viciously that he would shoot. Golodon kept his sights on Burr, and told his friends from a distance to hurry, because their time was running out and the gold in their hands was slipping away. Meanwhile, Burr fought with Do and Sullivan, while Cherov helped Belmano. Burr thought that the whole situation was some kind of curse, and it was even difficult for him to fight. In his mind, Burr understood that Do was not a very difficult opponent for him. The problem for Burr was Sullivan because her accuracy was very good, and Burr understood that. Burr wanted to see how Elda was doing, and how her difficult fight was going. Burr decisively struck Do, but he deftly dodged the blows. When an opportunity opened up, Burr glanced in Elda's direction to check on her, but Do opened up for Burr, and he decisively aimed his dagger at Burr. Turning around, Burr saw Do's knife flying towards him and had little time to dodge. Then Do decided to use an iron axe on Burr as well and swung it. Seeing Do's actions, Burr thought he should calm down because he had been in such situations before. But in Do's eyes, Burr saw only malice and a desire to show his strength. Burr gathered himself and used his iron chain to defend himself from Do. Do's iron axe stopped at Burr's chain, so he was unable to strike. Burr kicked Do in the stomach, surprising Do with his strength. Do realized that Burr had skillfully adjusted the length of the iron chain to protect himself from Do's axe. But Ko did not expect Burr to be so fast and have such good reflexes, because all his actions happen in an instant. Do did not want to give up, and no matter what, wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to destroy Burr. But when he thought about it, Burr hit him. At that moment, Do remembered Sullivan and wondered what she was doing and why she wasn't shooting. Do shouted at Sullivan to shoot, but Sullivan thought that Do was preventing her from hitting Burr and shouted at him, asking how she could shoot Burr in his position. Sullivan yelled at Do to hold Burr tighter, and she would try to hit Burr. But when Burr heard Sullivan's words, he abruptly threw Do right at Sullivan. Although Sullivan did not expect this, she deftly dodged Do and remained on her feet. From a lying position, Burr took a step back and was already standing on his own 2 feet. Just then, Sullivan's arrow flew to the place where he had been lying without hitting Burr. Concerned, Sullivan asked Do how he was feeling, and Do replied that he was fine. Nervous, Do thought about how to hit Burr and catch him if he didn't make any mistakes, realizing that Burr had good skills. Looking at her friends, Nusara felt sorry for them in her thoughts while fighting Elda. When Nusara lost her focus, Elda struck her with her sword, but at the last moment, Nusara dodged. To Nusara's surprise, Elda was able to wound her. Elda thought that until Nusara lost her vigilance, attacking her would be useless, and Elda asked Nusara if she really thought she was weak, and that was why she was distracted by everything. With a smile, Nusara said that her subordinate, Bear, had been almost destroyed, but Elda didn't even blink. Elda replied to Nusara that pathetic hooligans were no problem for Burr. When Elda called them pathetic hooligans, it began to annoy Nusara. Then Nusara licked her wound and told Elda that she had a talent for angering people. Elda proudly said that even her royal family recognized this talent of hers and claimed that she was good at making people lose their temper. Then Nusara ran at Elda viciously and shouted that she needed to be taught a lesson, but Elda also wanted to fight. Meanwhile, Cherov helped Belmano and, thanks to magic, brought him to his senses. As soon as he woke up, Belmano asked how things were going, and Cherovi said that the fight was not over yet. Belmano was curious how he could return to the fight. Worried, Cherovi said it would take 6 minutes, but Belmano asked him to do it in 3 minutes. Cherovi laughed and said that Belmano was asking too much with such a shaky hand. But still, Cherov told Belmano that he would try to get him back into the fight as soon as possible. Meanwhile, the shooter Gul'dan counted the minutes until he should shoot Burr. Other gangsters were already running around the city, also wanting to attack Elda, and that was bad for everyone. Other bandits searched every corner of the streets for Elda and Burr. Some of the bandits already understood that they were not searching the area where Elda and Burr were fighting. In his mind, Gul'dan asked his friends to hurry because they had little time left. At that moment, Do saw Burr attacking, twisting his iron chains, and Sullivan couldn't believe her eyes. Approaching Sullivan and Do, Burr tried to come up with a plan of what to do in such a situation. In his mind, Burr knew that in the first scenario, if he turned away from Sullivan and Do and rushed to Elda's aid, the chance of him being destroyed would increase. In the second option, Burr thought to move with his back to Elda so that he could keep an eye on Do and Sullivan's attacks, but they should not be allowed to get too close to Elda. Burr understood that Do and Sullivan could also attack Elda, and he shouldn't create a small group. In the third scenario, Bear looked at Nusara and knew that she was a martial arts master and thought that they would not destroy Elda. And when Bear saw Elda's skills, he knew that they were not strong, but she would be able to hold out. And Burr decided that he would first deal with Do and Sullivan and then run to Elda's aid. Then Burr struck the enemies, and Selwyn shouted at Do to defend himself. Before he could retreat, Bear immediately launched another attack on Do, and Do noticed that Burr had changed the pace of the fight. When Bear struck Do, he was able to defend himself, but Do knew that he would not be able to withstand a second such blow. With his other chain, Bear aimed at Sullivan to defend himself from the arrows. When Sullivan was about to release the arrow, Bear knocked it out of the bow. In her mind, Sullivan understood that Burr was getting into the spirit of this fight. Do thought about changing his tactics from defense to offense, but Burr had already aimed his chain at him. But Bear did not stop and moved his chain very quickly while Sullivan and Do dodged the attacks. Nervous, Sullivan began to wonder what Nusara was doing because their time was running out. Do realized that they needed to buy time for their leader, Nusara, and delay Bear. But Do was nervous and realized that this might not be enough and that there might be no choice but to trust Golden. While Do and Sullivan were thinking, Burr did not change his attack tactics and fought with iron chains. Meanwhile, Golden focused intently on Burr and did not take his eyes off. But Bear also understood that if he delayed any longer, Nusari would capture Elda. Although Bear understood that he could not leave until he had dealt with Sullivan and Do. And then Goldan knew that time was almost up and prepared his weapon to fire. Meanwhile, Elda fought with Nusara and tried to strike her while Nusara dodged. But Elda still managed to wound Nusara, albeit not severely, and Elda was glad that she was able to get to her. Looking at Nusara, Elda thought that Nusara was much stronger than the other robbers, and if Elda's blows were hitting her, then her training with real adventurers had paid off. But Nusara seemed to read Elda's thoughts and said them aloud, asking if that was what she was thinking. This greatly surprised Elda, who was still holding her sword to attack Nusara. Nusara said that her thoughts were written on her face and asked Elda what she should do now. Nusara nervously said that, jokes aside, they didn't have much time, and said that since Elda had struck first, she shouldn't complain if she got hurt. Irritated, Elda asked Nusara if she had been holding back all this time. Nusara confidently told Elda that she didn't want to get hurt in a fight on Elda's terms, and that if Elda knew them better, she would understand that they were just hired adventurers and not some kind of hooligans or robbers. Laughing, Elda told Nusara that enough was enough and it was time to fight. Nusara quickly ran towards Elda with a powerful swing to strike her, but Elda skillfully dodged Nusara's attacks and swung her sword herself. When Nusara changed the trajectory of her blows, Elda used her shield. In her mind, Elda wondered if it hurt Nusara to hit the iron shield with her bare foot. When Nusara took a step back, Elda decided that now was her time to attack. Nusara realized that Elda's blows were becoming more powerful and did not allow Elda to land them. Elda watched Nusara and realized that she was too fast in her movements. Nusara thought that Elda knew the basic skills and that this compensated for her lack of knowledge, but Nusara knew that Elda would not be able to break through with skills alone because she would not be able to parry every attack. She wanted to focus her attacks from above and then unexpectedly strike from below, thinking that Elda would fall. But to Nusara's surprise, her attack did not work, and she did not immediately understand why. Looking at the blow from below, Nusara saw that Elda had a shield over her body, and then Elda decided to strike Nusara, and Nusara was angry at Elda in her thoughts. At that moment, a shot rang out from the top of the house where Goldan was sitting because their time was running out. The arrow flew swiftly across Do and headed for Burr, who was fighting two enemies. Quietly, under his breath, Goldan said goodbye to Bear and told him to save himself. Sullivan began to yell at Do not to just stand there watching, but to finish off Bear. Nusara turned around with satisfaction and said that this was the end for them. Elda was terrified. In shock, Princess Elda began to shout Bear's name, while the bandits rejoiced in their victory. When Elda fearfully called out to Bear, she only saw him fall to his feet. Determined, Do wanted to finish Bear off, swung his axe, and wished Burr sweet dreams. But to everyone's surprise, Burr struck Do in the stomach, so his attack failed. Goldan, who was sitting on the roof, was surprised that Bear was still alive and did not understand how it happened. Nervous, Goldan couldn't believe his eyes because he knew he had shot him right in the heart and suspected that Bear had armor. But that wasn't possible either because his shot would have undoubtedly pierced it. When Bear finished with the Indian, he turned his attention to Sullivan, who was frightened by Bear's gaze. Nervously, Sullivan had already decided in her mind that Burr had been killed, so she came too close. but she realized that things were not looking good for her. Before she could reload a new arrow, Burr was already next to Sullivan, ready to strike. In her mind, Sullivan understood what was about to happen and apologized to her friend. Then Burr kicked Sullivan to knock her off balance and prevent her from getting up quickly. Sullivan lost consciousness and flew away from Bear's blow and could not move. Meanwhile, Elda thought happily about how unpredictable Bear was, and she was very glad that he was all right. But when Elda was distracted, Nusara struck Elda's magical armor again. This blow destroyed Elda's physical shield, leaving her without armor. In her thoughts, Nusara remembered that after the shot, they had 3 minutes left, so Nusara shouted to Elda that it was time to finish. Hearing Nusara's cries, Bear asked Elda how she was and was ready to go to her aid. But then Gul'dan loaded the next bullet and began to aim at Burr again. When the shot was fired, Burr seemed to read Gul'dan's actions and, thanks to his chains, deflected Gul'dan's bullets. Then Gul'dan realized how Burr managed to survive, and he was annoyed by her and Burr's abilities. Although Burr could defend himself, he was worried about what would happen to Elda because he needed to defend himself from the bullets and couldn't go to Elda right now. Then Elda shouted at Burr to grab Gul'dan's shooter immediately. Elsa explained to Beru that if Gul'dan wasn't shooting at her, it meant they needed her alive. Elsa told Beru that she would deal with Nusara and ordered Beru to take care of the last enemy and return. Burr did not expect such an order from Elda and wondered if everything would be all right. But Elda smiled at Bear, showing him that she was fine and there was no need to worry. Then Burr decisively ran in the other direction to Gul'dan, carrying out Elda's order. Meanwhile, Nusara realized that Elda was smart and knew how to analyze the situation. In her thoughts, Nusara understood that Elda wanted to send Bear after her, and that this would be problematic, so Nusara thought about what to do. Then Nusara struck Elda hard on the leg and decided it was time to end the fight. Elida did not expect another blow to her leg and had to take a step back from Nusara. When Nusara noticed this, she watched Elda's reaction very closely. After that, Nusara decided to deliver another blow to Elda's inner thigh. It was clear from Elda's face that she was in pain, but Elda was not going to give up and wanted to take revenge on Nusara. Nusara was satisfied, remembering that they had 2 minutes left, but she saw that she was able to hit Elda. While Burr ran towards Gul'dan, Gul'dan aimed at him and thought that Burr was not an easy opponent. But analyzing Burr, Gul'dan realized that the way Burr defended himself showed that his defense did not cover his entire body. Changing his plan, Gul'dan shot Bear in the leg to knock him down and stop him. In his mind, Gul'dan was already celebrating victory, thinking he had managed to knock Bear off his feet. Although the bullet left a mark on Bear's clothes, for him, it was like a normal blow, so Bear ran forward. In his mind, Gul'dan did not understand what was happening to Bear's body and why his bullets were not working. Then Gul'dan decided to hide, but decided that he would return for Boar. When Bear saw that Gul'dan was hiding, he didn't want to let that happen and sped up. To prevent Gul'dan from escaping, he swung his chains to catch him. When Bear caught hold of him, he mentally commanded the chains to spin, and the chains seemed to glow. Thanks to the chain and magic, Burr began to spin around the fountain in the center. When Burr gained enough speed, he unhooked his chain and flew forward. Then Burr found himself on the roof, where he saw Gul'dan, who was still hiding there. When Gul'dan saw Burr, he did not understand how he had gotten there so quickly. Burr jumped on Gul'dan, preparing to strike him with the chain that remained on one of his hands. With a very strong blow, Bear struck the roof of the building where Gul'dan was sitting. But Gul'dan was agile, and even though the building was falling, he landed safely. But to Gul'dan's surprise, the building continued to fall on his head, and he held on to his hat. Safely escaping from the falling building, Gul'dan breathed a sigh of relief. Nervously, Gul'dan said that when the bear was chasing him, he wasn't so scared. But behind Gul'dan stood Burr, looking at him, and Gul'dan took out a knife. Frightened, Gul'dan told Bear that until that day, he had never thought that a hunter would feel like prey. Meanwhile, other bandits were approaching the center, also wanting to attack Elda and Burr. The bandits' attention was drawn to the building that Burr had destroyed, and they hurried there. But a man in a black cloak stood in the bandits' way, and they ordered him to leave. The man in the cloak and mask said that it was time to get rid of the unwanted pests. Meanwhile, Nusara had already struck Elda 7 times in the legs, but Elda was still able to stand. In her thoughts, Elda did not remember ever feeling such pain, but something else was more important, and that was Elda's leg, because she could not move it. But Elda knew that if she stopped, the fight would be over, and she could be destroyed. And when Elda tried to strike Nusara, she couldn't hit her. In her thoughts, Nusara understood that Elda had no strength left, and that it was difficult for Elda due to the lack of support from her legs. Thinking, Nusara realized that this was the end of their fight and that she would defeat Elda. Then Nusara raised her leg to deliver another blow to Elda's legs. In her mind, Elda was ready and wanted to take the blow so that she could then attack Nusara's leg. But to Elda's surprise, Nusara struck her in the face. And while Elda was thinking, Nusara struck Elda in the face again, but this time with her foot. When Nusara struck Elda, Elda couldn't take it and fell to the ground. Looking at the wounded Elda, Nusara decided that Elda would not get up again. Nusara's attention was drawn to the shield of air, which they needed, and she decided to take it. But to Nusara's surprise, she couldn't take the shield and Are's sword because something was in the way. Meanwhile, Burr ran along the walls and fought with Gul'dan, who threw away his rifle and wanted to fight with a knife. But before Gul'dan could attack, Burr destroyed his leg, and Gul'dan fell to the ground, thinking that this would be the end. And apologizing to his friends, Gul'dan asked Burr to kill him quickly. Without showing any emotion, Bear asked Gul'dan why he wanted him to kill him, and asked if Gul'dan wanted to live. This surprised Gul'dan, and when he raised his head, he saw that Bear had walked away from him, and was surprised that Bear had not destroyed him. Breathing calmly, Gul'dan realized that his long-awaited retirement was finally coming. As Burr ran towards Elda, he realized that he was too far away, but if he was still alive, then Elda must be alive too. Meanwhile, when Nusara touched the shield, it was as if she had been struck by electricity, so she could not take Are's weapon. Suddenly, someone shouted her name loudly in Nusara's direction and threw an axe. Catching the axe, Nusara saw that it had been thrown by an Indian named Do, who was standing nearby. Do shouted loudly to Nusara that their time was up and she needed to finish their work. Surprised, Nusara couldn't believe that 3 minutes had already passed and they had to run. Turning to Elda, Nusara thought that according to the plan, she needed to run away to stay alive, but she was in a very advantageous position. In her mind, Nusara did not want to give up, and said to Elda with a malicious look that her hands were more important to her than some shield and sword. Raising her axe toward Elda, Nusara said that Elda was of no interest to them, and that they only wanted the shield and sword. Nusara thought she had scared Elda, but to her surprise, Elda just smiled at her. Elida said that if Bear saw her defeat, she would be ashamed, and in addition, her weapons would be stolen. Nusara shouted at Elda that she was crazy because she would definitely destroy Elda's arm. Tired, Elda said she would resist to the end, so she ordered Nusara to do her job quickly before Bear returned. Swinging her axe, Nusara shouted that she would not be swayed by Elda's lies. But in her heart, Nusara knew that if she destroyed Elda's arm, she would be haunted by the forces of the royal family and the church for the rest of her life. The Indian Du, who was standing behind her, shouted to Nusara to not think about anything and just do her job. Nusara swung and said that Elda would regret it for the rest of her life, but Elda did not want to give up, and suddenly a strange shadow appeared behind Nusara and stopped her axe. Behind Nusara appeared a strange man in a mask and cloak, and the man destroyed Nusara's arm. Du was worried about Nusara while she was in great pain, and the surprised Elda did not understand who this man was and whether he was an ally. The masked man asked Nusara how she could behave like that towards Elda. The masked man pushed Nusara aside with a strong blow so that she would not dirty Elda. Raising his sword, the masked man was ready to destroy Nusara. Lying on the ground, Nusara thought it was a curse, and although she knew that every time she broke the 3-minute rule, it always turned out this way. But suddenly Belmano appeared behind the masked man, rushing towards him to fight. Then the masked man changed the direction of his sword from Nusara to Belmano, who was running towards him. But then the masked man changed the position of his sword to deflect Seloven's arrow, and Seloven was angry again that she couldn't hit anyone. But with a smile, Seloven told Belmano to go ahead. At high speed, Belmano knocked the masked man off his feet and wanted to take him aside. The masked man dropped his sword because he did not expect Belmano to take him so far. The masked man yelled at Belmano, who threatened to smash him against the wall. But finding his footing, the masked man struck Belmano and knocked him unconscious to the ground. When the masked man was done with Belmano, he looked back at Elda to see what was going on and saw the adventurers running away. He asked Nusara how she was, but she did not answer, and Chereva saw how Belmano had been defeated. The masked man thought about destroying them, or simply catching up with them, but changed his mind and decided to stay with Elda. The masked man's mission was to protect Princess Elda, and she was his priority. The masked man approached Elda and asked how she was feeling, and Elda thanked the stranger and said that she was fine. The man in the mask told Elda decisively that he had dealt with the thieves who were nearby, but there were still too many of them and they needed to leave as soon as possible before they reached them. But Elda was curious about who this man was and why he was there. The masked man decided not to answer right away and said that Elda would find out everything when she went with him and held out his hand to her. Meanwhile, Burr saw that their enemies were now fleeing, and Elda was sitting with a strange man. Since Elda was not fighting the man, Burr thought he was an ally. As Burr ran towards Elda, he shouted to ask how she was, and Elda and the masked man turned to look at him. Tired, Elda said that Burr had appeared too quickly after the battle with Goldon, but Elda noticed in time how the masked man was holding his sword tightly, and managed to warn Burr to dodge his attack. The masked man decisively struck Burr in the chest, hitting his body. When the masked man struck Burr, he thought he had destroyed him, but the sword stopped in his clothes. The masked man realized that Burr was hiding something from him, and that he definitely had some kind of protection. Elsa was worried about Burr, but he said he was fine. But the masked man managed to break Burr's chain. In his mind, the masked man thought that Burr was now behaving as a subordinate should, and then Elda realized how Burr had survived Goldon's bullets because there had been iron chains under Burr the whole time. Burr was cautious because of Elda's warning, but he still got hit in the chest, and Burr was surprised that the masked man managed to break such a thick iron chain, and Burr understood that if he hadn't wrapped it around himself more tightly, he would have been destroyed. Not understanding who this man in the mask was, Burr asked Elda who he was and whether he was an enemy. Looking at the masked man, Elda asked him if her second brother had sent him. The masked man was surprised by Elda's analysis, but Elda said that he should not be surprised because if he had been ordered to save her but destroy Burr, then only her second brother could be behind it. The man in the mask sternly asked Elda not to think badly of him because he was only following orders. Meanwhile, Burr thought that the masked man was completely covered and did not know where to strike. And in his mind, Burr understood that he had no right to leave Princess Elda and run away. Burr decisively ran forward to attack the masked man because he had no other choice, and Burr even managed to hit the man. The masked man realized that it might be possible to break free of the iron chains, but Burr had become much faster, and Burr only had talent. Then the masked man began to attack Burr, but he deftly dodged the man's attacks. The masked man praised Burr for his good movement, while Burr was trying to get up. But the man did not wait for Burr to get up, and unexpectedly struck him in the face. While Burr fell to the ground, the masked man said that enough was enough because it was time to end the farce. The masked man told Burr that he hoped that in his next life, he would at least be a commoner. But unexpectedly for the masked man, Elda jumped on him from behind to attack. Although the man did not expect Elda's attack, he was able to dodge it. But he did not understand why Elda was behaving this way. Nervously, Elda asked Burr if he had come to his senses, and Burr said that the man in the mask was very strong. In her mind, Elda didn't care if the masked man had saved them, because if he touched her bear, she would never forgive him. Turning to Burr, Elda said that she had saved him again with a joyful smile. But Burr didn't like that, and didn't want to admit it, so he told Elda that she was talking nonsense. Burr decided that if they hit the man in the mask in the face once, they would have a chance to win. Meanwhile, the female gang member was jumping across the rooftops of buildings in search of Elda and Burr. When she saw Burr and Elda, she recognized them, but didn't understand who the man with them was. But that didn't stop the girl, and she took her horn and summoned all the other gangsters. Many other enemies began to run towards Elda, Burr, and the man in the mask. It was a bad situation for the masked man, and he thought he had destroyed enough of them, but they were still coming, so he didn't have time and had to hurry. Meanwhile, Burr turned to Princess Elda, and she turned to him questioningly. Burr said that the masked man would most likely not do anything serious to her, and asked Elda to take one attack from him. With a smile, Elda was surprised that Burr, her subordinate, was giving orders to his mistress, but she agreed to try. When the masked man approached Burr, he was surprised to see him hiding behind Elda. The masked man then decided to push Elda aside and destroy Burr. The masked man shouted that he deserved to be destroyed for this, and at that moment, struck Elda. Elsa did not expect the masked man to want to push her aside, while Burr was preparing to strike Elsa. In his mind, Burr begged for it all to end, and struck the masked man a powerful blow. Burr was glad that he seemed to have hit him, but in reality, the masked man held his hand and said that he never thought he would meet a subordinate who would hide behind nobility. Burr couldn't believe it, but the masked man said that since Burr had exceeded his expectations, he would respect him a little. The masked man squeezed Burr's hand with incredible force, and Elda shouted at Burr to get up. Suddenly, pieces of ice flew at Burr and the masked man from the side. They did not expect to see ice magic, and the masked man did not understand who it was, while Elda was concerned whether they were enemies or allies. It was the first prince of the kingdom and Elda's brother, who was firing ice magic with a special cannon. Burr recognized the first prince, and Elda did not expect to see her brother Elio. The man in the mask was surprised by the arrival of the first prince, Elio. Then Prince Elio began to aim at the masked man and shoot him with ice. When the other bandits saw the first Prince Elio, they began to flee and retreat, Prince Elio shouted loudly that the dirty thieves had entered their sacred land and ordered everyone to be captured, and Elio's army began to carry out the order. The masked man understood that Prince Elio did not have an ordinary army, and that 2 of the soldiers were definitely awakened. Prince Elio ordered the man in the mask to take it off and kneel before him. The masked man understood that his mission had failed, but he could not allow Prince Elio to capture him. Unexpectedly, the masked man began to run away, and Prince Elio, seeing his agility, decided that the masked man was awakened. Jumping off his horse, Prince Elio immediately shouted the name of his beloved sister, Elda. When Prince Elio wanted to ask how she was, he was shocked to see Elda's beaten face before he could finish his sentence, and Elda asked Elio why he had come. Anger overwhelmed Prince Elio, and he could not even imagine what had happened to his dear sister Elda. Elida told Elio that he should not help her, because it violated the laws of the kingdom, but Elio replied that he did not care about the laws and was worried about her. Taking Elda by the shoulder, Elio praised her because she had done well and managed to hold out against such a large number of enemies, and Elio knew that this was in Elda's spirit. Starting to cry, Elda told Elio that he shouldn't be there because then he would be punished. With a smile, Elio said that Elda should either cry or grumble and choose one or the other. Resting her head on Elio's arm, Elda simply remained silent, and Elio told Elda not to worry and that everything would be fine with him. Elio turned abruptly to Bor and greeted him, as they had not seen each other for a long time. Falling to one knee, Bear greeted the first Prince Elio with all due respect. Looking sternly at Bear, Prince Elio said that Elda was his dear sister and asked him to look after her. In her thoughts, Elsa did not understand how Elio could ask an ordinary subordinate to do him a favor. Elio pointed to a horse and ordered Bear to mount it, and Bear obediently carried out the order. Suddenly, the wizard came to Elio and reported that the bandits were continuing their attack. Pushing Elda aside, Prince Elio said it was time for them to move on. Many bandits wanted to capture Elda and her precious weapon, so they were not even afraid of Prince Elio's army. Worried about her brother, Elda asked if everything would be all right, and Elio replied that everything would be fine and that he had the strongest soldiers from all over the south with him. Holding Elda's hand, Elio recalled their conversation on the tower and said that when he thought about it, he really didn't know how to love. Smiling at Elda, Elio said that after he learned how to love, he would wait for them to meet again. Saying goodbye, Elio wished Elda a safe journey and a safe return. Elio wanted Elda to find the treasure and become their queen. With tears in her eyes, Elda said that she would definitely fulfill her brother Elio's request. And then Prince Elio let go of Elda's hand, and she and Bear moved away from the bandits. Elida sadly leaned against Bear and continued to cry while her brother Elio watched them leave. Watching Bear and Elda ride away on horseback, Prince Elio said that he would always wait for Elda. To Elda's surprise, Bear turned around to look at her several times, and she did not understand why. But Bear was disappointed that he had not been able to see the moment when Elda was struck in the face. Elda asked angrily what had happened and why Bear wasn't answering her, but Bear didn't know what to say. Bear laughed and said how wonderful the Holy Lands were, and how vast they were, and Bear was surprised that they had already come so far. Elda said smugly that it was a common thing. Elsa said that their kingdom was the largest in the south, and that it would take them a whole day to walk through it. Bear was not really listening, because he was thinking about where his friends were, when suddenly Elsa felt ill, and began to fall from her horse. Falling to the ground, Elda began to think about how she had messed up, while Bear was frightened. In his thoughts, Bear thought that Elda had spent all her strength in battle, and Bear blamed himself because he knew that Elda was just a child. Approaching Princess Elda, Bear asked how she was and how she was feeling, and Elda began to shout at Bear. Dissatisfied, Elda asked Bear if he remembered that she was no longer a princess, and if he wanted to make fun of her like that. But Bear replied that he did not, and that it had not even occurred to him that this could offend Elda. But after Elda's words, he became cheerful and hurried to turn away from Elda, which annoyed her. Calming down, Bear turned back and said that everything was fine, but asked why Elda had suddenly fallen. Elda thought for a moment and said that it would be useful for Bear to know. Elsa explained that, like Bar's magic contract, she also had a restriction spell which interested Bar. Elsa continued, saying that as soon as she thought about riding a horse, her restriction took effect. But Bear didn't understand why it was specifically horses. Elda said that as soon as she thought about riding a horse, her power completely disappeared. Standing up, Elda said that the two of them could not travel on horseback because the adventure had to be on foot, although it was possible to borrow a horse for a short time, which is what they did. And then Bear understood everything. Still sitting, Bear asked if there were any other restrictions imposed on Elda and asked her to tell him about. After thinking for a moment, Elda looked at Bear maliciously and said that it was none of his business because he should only follow her orders. Moving on, Elda said that it was time for them to go, and that they were expected. But Burr did not understand why Elda was behaving this way. Meanwhile, the younger Prince Elok stood at the gate with Elda's maid, who said that Elda and Burr would arrive safely. Suddenly, the knight noticed someone approaching them on horseback, and Elok did not understand why they were on horseback if Elda was traveling on foot. Elda's maid believed that they should be vigilant. Elda shouted to her brother Elok that it was her and that she had arrived. But when they saw Elda's face, Elok and her maid were shocked and frightened. Elida said that they had no time because they were being pursued, and asked them to quickly hand over their belongings. But Bear said that the horse belonged to the first prince, Elio, and said that they would be grateful if they returned it to him. The knights were surprised that it was Elio's horse. Elida's maid was frightened by the blood on Elida's clothes, and Elok asked whose blood it was. Jumping off her horse, Elida said it was not her blood, and Burr greeted Elok respectfully. Elok greeted Burr and asked him to stand up, while the maid called for a doctor. Ellie asked if they had a change of clothes because hers were all dirty and stained with blood and sweat. Elok happily said that they had prepared a change of clothes for such an occasion, and Elda's maid immediately went to fetch them. The doctor approached Elda and asked her to apply the ointment first, and then he would read the spell. Elda added that she needed to have her leg treated. While Elda was being treated, she asked anxiously if Bear was all right, and if he had been injured. Alec looked at Burr in surprise. Burr said that his clothes were slightly torn, but there were no significant injuries as he pulled the chains out of his pants. Elok wondered where this chain came from, and where Burr got such strength. Burr explained to Elok that he usually wrapped chains around his body for protection, and to have a spare chain. Elda was surprised that Bear carried iron chains with him all the time, and Elok asked Burr to wait. In her thoughts, Elda thought that Burr had truly remarkable physical strength. Elok happily brought something to Burr and told him to hold it, and Burr asked what it was. Elok explained that they had prepared new clothes for Burr just in case, and they had also brought even more iron chains for him. With tears in his eyes, Elok asked Bear to take care of his sister, Elda. Handing over the clothes and trying to hold back his tears, Elok said he begged Burr to find the treasure as soon as possible and let Burr and Elda return safely and unharmed. Bear understood Elok and agreed, but in his mind he knew that this was the second time he had been asked to do this. After a while, Elda and Bear were ready to move on, and Elda thanked Elok and her maid because thanks to them, their departure went smoothly. After thanking them, Elda told Elok and the maid to return with their subordinates before they were caught. Meanwhile, Burr thought that the backpack was quite heavy. With tears in his eyes, Elok said goodbye to Elda, and Elda's maid bowed her head sadly. Raising her little finger, Elda told him not to cry and not to forget their promise. Remembering her maid Anna, Elda told her to take care of herself as well. With tears in her eyes, Anna thanked Elda and wished her adventure a successful conclusion. Elok shouted to his sister Elda to be careful. Then Elda turned to Burr and said it was time for them to go, and Burr agreed with her. The man in the mask was a subordinate of the second prince, and when he came to the silver-haired prince, he begged him to order him to go after Elda and Bear again. The subordinate said he was willing to risk his life to get this order. The silver-haired prince refused his subordinate and reminded him that he had already said that it would be wiser not to get into a conflict with the first brother's subordinates, and that it was very good that the subordinate had returned alive. Falling to his knees, the subordinate thanked the silver-haired prince and said that he would immediately begin tracking Princess Elda's whereabouts. The subordinate told the silver-haired prince that he would have defeated Bara with one blow if Elda had not come to his defense, and now he would sneak up on them unnoticed, and then he would be able to intervene. The silver-haired prince told his subordinate that it was not worth it, and that it would be difficult to track their movements in their large kingdom, but if they waited a little, news about them would surely appear. In his thoughts, the subordinate was surprised that what he desired so much was right before the silver-haired prince's eyes. But he remained calm, and the subordinate knew that the silver-haired prince deserved to be king more than anyone else. Then the silver-haired prince ordered his subordinate to leave, and he said goodbye and obeyed the prince. When the subordinate left, the silver-haired prince said that he was Elda. He was less than that and did not expect it, so he should not assume that everything would go according to plan, and allowed Elda to see the world she so wanted to explore. Smiling maliciously, the silver-haired prince said that he would always wait for Elda and prepare everything for the day when she would return to his embrace. Recalling his childhood, the first prince, Elio, announced that they were getting out of the carriage and that the second prince, Celio, should control his emotions. but Celio said that the king should have pitied their mother, not his second wife. Elio asked if Celio would become Arre instead of their younger brothers and sisters, and Celio replied that he would go in their place and that he did not need younger brothers and sisters from another woman anyway. But an incredibly beautiful woman stepped out of the carriage, lowering her head. When Elio and Celio saw her, they couldn't say anything, but they understood that she was incredibly beautiful. At that moment, Elio's wife was putting the little prince to bed in the castle. When Elio returned to them, he asked if the child was asleep, and his wife was concerned about the scratch on his face. But Elio said it was nothing, and asked her to hold the child. After handing the child to Elio, his wife asked him what was wrong, because he usually didn't care much about such things. And now, he suddenly wanted to hold the child as soon as he arrived. But Elio didn't answer his wife, and just thought that being separated from Elda right after birth was too cruel. Elio held his son while his wife sat on the sofa and watched them. Meanwhile, the team of adventurers arrived at a safe place where Chereva treated them. While Chereva was treating Nusara's destroyed arm, she regained consciousness, which made Chereva very happy. Nusara asked if everyone was okay, and Sullivan said that Nusara should be worried about her own arm. Doe said that Belmano's face was badly damaged, and Cheleva said that Goldan's leg had been destroyed. Looking back at Belmano, Sullivan said that he had exhausted himself too much. Some time ago, Belmano was determined to bring Goldan back, and even though his condition was not good, he did it anyway. Although Belmano's eyes looked frightening, he still asked to heal Goldan first. Nusara was worried about Goldan and asked if it would be possible to heal his leg, but Cherov said that the incision was very careless, and with his skills, it was almost impossible to heal his leg, and he was treating Nusara's arm instead. Cherov had to choose between Goldan and Nusara, and he decided to treat Nusara because she had a better chance of regaining the use of her arm. Unexpectedly, Goldan said that he was fine, which surprised everyone present. Goladan explained that he was even glad that he had survived the battle. Recalling his words, Goladan reminded everyone that he was going to retire anyway and start hunting for his own pleasure. Sullivan asked how Goldan could retire at his age. With tears in her eyes, Nusara said that it was all her fault and asked Goldan to come up with a better plan. Golthan explained that Nusara's plan was excellent and she shouldn't blame herself. While Nusara listened, Golden said that the problem was that they had become so accustomed to stealing people that they had become very careless. Golden said that they had completely forgotten that when they wanted to take someone's sword, they had to be prepared to die themselves. Therefore, Goldan believed that the only thing that mattered was that they were alive, even in the end. Meanwhile, Elda and Burr were already outside the city, running up a strange staircase to the mountain. Suddenly, Elda stopped and told Burr to stay put, but he didn't understand what was going on. In his mind, Burr thought that something had happened, or perhaps Elda was experiencing some kind of limitation again. Elda asked Burr if he remembered this road, and if it had really changed so much over the years. Burr asked what Elda was talking about. Turning to Burr, Elda said that it was also nighttime back then, and that it would be strange if Burr remembered the road he ran away on as a child. Suddenly, Burr understood what Elda was talking about, and she said that Bear and Barato had fled along this road, but they had been caught while trying to escape. Suddenly, Bear began to shout angrily and curse Elda for deciding to mock him. Bear shouted that Elda had deliberately brought him to this place, and asked if she enjoyed trampling his soul into the mud. Burr asked if Elda would tell him the truth, and if she didn't care about the treasure, and had taken Burr only to torment him. Then Elda silently cast a spell and put Burr on the ground to silence him. Quickly releasing the spell, Elda told Burr to be quiet and asked if he had lost his mind. How dare he yell at his mistress? Turning around, Elda told Bear to understand the situation first, and then say something. Meanwhile, Bear, filled with hatred, was ready to attack Elda right then and there, and end it all. Then Elda came closer and saw what she was looking for, and then she called Burr. Calling Burr to her, Elda turned to him, and Burr raised his head and decided to approach. When Bear approached, there was a statue in front of them, and he couldn't believe his eyes. Elda explained that it was a statue of Barato, and because their escape had tarnished his honor, the statue could not be placed in a sacred place. But since Barato had left a mark on the hearts of many, it was decided to place the statue here, and Elda wanted to show it to Bear before they left the city. After listening to Elda, tears appeared in Barato's eyes, and he was enchanted by the statue. Recalling the past, Barato had many comrades, and they fought as a team. In the arena, Barato and his team fought against the enemy team, and this battle was in honor of the victory of the defeated gladiator king. The king's subordinate announced the start of the battle, which would repeat the great battle in the north. The crowd shouted that Barato had been chosen as the commander of the gladiators, and that he would lead them and conquer the northern enemy. Barato was asked if he was happy with the role of commander, but Barato replied that he was not, and that he did not like killing prisoners of war. Barato's army began to threaten their enemies and raise their swords for battle. The enemies on the other side of the arena were nervous, but they drew their swords for battle. Behind the army of enemies stood a suspicious warrior who hid his face and body. Then Barato and his army attacked the enemy group, and the battle began. In his mind, Barato understood that the advantage was on their side, which meant that Barato's intervention was unnecessary. The king said that the northern tribes were not as strong as they were said to be, and the man with the stone in his forehead said that, after all, they were fighting against the king's gladiator trainees. But in the arena, Barato noticed that the enemies were behaving strangely, as if trying to protect the warriors standing behind them. When Barato's comrades destroyed all the other enemies, they began to approach the secret warrior. While Barato's comrades were thinking about who would destroy the last enemy, a strange secret energy emanated from the secret warrior. While one of Barato's comrades decided to go first, the others agreed, but said that he would have to buy them drinks. But to the surprise of everyone present, the secret warrior destroyed the enemy who approached him, causing aggression in everyone else. But even when several enemies attacked at once, the secret warrior destroyed them. Seeing this spectacle, Barato himself was frightened and took out his sword and iron chains. Then Barat's comrades decided to attack the secret warrior all together, wanting to win by numbers. But their plan failed, and the secret warrior destroyed almost all of Barato's companions. Barato remained in the arena with one companion and the secret warrior. The secret warrior knew that only 2 enemies remained, but Barato was curious why the secret warrior was fighting with only one hand, while the other seemed to be holding something on his stomach. Looking suspiciously, Barato thought that the secret warrior was wounded, but then realized that the secret warrior was protecting something. The king looked at the secret warrior and thought that he was awakened, but the man with the stone in his forehead said that he did not think so, but was surprised that to break through from such a distance required very skilled abilities. Drinking wine, the king said that it would finally be interesting, and the man with the stone in his forehead thought it was a pity that the warrior would be destroyed anyway. Barato's last comrade began an attack on the secret warrior, but he was struck. However, Barato intervened in time and saved his comrade with his iron chain. Lifting his head, Barato saw that his attack on the secret warrior had knocked off his hood, revealing that it was a girl. Then the woman began to approach Barat's comrade with the desire to continue the fight. Stepping aside, Barato's comrade said that he was powerless here, but Barato said that it didn't matter, and that the spectators would not forgive Barato if he allowed them to fight 2 against 1. Watching the woman, Barato thought she moved like a ghost and wondered if he could defeat her. Meanwhile, the spectators waited for Barato's fight, and the king encouraged Barato to fight bravely. Then the fight began between the woman and Barato, in which 2 strong opponents began to fight. Watching the woman's hand, Barato suspected that something was clearly hidden there, and to check, Barato decided to strike. When Barato almost hit the spot the woman was protecting, she rolled backwards without a second thought. In his mind, Barato praised the combative woman because she moved well. Meanwhile, the woman pulled aside her clothes, under which she was hiding a child who began to cry. Turning to the child, the woman apologized for squeezing it too hard when she jumped and told the child not to cry and that she would finish soon. He couldn't believe his eyes and took a step back. Barato's friend shouted at him that if he didn't fight, they would destroy him. Filled with determination, Barato decided that it was time to stop thinking and start fighting. The woman saw Barat's determination and took a step back herself to gather her strength. At the right moment, Barato's weapon and the woman's weapon clashed, and the fight continued. The king asked if even in battle with Barato, the woman would fight with one hand, and the man with a stone in his forehead replied that the woman greatly underestimated the gladiator king of their country. With an evil smile, the king said that with such an attitude, the woman would only meet destruction. In the arena, the fight between Barato and the woman continued as they deftly dodged each other's attack. But with one blow, part of the woman's clothing that was hiding the child flew off, and the child began to cry. When the king saw the child, he did not believe it at first, and the man with the stone in his forehead nervously replied that it was true, but in his mind he knew that he had never even heard of this child. The woman was not going to give up easily, and covering the child's head, raised her sword. Suddenly, the woman attacked Barato with incredible strength and speed that surprised Barato. Looking at the woman's movements and actions, Barato realized that she was not like a ghost, but that she was one. The audience could not believe their eyes when the woman pushed Barato away, and he had to take a few steps back. But at some point, Due to the use of force and speed, the woman stopped for a moment, which frightened even her child. While the mother was unable to move, the child began to fall out of her clothes onto the ground because she could no longer hold on. But the woman managed to catch the child, and even when Barato wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to strike the woman, she still stopped his iron chain. But to the woman's surprise, Bharat's iron chain did not hit her, but grabbed her around as if in a cage. Barato's friend praised him, while Barato took off his mask and thanked him. Turning to the woman, Barato said that she was stronger than him, and in his mind, Barato knew that if the woman did not have a child, she would easily destroy him. The audience was satisfied with the fight and wanted to spare the woman, and even the audience knew that if it weren't for the child, everything could have been different. Looking around, Barato was impressed that all the spectators wanted to spare the woman and give her another chance. Holding the woman, Barato looked at her and thought that she still had a chance to survive. Barato and his friend looked at the top of the stands and looked at the king. The king held his finger up, showing a sign of approval and showing no emotion. In his thoughts, Barato begged the king to spare the woman, knowing that he had not won because of his ability. But suddenly, the king lowered his finger, showing his disapproval and that the woman must be destroyed. Neither Barato nor the audience understood why the king had decided to destroy the woman and thought it was too cruel. The king coughed, giving a signal, and the man with the stone in his forehead told his subordinate to listen and repeat. The subordinate said that the reason the king did not spare the woman was because the souls of their destroyed comrades remain. While the subordinate said that this was out of respect for them and their family members, Barato thought it was nonsense. Returning to the woman, Bharat understood that the king's orders were absolute and he had no choice. At that moment, the woman began to cry over her child, who was reaching out to her mother. As Bharat watched the woman and child cry, he realized that he was incapable of destroying her. Suddenly, from behind, Barato's companion struck the woman in the back while they were distracted. Frightened, Barato asked his comrade Doravan why he had done this. Doravan explained that if they did not kill this woman, the king would punish them both. Barato sadly wanted to leave, but the woman, with her last ounce of strength, handed him her child. Barato bent down and took the child, and the woman said that her child's name was Bear. Then the woman passed away, and Barato did not know what to do with the baby bear. The king told the man with the stone in his forehead that no matter what he asked for, the king would pardon the woman. The man with the stone in his forehead said that the king had granted his request and that he did not even know how to thank the king. In the crowd, two suspicious people in hats and cloaks were happy that the battle had ended this way. One of the suspicious people asked what would happen to the child, but the other suspicious person replied that he would probably be killed soon, or if he survived, he would not be happy. Meanwhile, the two men rejoiced that their two warriors had survived and that Barato was unharmed. The big man asked Bharat why he had brought Bara's child to them, because then trouble might come to them. Holding the child tightly, Bharat said that he could not leave Bara in the arena. The big man turned to Bharat, stretched out his arms, and said he would take Bara away. Bharat asked if he could know where Bara would be taken. The big man replied that the child would remain a subordinate and would therefore be given away, as they had no way of knowing whether Bara had any relatives left. But there was little chance that he would be taken away because he was a child from the north. Worried about Bara and anxious, Barato asked his master for mercy so that Bara would be sent somewhere where he could at least be fed milk. The big man said he understood Bharat's feelings, but he had no relatives, and there was little they could do. The big man's assistant said he could find a servant or a commoner who would feed little Bara, and they could pay her for it. The assistant of the great man asked him to give him the child and trust him, and Barato thanked him for that. Handing over the child, Barato said that the child's name was Barato, and the assistant to the great man said that he would take the child to safety, and the great man said that Barato, the king of gladiators, had a big heart. Turning to Barato, Doravan asked if it would be better to destroy Barato, which surprised Barato. Doravan explained that even their master said that nothing good would come of it. Then Barato explained that he was sure that Little Bear had saved their lives. 10 years later, training continued in the camp of the warriors' subordinates. Barato, talking to his master, asked why he still hadn't stopped fighting with the other subordinates. His master explained that even if it did not concern Barato's reasons, they had few fighters left. Barato said that such people either want to fight or remain in an unpaid battle and must stay here, and none of the reasons apply to him. The master asked Bharat if he was really asking out of ignorance and lack of understanding. Looking sternly at the master, Barato said that it was because he was the child of a traitor. The master told Barato not to be upset and that Barato's time would come. After a while, Barato watched as Doravan fought, and his master's assistant came to him. Barato greeted him in the same way as he had greeted the master, and the man told him to be careful in the next fight. Barato, and the man noticed that Dorovan had not fought or entered the arena for a long time. The man said that in any case, they were not like gladiators because they lacked intelligence, and without the opportunity to fight, they would never earn money. However, there were cases when fighters returned because they missed the fights and the cheers of the spectators. Suddenly, the man wanted to say that Dorovan had an unusual opponent, which interested Barato. But before he could finish, a commotion began in the arena, which attracted the attention of Barato and the man. Dorovan's unusual opponent struck him in the arena, defeating him. The man asked Barato if he remembered what happened 10 years ago, and Barato couldn't believe that it was all over. The man asked Bharat if he remembered the woman with the child he had fought on equal terms, and Bharat asked the man to take care of the child. Because it was Barato, who had grown up 10 years later, and now defeated Dorovan in the arena and was his opponent. When Barato realized this, he was shocked to see the evil bear in the arena. At the moment, Burr was sitting by the fire and thinking about how unpleasant the weather in the forest was compared to the city. Turning to Burr, Elda told him to take the hourglass because if the attacking bandits returned, they would sleep in turns. Throwing the clock, Elda said that as soon as the sand ran out, Burr should turn it over and wait again for it to finish. Then, it would be her turn. Burr thanked her and caught the clock. In her thoughts, Elda suspected that after Bear saw the statue of Barato, he became more obedient. Elda thought that if Bear obediently followed her, she would show him many interesting things. Looking happily at Burr, Elda thought that she felt that everything that had happened today was worth it, and thought that Burr was not to blame for the sweetness. Seeing how Elda admired Burr, Burr himself was frightened by Elda's strange expression. Suddenly, Elda said she wanted to ask Burr something, and Burr asked what exactly she wanted to talk about. Elsa said that Bera knew that Barato was his enemy, but asked how he found out about it. Bera said that at first he was sent to a farming family where there were 4 other children. These children constantly teased little Burr because of his appearance and clothes. But when these children called Bera's mother, whom he did not remember at all, a demon, and added that she had been killed by gladiators, Bera beat them up. Because of this fight, Barato was sent to a gladiator training camp where he learned more about his mother. Bear asked the leadership for a fight with Barato, but they refused because he was too small. Around that time, Burr met another opponent, Dorovan, and when Burr learned that it was he who had destroyed his mother, he immediately challenged him to a fight. In her thoughts, Elda remembered how, as a little girl, she had asked Elio to tell her about Burr before bedtime, and said that Dorovan had made a big impression because he went into battle with only a knife, but Burr said that he was often lucky. But Elda said that the fight with Barato was more important, and asked what Bear was thinking about. Burr said that, regardless, Barato had held the title of Gladiator King for a long time and could be called the best without exaggeration, and Burr said that his little one, who had only won once, had no chance of defeating Barato. Burr told Elda that he was only thinking about revenge, even though those around him told him that his time would come. Although Burr moved in small steps, he wanted with all his heart to destroy Barato as soon as possible. But no matter how hard Bear tried, he ended up losing. Burr thought that Barato was a master of all possible sword techniques because Bear couldn't even take a step forward. After knocking Bear down, Barato defeated him and did not want to hurt little Bear too badly. Taking off his mask, Barato exhaled and looked at Bear, showing his victory. The dissatisfied king said it was a boring fight, and Bear knew that the king was angry about such fights. Burr told Eldi that he had almost been destroyed that time because of his poor skills. But then Barato decided to save Bear, and in the arena, he turned to the king. Barato asked the king for mercy for the little gladiator, but little Bear was dissatisfied and shouted for Barato to destroy him quickly. Leaning over to Burr, Barato ordered him to shut up and lie still. Barato shouted to the king, asking if he remembered the demoness he had fought 10 years ago. To Burr's surprise, Barato announced that Burr was her child, who had returned to this arena to take revenge. The king understood what Barato was talking about, and remembered the events of 10 years ago. The spectators around him also remembered that fight 10 years ago, and how much everyone had enjoyed it. Barato shouted that he had not been able to forget that fight for 10 years, and wanted to feel the emotions of that incredible fight again, when he could not hold back. Raising his hand, Barato shouted that he wanted to fight again and unleash all the fears of an incredible victory. The audience was thrilled by Barato's speech and raised their fingers to spare Barato. Burr was not satisfied with this speech, but Barato told the audience to wait a little longer and the result would be incredible. Standing up, the king asked how Barato dared to ask him to wait until this fruit grew. But raising his finger, the king said that since he had nothing to lose, and since Barato promised him interesting battles, he would wait this time. After a while, Bear and Barato were riding back to camp, and in the carriage, Burr told Barato that he knew Barato wanted to destroy him, and that in the future, he would not miss the opportunity to do so. Burr asked why Barato had saved him, and asked the child if he would be able to survive here. Barato said that Burr's mother had opened herself up to the blow, because she was holding Burr, and thanks to that, Barato had survived. Barato said that if it weren't for Burr, everyone would have forgotten him long ago after the destruction, and now Barato wants to repay the debt. After that, Burr seemed to understand Barato's position regarding him. But looking at Barato again, Bear asked how he knew that he was the same child. With a smile and a wave of his hand, Barato said that it wasn't like there were many children from the north here. Barato objected and said that Burr looked very much like his mother, and that was how he recognized him. Elida asked Bear if he had stayed with him at the training ground after that, and Burr said yes, and Bharat recommended him, and he moved there so that Bharat could teach him personally. Burr said that even after they fought in the same arena for several years, Barato continued to teach him. Although Bara was nervous about learning from his enemy Barato, whom he dreams of destroying, Bara said that thanks to the skills Bharat showed him, Bara definitely became stronger, and Bara thought about how he would use them in the future against Bharat. But Bara does not deny that sometimes he even enjoyed training with Barato. But as soon as Bara realized his feelings, he immediately began to hate himself. Elda asked if Burr was self-flagellating, and if it was difficult for him to accept his feelings. Burr denied it, saying that such words were not appropriate for an uneducated guy like him. But Burr felt like he had forgotten about his revenge, and he wondered what he had been wasting his time on, and Burr didn't understand why he felt that way. Burr continued, saying that in any case, after that, he would have fought Barato in the same arena, side by side. With a smile, Elda said that she remembered this because people said that Barato and Barato were the best gladiator duo in history. Elida also recalled a song praising Bara and Barato, singing that no enemy could defeat their strength. But Burr thought for a moment and said that something seemed strange to him, and dove into his memories. Recalling his battles, Bharat always stopped Bara during fights and never let him destroy his enemies. Barato always destroyed enemies on his own, and also officially said goodbye to them quietly. With a serious face, Elda said that perhaps Barato was just being polite. Bara said that he did not understand this at the time, but Bara did not think that Barato was raising him as a gladiator, and Barato always taught Bara to understand the value of life. Remembering Barato, Bara recalled Barato's words that he should never destroy anyone unless he had no other choice. When Bara asked why, Bharat replied that if people like them had souls, they would not become stronger from destruction, but only weaker. Looking calmly, Bara asked Bharat if he could really feel that way. But Bharat sadly said no, that he had long since lost all sensitivity. On the day Barato said this, Bear understood and accepted the fact that he liked Barato. Elda was surprised by these words, but Bear explained that he liked Barato as a person. Clearing her throat, Elda said that was exactly right, because Barato had taught Bear for so long, and it would be strange if Bear didn't have similar feelings after so many battles side by side and all the dangers they had gone through together. Then Bear continued and said that on that day he had finally decided to destroy Barato. One day, Burr came to Barato's room, who was sleeping peacefully in his room. Approaching Barato in bed, Burr raised his small, almost broken knife to attack. As Burr stood by Barato's bed, he tried to gather his courage and thoughts to finish the job. But after a while, Bear noticed something and walked away with a smile. And when Bear left, Barato opened his eyes in his bed because he was not asleep. Surprised, Elda asked why he hadn't finished the job and destroyed Barato. But Bear remembered Barato's hands, and Elda asked if Barato had slept with a knife. With a smile, Bara denied that he had slept with the knife, but something interested him. Little Bear saw that Barato's hands were trembling, which showed that Barato was awake and waiting for Bear to destroy him. During breakfast, while Bear was eating, Barato asked Burr why he had not destroyed him during the night. Barato said that he knew that Bara had come to his room at night with a knife. While the other subordinates were calmly eating and talking, Barato asked why Burr simply walked away. Bara said that a mosquito had flown from Bara's room into Barato's room, and Barato said that he should not pretend. Bear replied that Barato was awake at that moment, and could have easily stopped Bear if he had wanted to. Therefore, Bear asked Barato a counter question about why he did nothing, and asked if Barato really wanted to be destroyed. Barato honestly replied that yes, that was exactly how he wanted to atone for his guilt towards Burr. Burr said that if he had destroyed Barato, it would have been because of the destruction of his mother. But Bara understood that Barato was only following the king's orders and did not personally destroy her. While a surprised Barato looked at Bear said that it was not a big enough reason to destroy his friend. With a smile, Bear thanked Barato for not hurting his mother. And then, surprised, Barato had tears in his eyes from Bear's words of gratitude. This surprised Bara, who did not think that Barato would ever cry, and even joked that the king of gladiators was a crybaby. But Barato asked him to be quiet. After a while, Bara and Barato resumed their training, and their other subordinates supported them. In the arena, Bear and Barato once again defeated their enemies together, while the audience adored them. Bara told Elda that over time, he had gotten to know Baritzo better, and that behind his indifferent mask was a completely different person. In reality, Barato hated fighting, and was kind to those around him. Barato also never wanted to be a gladiator. Elida said that her father, the king, would never let his subordinates go, because they were like chickens that laid golden eggs for him. Elida said that in truth, Bear and Barato's fights brought in good money, and, at the right time, were a good political tool. Be that as it may, Burr said that he and Barato had forgotten that in the end they would have to fight each other, or perhaps they were just trying not to think about it until they completely forgot. The closer their duel came, the more it all seemed like a dream. Looking at the bonfire, Burr said that they had such a good time together, and thoughts of the duel never crossed their minds because it all seemed like a fantasy. But in the end, a tournament was planned for the king's birthday, where they were assigned to duel. One day, Berat suggested that Bear run away before their duel in order to survive. This surprised Burr, and he asked Barato again. Barato said that no matter how much he thought about it, he realized that he would never be able to destroy Bear. Barato came to this conclusion after a year of reflection and asked Burr if he could destroy Barato. But Bear did not answer, and asked if they gave their all, would the king allow them both to survive? Barato objected that this was unlikely, because even if they survived now, they would be forced to fight each other again, until only one remained. After thinking about it, Bara told Barato that he couldn't destroy him either, and agreed to flee with him. Then Barato began to cry again, which began to annoy Bear, and he asked Barato to stop. Bara asked how they would escape, and Barato showed him a key and said that he had a plan, and that on the first day of the festival, in honor of the king's birthday, many gladiators would fight. Their battle would be determined by the results of the last two fights. Barato said that they would return from the arena late at night, while the other gladiators would already be behind bars. Barato came up with a plan to go down to the cages, take the Lord hostage, and get rid of the guards while they were bored. Confirming their plans, Barato and Bara clasped their fists in agreement, and so they decided to escape. When Barato and Bara began to carry out their plan, Barato tied up the Lord and said that he was nothing but trouble, and that he was very sorry for his action. Barato told the Lord that he had found a reason to live and saw no other way out, and asked him to understand. Then the Lord stopped resisting and seemed to understand Barato and his feeling. Bear rode up to Barato on horseback and began to call out to him because they had to hurry. Barato joined Bear on horseback, and they began to flee through the streets of the city in the middle of the night. Looking back, Burr was glad that no one was following them, but Barato was nervous because he thought that the royal guards might follow them. Bara happily asked Barat what he would do when they escaped, and Barat asked why Bara was interested. With a smile, Bara explained that he was just curious, and Barato told Bara not to talk too much, or he would bite his tongue. But still, Barato decided to answer Beru after thinking about his answer for a while. Barato said that he would like to travel across their wonderful continent and see all the most beautiful places he could show Bara. Barato would like to continue fighting monsters and saving and helping people, and if Barat found an incredible place, he would build a house there and stay in it until he was old. Calming down, Barato told Baru that after he had voiced his dream, it no longer seemed so unrealistic. Bara happily said that he liked that dream, and Barato thanked Bara, but then noticed something strange ahead. Barato saw knights at the gate and shouted to Beru to give him his sword, while the knights wanted to close the gate and not let them through. Knights with crossbows were sitting on the tower and wanted to shoot at them to stop the fugitives. But Barato could not be stopped, and he sped up and headed for the gate. Bara and Barat were determined to survive, so they were ready to fight no matter what. When Bara and Barato were close, the knights guarding the gate said that it was a futile breakthrough. Barato managed to defend himself and Bara at the same time, thanks to his skill with the sword. But the knights still managed to wound Barato in the leg. Also, when Barato and Bara entered the gate, they noticed that their horse was tired after such a run. By the fire, Bara told Elda that she knew what happened next, without him telling her. Elda said she knew because her father, the king, was furious, and sent his magicians and awakened ones after Barato and Bara. Bara confirmed this and said that it was then that he first met the awakened ones and the magicians, who were considered the strongest warriors. When one of the men found Bara and Barato, they decided to reach them using teleportation magic. The magician and 2 warriors instantly appeared on the tower, where Bara and Barato were fleeing from the city. Unexpectedly, a fiery magic ball appeared behind Bara and Barato, flying straight at them. The man with the arrows told the mage to be careful, because they had been ordered to bring Bara and Barat back safe and sound. The man with the sword said that their subordinates had decided to spoil all their fun. Burr did not expect them to catch up so quickly, and Barato said that they had better run into the forest. And then Bara helped the wounded Burrito move, and they hoped they would manage to escape. Bara asked Barato if he was okay, and Barato replied that he would hold on, although his face was already tired. As they walked, Bara said they needed to go deeper, but suddenly an arrow flew between them. Barato and Bara couldn't believe that their pursuers had caught up with them, because when they were at the gate, there was no one behind them. The archer appreciated Barato's agility because he remained nimble despite his injuries, and the swordsman wanted to catch his subordinates as soon as possible. Taking the sword in his hands, Barato thought that the other warriors looked like they had been awakened, and Bara decided to defeat them. And when Bara decisively ran into battle, Barato tried to stop him and prevent Bara from attacking. When Bara wanted to strike, the swordsman easily dodged and said that Bara was too slow. The swordsman struck Bara on the back of the head and told his companions that they had captured 1 subordinate. After a while, Bara woke up in prison and called out to Barato because he was worried about him, and Barato said from the corner that he was nearby. Barato asked Bara how his neck was and if he was okay, and Bara replied that it didn't matter and asked where they were. Recalling the familiar walls, Bara asked Barat with tears in his eyes if they really hadn't managed to escape. Barato silently showed Bara that they had failed and plunged into his thoughts about what had happened while Bara was asleep. Bara and Barato's master said that if he hadn't shown concern, they would have been destroyed long ago. Barato knelt and thanked the master, and the master of the camp said that he would have to step down, but his son would replace him. The master said that as a result, he apologized to the king and told him about Bara and Barato's circumstances. The master continued and asked Barato if he could imagine how difficult it was to calm the angry king. That is why the master told his subordinate Barat that he must destroy Barato. Looking at the sleeping Burr, the master said that the king had pardoned Barato and would allow him to live if he showed the king an exciting fight. Frightened, Barato asked his master if he was really asking him to kill Burr. And then the master said that this was why he had warned Barato earlier not to do anything foolish. The master said that there was no other way, but despite his injuries, the difference in their skills was incredible. So if Barat destroyed Bara tomorrow, he would live in peace. Returning from his thoughts, Barato heard Bara shouting at him and asking to talk to him. With a smile, Bara suggested deceiving the audience and the king with a fake fight. Lowering his head, Barato said that the king's order was that one of them must be destroyed today, and that both of them could not survive. Looking decisively at Bara, Barato was ready to say what he had to say. Barato told Bara that he must destroy Barato and live peacefully, which surprised Bara. Bara asked Barato what he was talking about, and Barato begged him to listen. Calmly, Barato said that before meeting Burr, he didn't care about anything, and had no reason to even live or be destroyed, because he was just existing day by day. But now everything had changed for Barato, because he had found a dear friend in Bear. Barato said that without Bara, he would have nothing left in this world, and that is why he asked to continue destroying enemies in the arena and wait until old age took its toll. When Barato wanted to talk about Bear's abilities, Bear interrupted him and asked if Barato really thought he was different. With tears in his eyes, Barato said that without Bara, he would also have nothing left. Bara shouted at Barato not to give up so easily and that they could survive together. Wiping away his tears, Barato said that the king had already decided everything and their fight would take place, and only one of them would live. Lifting his head, Barato begged Bara to grant his request and survive. Crying, Bara said that Barato must survive, but Barato did not agree. In despair, Bara said that Barat should have been destroyed when they first met, but he saved him. But Barato objected and told Bara that his mother would have destroyed him earlier. Barato said firmly that he had survived to this day only thanks to Bara, and therefore Bara must live on, even if he had to destroy Barato himself. In hysterics, Bara said that he did not want this, and that it would be better to destroy him than to live without Barato. Suddenly, Barato hit his head on the floor, surprising Barato, And when Barato was about to hit himself again, Bera ran to stop him from doing so. Bera asked with tears in his eyes why Barato was doing this to himself and hurting himself. Barato replied that he only wanted to save Bera, and Bera began to cry even more. Barato smiled and said that there had been no better time in his life than the time he had spent with Bera. And after thinking about it, Barato said that he thought he existed just for their fight and was very happy to meet Bera. Then Bera and Barato hugged and began to cry together, having chosen their fate. And on that day, the fight between Bera and Barato began, attracting a large crowd of spectators to the stand. The spectators shouted that they had been waiting for this fight all their lives and were interested in who would win today. Bera stood opposite Barato, knowing how the fight would end, and accepted his fate. In his thoughts, Barato thanked Bera, although he hid his smile behind his mask. And then Bera and Barato swung their arms to start the fight between themselves and accept their fate. At that moment, Bera saw that Princess Elda had fallen asleep and decided not to continue the story. But in reality, Elsa was not asleep and simply did not want to continue listening. Bera muttered under his breath that Elda already knew what happened next because she had seen the fight. After a fierce battle for the sake of spectacle, with tears in his eyes, Bera had to raise his sword against Barato. After Barato was destroyed, little Bera leaned over him and began to cry out in pain. That day, Bera lost not only his mentor, but also his dear friend Barato. The next day, Elda and Bera continued their journey through the forest together. But in reality, Barato considered Bera his only friend and son, and he was glad that Bera had left the slaughter and gone out into the world. Barato wanted Bera to see their great continent with his own eyes and feel it with all his heart. Barato wanted this adventure to open Bera's eyes, and together with Elda, they explored this world. In the thicket of the forest sat a man who was nervous because he could not understand where those he was looking for were hiding. Suddenly, Bera appeared behind the man with a frying pan ready to strike. When Bera grabbed the man, Elda sat in front of him and told him how the man had been following them from the most sacred city, and the man shouted that they should let him go because his friends would not let it go. Annoyed, Elda said that the man should stop messing with her and that she would ask him a few questions and expect honest answers, and if the man lied to her, he would be in trouble. The man laughed and said he would not betray his friends because of their childish threats, but Elda simply called Bera. Bera approached the man and swung at him, while Elda asked how many friends he had and where they were. The man said that his 3 friends were down the slope, not far from there, near the river. Satisfied with the answer, Elda praised the man and asked how he found them, and the man replied that burnt wood has a pleasant smell, so it can be smelled from a distance. The man continued, saying that they had followed the smell and the warmth of the ashes, but Elda said that they knew this and had not lit a fire for the last 2 days. Yet they had still been found and warned the man not to lie. Then, with a serious expression, the man said that for the last 2 days they had been finding them by their waste products. When Bera heard this, he was shocked, but Elda did not attach any importance to it. The man said that this was a popular method, and that was why he and his friends had been following them. Bera was confused by such audacity and, hitting the man, asked how he could even smell Elda's waste products. Elsa warned Bera not to make a fuss, and he calmly agreed. The man with the bruise wondered why Bera decided that it was Elsa they were following with their special method. Biting into her treat, Elda told Bera not to get upset over trifles and to remain calm in front of enemies. After looking at Elda and listening to her, Bera was surprised but agreed with her. But in reality, Elda was ashamed, but she could remain calm in front of Bera for no reason. Exhaling, Elda scolded Bera, and Bera thought that he did not expect such a calm reaction from Elda because she was a princess. Elda decisively said that there were enough questions and ordered Bera to attack her husband's friends and take their supplies so that they would stop following them. In his thoughts, the man apologized to his friends. Returning to Elda, Bera asked if she would go alone, and Elda confirmed that she would, because she would follow her husband. Elida also wanted to ask her husband something else, so she ordered Bera to go alone. But Bera was worried about Elida and whether it would be safe if the enemy came after them. Unhappy, Elda folded her arms to recite a spell and told Beru that he was very talkative and asked if he wanted to receive it from her, or if he would simply go and carry out the order. Frightened, Bera stepped aside and agreed with Elda, obediently going to carry out the order. When Bera ran to the designated place, a man shouted, begging Bera not to destroy his friends. Then Elda looked into her scroll and thought about which spell to use. Meanwhile, the man's friends sat by the river and wondered where he was, as the food was already ready. But one of the friends said that they were planning to attack Elda and Bera at night, so their friend was probably checking their location and would arrive soon. While the friends were enjoying their delicious meal in the mountains, they did not notice Bera appear in the bushes near them and ask if they were enjoying their food. When one of the friends answered Bera's question, it seemed strange, and the man's friends turned to Bera. When the man's friends realized who was in front of them, they were frightened and choked on their delicious food. A few minutes later, the man's friends were tied up, and Bera decided to try their really delicious food. Bera told the captives that it would be a shame to throw away their lunch, so he asked if they would mind if he ate everything before leaving. But no one could argue with Bera, even though the captives themselves had not had time to eat properly. As Bera began to eat, he thought about how long it had been since he had tasted hot soup. Sighing heavily, Bera thought that after their escape from the holy city, they had encountered nothing but problems. Remembering Elda's words that the bandits were hiding not far from the sacred city in a village, Bera and Elda decided to go to the farthest village beyond the mountains to shake off their pursuers. But as they walked, Elida was unsure of their route, and Bera thought that for someone as smart and brilliant as Elida, simply finding a good road was proving to be a very difficult task. But despite the difficulties, when Bera and Elda climbed the mountain, Elda did not give up and fought a large number of enemies. So Bera believed that her combat skills had improved. Defeating their enemies, Elda and Bera took their belongings and forced them to descend the mountain, thus shaking off their pursuers. Fortunately, Elda and Bera never encountered the man in the mask, because if he had been nearby, he could have easily captured. Recalling Elda's words about the awakened and the magicians, there are very few of them, so there is little chance that anyone will follow them. Unlike in the arena, battles during adventures are much more difficult, and Elda and Bera are particularly hindered by their backpacks, although after an enemy attack, they are not so difficult to find. But Bera also remembered his responsibilities of setting up camp and preparing food, which was very difficult for him. Looking around, Bera noticed that the sun was already setting, and thought that even after such busy days, the sun always sets very quickly, and he and Elda would not be able to get very far. Recalling his dinners with Elda, Bera still marvels at Elda's ability to quickly adapt to all their new circumstances. But in reality, Elda did not want to be capricious with Bera, and always showed only calmness, but Bera did not know this, and did not expect calmness from a royal person. Watching Elda, Bera was surprised by her behavior, and even thought that Elda had gotten used to all the discomforts faster than he had. But in reality, Elda thought every moment that Bera should not see how difficult this adventure was for her. When Bera returned to the place where Elda was with her husband and his friend's supplies, he saw something strange. Bera saw that the man they had captured earlier had been killed, and looking around, Bera saw that Elda and their supplies had also disappeared. But looking closer, Bera saw something strange, and coming closer, Bera realized that it was a goblin. After throwing away all the supplies that Bera had taken from the man's friends, Bera immediately ran into the forest to search for Elda because she could be in danger. Meanwhile, Elda, armed with a sword and shield, watched from the mountain as several goblins with their supplies entered the cave. The goblins knew that Elda was watching them, so they laughed joyfully and seemed to be mocking her. A few minutes ago, Elda had let her guard down when the goblins attacked her and her husband, but fortunately, she was not injured. In her thoughts, Elda understood that everything had already happened, so there was no point in regretting anything, and she should calmly think everything through. Elda understood that Barry was not there, and she did not know when he would return. First, Elda understood that if there was another exit in the cave, the goblins could simply escape through it. Second, if Elda got to the goblins' lair and house, they would attack her right away, and it would be sad to lose her stuff. But Elda also thought about the possibility that the goblins could simply destroy their supplies for no reason. Descending the mountain, Elda realized that she couldn't go without the backpacks, because there were so many valuable things in them. Landing on her feet at the bottom, Elda decided that she needed to get their supplies and belongings back. When the goblins began to enter the cave, Elda realized that it was most likely a trap. In her mind, Elda imagined Bera saying that he was right, and that they should walk together. Elda thought that she would not want to hear such a phrase from Bera. When Elda entered the cave, there were torches on some of the walls, and to her surprise, everything was very clearly visible. But Elda didn't like the unpleasant smell of the cave, and it even made her feel sick. In some parts of the cave, Elda saw bones and destroyed people who could no longer move. While Elda was looking around the cave and walking further inside, one of the goblins decided to take the torch and extinguish it. When the cave became dark, Elda was caught off guard and tried to find another source of light. The cave became eerily quiet, and Elda felt as if the goblins were coming towards her. In a state of fear, Elda wondered if she would succeed, but pulling herself together, Elda assured herself that everything would work out and used her first sacred shield skill. Thanks to this skill, no one could touch Elda, and anyone who tried was immediately destroyed by magic. After destroying all the goblins that attacked Elda, she continued on her way into the cave. But Elda did not notice another goblin sitting on the ceiling of the cave, preparing to attack. When the goblin tried to strike Elda from above, it only hit her magical protection on her body. After destroying this goblin, the tired Elda threw it aside, so that nothing would stand in her way. But at some point, Elda felt sick from the whole atmosphere and situation, and she wondered if it was all over. Elda began to suspect that goblins only attack weak people who cannot fight back. But Elda was also curious if they had a leader of their pack, because he could be powerful and needed to be destroyed. Continuing on her way, Elda decided that she would find out when she met the chief goblin. After a while, Elda found herself in an arena surrounded by a multitude of goblins staring at her. At the top, the goblin leader was clearly sitting, finishing his meat and glaring at Elda. Unexpectedly, Elda was attacked with fire, but she managed to dodge it deftly. Looking ahead, Elda saw a goblin mage who was controlling the fire and smiling at Elda. Elda remembered hearing about goblin hybrids that were created to instill fear in humans. Looking at these goblins, Elda suspected that they had more developed intelligence and strength than ordinary goblins, and although there were not many of them, they possessed magic. Looking back at the commotion, Elda saw that the goblins had blocked their way back. But standing up, Elda said that if they thought she would run away, they had chosen the wrong victim. Elda said decisively that now that she knew how goblins kidnapped and destroyed people, she would never run away. Then the goblin leader raised his hand as if ordering an attack on Elda, and a multitude of goblins jumped on Elda to attack her. Elda once again used her sacred shield to protect herself and destroy everyone around her. In her mind, Elda understood that after such attacks, the goblins would not joke with her, but she was glad that her first skill worked flawlessly, and Elda assured herself that she would cope no matter what. Releasing a strange energy, Elda knew that her skills were closely related to her shield and sword. And then Elda used another of her powerful skills, called Sacred Explosion, and destroyed many monsters around her. When there was no one left near Elda, she quickly and swiftly jumped towards the goblin mage. After destroying the goblin mage, Elda saw two scary red eyes staring at her from the other side in the darkness. Out of the darkness, a huge and powerful goblin with a club appeared, which Elda did not expect. When the goblin struck Elda, she flew away from him and lost her balance. Elda thought that such a direct blow could easily destroy her. As Elda lay on the ground, she noticed that a small, nimble goblin had jumped on her to strike her, but Elda managed to defend herself. Elda was thinking about when it would all end when suddenly a large goblin grabbed her by the leg. The giant goblin lifted Elda up, and Elda screamed for him to let her go immediately, or he would regret his action. When the goblin threw Elda to the ground, he broke her physical barrier, and Elda knew that without it, she would not last long. When the giant goblin caught Elda again, the little goblin said that they had caught the bride. In her thoughts, Elda wanted to put up her physical barrier again, as soon as possible, while the little goblin wanted to have children with Elda and live happily ever after. Suddenly, the passage that the goblins had blocked collapsed with a loud noise, and everyone turned their attention there. It was Bera calling out to Elda and shouting to ask if she was there, because he didn't notice her right away. When Bera saw Elda, he asked if she had been captured again, this time by Goblin. In her thoughts, Elda was angry at Bera for coming, when she wasn't using her cool skill. Bera ran to Elda to start rescuing her, and didn't understand why she always got captured. Twisting his chains, Bera used his special skill called Curly Chain Twin, and then Bera rescued Elda from the hands of a giant goblin. When Elda fell, Bera shouted at her to step aside and he would protect her. When Elda was behind Bera, he asked her how she was, and Elda replied that he would hardly believe it, but she was doing a good job of fighting off the goblins without him. Bera said he believed Elda, but asked her to stay behind and he would take care of everything. But suddenly, Elda told Bera to stop, and emphasized that the huge goblin was hers, and Bera could deal with all the others. Bera wanted to object, because it could be dangerous for Elda, but Elda told Bera not to worry, because she had a new skill. Annoyed, Bera asked Elda if goblins could capture a person with the cool skill Elda was talking about, and Elda told Bera to back off and just let her deal with the two goblins that were actively attacking her. Bera turned away and said he understood and that it was time to start, and Elda asked him if it was really necessary to ruin her mood even though she hadn't even started yet. But in his mind, Bera decided that he would intervene in Elda's fight if she was in danger, and he would quickly deal with the little goblins himself. In her thoughts, Elda was angry with Bera because she was annoyed by his attitude towards her and the fact that he did not believe in her. Be that as it may, Elda wanted Bera to come at the right moment when she used the sacred explosion, but Bera came at the wrong moment, and Elda was angry at the goblins for humiliating her in front of Bera, Elda decided to take revenge on the goblins with her second skill, and struck a pose that surprised and attracted Bera's attention. Focusing, Elda turned to the Holy Sword, preparing for her next skill, summoning Palkyrax. Unexpectedly for everyone present, Elda's sword began to burn with fire, which was incredible. But stepping back, Elda felt as if all her magic had been taken away at once, and she was a little nervous about it. But gathering her strength, Elda decided that she didn't have much time and that she should attack first, so she ran forward, while Bera shouted at Elda not to lose her head. In her mind, Elda was annoyed by Bera's behavior because she had already told him that she had a plan and knew what she was doing. Elda's plan was to attack the giant goblin in the forehead and provoke him into a strong attack with a large swing. And when the goblin did everything as Elda had planned, she was able to deftly dodge his attack. Thanks to her speed, Elda jumped on the giant goblin's staff and ran to his head. With one swing, Elda easily destroyed the giant goblin, which she herself did not expect because it was an incredible force. While Elda was thinking about the sword, she remembered Bera and wanted to run to his aid. But Bera was already sitting calmly on the goblin, holding him by the chain and looking at Elda, because he had already destroyed most of the enemies. Elda did not expect Bera to finish dealing with the goblin so quickly, and Elda considered Bera to be very agile. But Elda was happy to think that Bera had definitely seen her attack on the giant goblin. Satisfied, Elda turned away, while Bera did not know that her sacred sword was capable of such a thing. Bera remembered their training session, how Elda slowly delivered her blows and sometimes did not dodge. Remembering the goblins, Bera knew that the huge one was slow, and the one that attacked him was fast, so it was difficult to defeat him. Thinking about Elda, Bera knew that this skill was related to physical abilities, so it had to be maintained with all possible speed, and if it was not possible to prepare for a strong attack, then there was no point in it. Bera considered Elda's skills useless. But Bera told Elda that her skill was incredible, and that he was surprised by her strength, and Elda said that Bera needed to see her first skill, and then he would be even more surprised. But Elda and Bera's conversation was interrupted by a bunch of goblins who came down to attack them. The goblin horde surrounded Elda and Bera, and they had nowhere to escape from the cave. In his mind, Beru analyzed the situation, and thought that there were now significantly more goblins, while Elda thought that this was even better. Calling out to Bera, Elda decided to demonstrate her first skill, and began to summon a sacred shield. Unfortunately, the shield only glowed slightly and then faded, surprising Elda and raising questions in both Bera and the goblins present. Elsa began to strike her shield with her sword to make it work, while Bera sighed in disappointment, twisting his chain. She turned to Bera and said that her magic was gone, and Bera asked Elda to do without him while the goblins got ready to attack. Bera loudly ordered Elda to duck and began his attack, while Elda justified herself by saying that, with her magic, she could easily defeat all the goblins. And then Bera used his magical skill, with chains called a chain tornado. Surprised, Elda remembered seeing the chain tornado skill in the gladiatorial arena, and thought it would be very effective against a crowd of enemies. The goblins that remained after Bera's skill were frightened and trembled with fear. When Elda saw the goblins running away, she told Bera that if they were killing people, they had to be defeated so that there would be no more tragedies. Bera understood Elda and was about to carry out her order. After a while, Elda and Burr finished destroying the goblins and went out into the street to check their equipment. Elda was glad that the goblins had not broken anything. Bera got Elda's attention and said he found some useful swords and magic swords. Elsa told Bera to throw away the useless iron and take only the magical ones, and also told him to prepare dinner and set up a tent. Surprised, Bera asked if Elsa was going to sleep while the sun was still shining. Elda angrily told Bera to be quiet and asked if he hadn't seen that she had used up all her magic, adding that he should know that she needed to sleep to restore her magic. Unhappy, Bera said nothing and only thought about how much he wanted to hit Elda. But after thinking about it, Bera had an idea and asked Elda how hard it was for her, saying that he would take care of Elda now, but she had to wait a little. Confused, Elda turned away and thought that Bera was a fool because he unexpectedly started behaving well, but she even liked it. But Bera had something bad in mind. When Elda had finished her dinner, she went to bed, and Bera waited until she was fast asleep, then took a rope and thought about how naive Elda was. Pulling the rope tight, Bera said that when Elda woke up, she would cry bitterly. When Elda woke up, she felt something pressing down on her and did not understand what was happening because she could not move. Looking around and trying to move, Elda realized that she was tied up with ropes and her mouth was covered. Elda immediately began to worry about Bera because there was a possibility that he had also been captured. But Bera was sitting next to Elda with a knife and said that she seemed like an adventurer, but she was sleeping so soundly and peacefully. When Bera said that this was terrible treatment, Elda began to get angry and Bera felt her negativity, which made him uncomfortable. While Bera was tying Elda up earlier, he was very worried, and wondered if he was doing the right thing, because he even regretted what he had done. But Bera told himself that he needed to pull himself together and be strong in order to achieve freedom. Bera hit Elda on the head and told her not to look at him like that. After the blow, Elda's eyes flashed with anger, as if she were turning into a wild tiger, and Bera thought that this was definitely the end for him. Bera continued anyway, and told Elda that he would remove the gag from her mouth right now, and ask her how to remove the spell, so Elda had better answer honestly. Threatening her with a knife, Bera said that if he thought she was reading the spell, he would hurt her. Removing the bandage, Bera reminded her of his threats, so Elda had no choice but to do as he said. Already begging, Bera asked Elda to remove the spell, and said that they had learned enough about each other and should part ways. Yawning, Elda complained that her jaw hurt, and Bera demanded that Elda tell him how to destroy the magical contract. But Elda asked why they needed to break the magical contract, and Bera was surprised by the question. Elsa said that whatever Bera's intentions were, he himself had agreed to this journey, and she had saved his friends from the arena, and in return, she was being bound. Bera said he was grateful to Elsa for that. But Bera did not want Elda to use him because of the magical contract, and this journey was very traumatic for him. With a stern look, Elda asked Bera to ask him one more question. Elsa asked if she had also allowed Bera to sleep and rest, and Bera knew that they had slept in turns. Elsa asked if she had given Bera less food than herself, and Bera knew that the portions were the same. Elda asked if, after that moment with the spell, she had hit Bera again or scolded him. But Burr was unhappy that he always had to prepare food and then clean up after them, and that it was Burr who pitched the tent in which they slept. Unhappy, Elda asked why Bera had become familiar with her, and Bera said it was a habit. Elsa asked Bera what she was doing, while Bera was cooking dinner and setting up the tent, and whether he thought Elsa was just standing around. While Bera was preparing dinner, Elda was practicing with her sword, and Elda noticed that Bera was looking at her suspiciously, which directly pointed to her weakness, and she knew it. Elda said that she was trying to improve. Bera realized that Elda was right and began to blame himself, and Elda said that she was desperate about it, and therefore trained diligently. But suddenly, in his thoughts, Bera told himself to pull himself together and not be weak in front of Elda. Grabbing Elda angrily, Bera said that enough was enough, and that he wanted to meet with his friend. Pulling Elda closer to him, Bera said that whatever the reason for the spell, it only gave control to one person, so it had to be dispelled. Yelling at Elda, Bera asked if she didn't understand their difficult situation, because they would have to fight every day. Recalling the situation with the huge goblin, Bera said that he had risked his life for her, but she had run to the enemy, forgetting all caution. Dissatisfied, Elda asked Bera if she really had to stand behind Bera and fight cautiously, but in that case, how would she become stronger? And if she were attacked when Bera wasn't around, what would she have to do? Looking seriously at Burr, Elda said that she was desperately trying to become stronger, and asked Burr if he thought she had reached her peak. Bera couldn't argue with Elda, and said that he didn't care, because it was hard enough for him to worry about his own life, and he wanted to remove the spell. Elsa said she didn't want that, and Bera said that then he would never release her. Taking a knife, Bera said that their magical contract was stressing him out, and if Elda continued to resist, he would cripple her, and Elda said that she was not satisfied with that. Bera thought that Elda liked the first option better, and Elda wondered how Bera was able to pull it off so quickly. Looking at Bera, Elda said that she was tired of these jokes, and that he should untie her immediately. Bera asked what she was talking about and why he should let her go, and Elda asked what Bera's plan was because she was trying to understand Bera's intention, and noted that perhaps it was because Bera was a subordinate but did not know how to negotiate. Elda sternly ordered Bera to listen to her, saying that first of all, she could lie and say that she would dispel the spell when Bera untied her. Elda said that she could deceive him and cast the spell again, and asked what Bera would do then. Bera could not say anything, because Elda was right. Second, Elda could simply lie that she had removed the spell, and Elda was right about that too. Leaning toward Bera, Elda asked if he knew how to check that the spell was gone, because his only option was to destroy Elda. But if she lied that she had removed the spell, then Bera would be destroyed along with Elda. Burr realized that he had fallen into a trap, and Elda continued to speak. But suddenly Elda decided to show him, so that Burr would have no question. Frightened, Burr asked what Elda was doing, and ordered her not to do anything stupid, because if she read the spell, he would do his job. But before he could do anything, Burr fell to the ground in pain, even though Elda seemed to have done nothing. Releasing the spell, Elda said that words or hand gestures were not necessary for prayer, because this spell could be read without a sound. Bera realized that he had fallen into a trap, from which there was no escape, and he might not even see the moment when Elda read the spell. Looking down on Bera, Elda said that the heir ceremony had been performed for thousands of years, and asked if Bera really thought that no one had been prepared for this. Falling to the ground, Bera said that he had sinned and begged Mistress Elda for forgiveness. Satisfied, Elsa turned away from Bera and rejoiced that she was once again Mistress Elsa. Lifting his head, Bera asked if Elda wanted to step on his head. Glaring at Bera, Elda ordered him to be quiet and untie her immediately. When Bera untied Elda, she complained that her shoulder hurt, and Bera offered to massage it. Elsa reminded Bera to be quiet because his voice annoyed her, and Bera, frightened, did not know what to do. In his mind, Bera had already decided that Elda would destroy him on the third day, and Elda said that everything annoyed her. Elsa began to say that she thought this adventure would bring them closer together, and that she thought they would gradually be able to open their hearts to each other, but she was wrong. Turning to Bera, he could see tears in Elda's eyes, and Elda said that Bera had wanted to get rid of her behind her back the whole time, and that he didn't care about her, and even Bera didn't believe Elda one bit. With tears in her eyes, Elda asked Bera if he really thought that all she wanted was to risk Bera's life. Bera did not expect to see tears in Elda's eyes and wanted to ask Elda for forgiveness again, but Elda told Bera to be quiet again. Getting to her feet, Elda told Bera to pack his things because they were moving on. The next day, Elda and Bera made a new camp, and during dinner, Bera thought about how Elda hadn't said a word all day, and he was nervous about it. Suddenly, Elda said she would wash the dishes and pack up the tent, but Bera said he could do it himself. Elsa asked Bera if he would complain behind her back and said she would do everything herself. Awkwardly, Bera said that Elda could go practice with her sword, and that Elda didn't know how to fold the tent properly anyway. Suddenly, Elda started yelling at Bera about how he dared to talk to her like that, and told him to come to her immediately. Suddenly, two silhouettes of people who had heard their quarrel nearby appeared next to Bera and Elda. An unknown man said that it was easy to find them because of all the noise, and an unknown woman said that it looked like two lovers were arguing in front of them. Elda nervously began to look for her sword, while Bera, armed with a plate and spoon, was already ready to attack and ordered Elda to hide behind him. While Elda was looking for her sword, Bera asked the strangers who they were, and the woman asked if they had scared them, and the man with her added that they were surprised to meet good adventurers like them. Raising his hands, the man told Bera to calm down, because they were not their enemies, and the woman said that if they were enemies, they would not have shown themselves, but would have attacked immediately. When Elda heard this, she was convinced that they were not enemies, and the man introduced himself as Santore, and the woman as Boa. Leaving her sword behind, Elda asked what they needed, and Santore asked if they would mind sharing a table with them, and if they would like to spend the night with them. Boa said that they were not bad at magic and had plenty of supplies, so they would not mind sharing. Turning to Elda, Bera asked what they would do, and Elda thought for a moment. Elda thought that only enemies would be waiting for them on this mountain, and after this first friendly encounter, she felt as if a weight had been lifted from her shoulders. Looking at Santore and Boa, Elda realized that they were much more experienced, and that they could learn information from them. Elida allowed Santore and Boa to stay, and asked if they had eaten yet. Santore and Boa said they were just about to eat, and began to unpack their thing. The group began to prepare the meat, which was part of the boar that Santore and Boa had recently caught. Bera asked what the white powder was, and Santore explained that it was salt, and simultaneously turned the coals. When they had good coals, Santore began to put the meat on, explaining that they had cut it thinly so it should cook quickly. If the fire got too strong, the meat would need to be turned over. Elida thought they could cut the meat even thinner so that it would cook faster, but Santore said he liked juicy meat, so that's how he did it. Boa added that thin meat should be eaten very quickly because it cools down quickly. Santore and Boa handed Elda and Bera the meat and invited them to try it. Elsa and Bera took a piece of meat each and thanked Santore and Boa for the food. When Elda and Bera tasted the juicy meat on their tongues, they looked at each other. Overjoyed, Elda and Bera said it was incredibly delicious, and Santore said they had a wonderful reaction, and Boa added that she had said earlier that the meat was wonderful. But Bera thought disappointedly that his food had been terrible before, and how good it was that Santore and Boa hadn't tried his food. Elda asked if Santore had worked as a cook before, and Santore said that it was a basic skill for an adventurer. Bo, meanwhile, brought everyone drinks, and Santore noticed that she was in a good mood, while Elda and Bera were surprised. Then, at a leisurely pace, the friends continued to eat and drink on this wonderful evening. When Santore and Boa set up their tent, Elda noticed that it was better than the one they had, and Santore said that they now had money. Elsa also noticed that Santore and Boa had magic bags, and Boa said that they had already been used but were cheaper than those on the market. Santore used a magic ball, and Bear asked what magic had been cast on them. Santore explained that it was dark magic and that it covered a certain area with a dome of darkness that prevented the light of the campfire from being seen outside, which was quite useful at night in the forest, because in any country you cannot completely relax while sleeping. Santore showed that if you put the sphere in this magic stand, its magic will last until morning. Bera thought this was really cool and asked if they could transfer this magic to a magic stone. Returning to Bera, Santore said that they were not magicians and that Bera could find a magician who would demonstrate this to him, and that it was better to look for magicians in big cities. Bera understood Santore and thought to himself that they needed to stock up on such things in advance. Boa told Elda that, surprisingly, adventurers spend more money on equipment than on weapons. Elda said that she would also like such things, and Bera learned from Santore that he had been an adventurer for about a year. Santore said that since magicians are very rare, they can set any price they want, so it's important to know how to bargain. Elda said that even if they found a magician, it would be useless without knowledge of specific spells. Suspiciously, Santore said that Elda and Bera hadn't been adventurers for long, and Boa asked if they were a couple. Bera loudly and angrily began to deny it, and Elda replied that she was Bera's mistress and asked who Boa and Santore were to each other. Turning to Boa, Santore asked how many days they had been on this journey, and Boa replied that as long as their interests were shared, nothing could stop them, even though they had only recently met. In his mind, Bera suspected that Santore and Boa were in love, and Elda asked what their mission was. Boa said that she had been ordered to get the eggs of the wyvern from the village she was going to, and Boa asked what Elda and Bera's goal was. When Bera wanted to say that they were looking for Heir Elda, she interrupted him and said that they were just traveling around the world. Hurting Bera, Elda ignored him and said that they would be going on a journey tomorrow and asked if they would be the first to stand guard. Santore happily thanked Elda and Bera, and Boa, entering the tent, said that they should wake them up if anything happened. Bera wished Santore and Boa sweet dreams and turned his attention to Elda, who was climbing into their tent. While Santore and Boa were climbing into the tent, Bera was surprised that they were sleeping together, even though they definitely had a bigger tent. Bera wondered what he would do when it was their turn to sleep, thinking that he would not be able to sleep with Elda. Meanwhile, Elda was also wondering if she would really have to sleep together, because Santore and Boa were sleeping together, but Bera would have to lie down on the ground outside. Suddenly, Bera and Elda heard strange sounds coming from the neighboring tent, where Santore asked Boa to stop because they would be heard, and Boa said she would only stop kissing. Boa playfully said that they needed to warm up the air in the tent quickly, and Santore said that she couldn't control herself at all. When Bera heard this, he looked into Elda's tent in fear and started calling her, and Elda asked what had happened. Bera told Elida that Santore and Boa were kissing, which was strange to him. Elsa asked what it had to do with her, and Bera didn't know how to express his thoughts. Elsa said that Bera was making a fuss over nothing, and that it was common among adventurers to have affairs to relieve accumulated stress. Annoyed, Elda asked Bera if he was really so upset by displays of affection and asked if Bera wanted to kiss Elda. Frightened, Bera asked if Elda had lost her mind to say such a thing, and asked her not to say such things to him, even as a joke. Turning away from Elda, Bera thought that she was like royalty, yet such a shameless girl with a strange sense of humor. Elda asked maliciously what Bera was muttering to himself, and if he wanted to be crippled. But looking at Bera, Elda realized that she was indeed embarrassed by her own words. Remembering her gatherings with her brothers and their conversations about the adventures of adventurers, Elda realized that they weren't joking back then. Embarrassed, Bera thought that Santore and Boa had been talking for quite a long time, and couldn't get those thoughts out of his head. Meanwhile, Elda was also embarrassed and couldn't sleep at all because of her thoughts. In the morning, Santore and Boa said it was time to go and say goodbye, and thanked Elda and Bera for their company. Elda and Bera also thanked them and wished them well. Boa suggested meeting in the village of Bildre, and Santore told Bera that since he had slept on the street, he had had a rough night and should be careful coming down the mountain. Bera nervously said that everything was fine and he had slept well, and Elda said that if they met in the village of Bildre, she would treat them to lunch. Then Santore and Boa went their way, and Elda and the tired Bera went their way. But as she walked through the forest, Elda thought that meeting Santore and Boa had been a good experience. Elda realized that equipment, magic, and delicious food were very important for adventurers. Elda and Bera began to descend the mountain, but they did so carefully because the slope was steep. Towards evening, Elda and Bera finally descended from the steep mountain and walked along the path. Bera began to look at Elda and wonder if she was still offended by him because she was not saying a word again. Pointing to the castle, Elda said that she and Bera would stay there tonight. Walking closer to the sender, Elda drew Bera's attention to something. In front of them stood a statue of Queen Ere, and they decided to spend the night there. After lighting a fire and setting up a tent, Elda said to Beru that in order to find Heire's lost inheritance, they first needed to learn about Queen Heir herself. Elda said that Queen Heir was born among the lowest ranks of the churn. Elsa said that there was nothing remarkable in the records of Heir's childhood, and Beru asked how she became queen, and how a commoner could become a noblewoman, or whether Heir had married well. Elsa asked Beru if that were the case. Would Heir have become a legend? Thinking about Heir's story, Elda said that although there was no mention of it in the records, Heir had spent her entire childhood on the most dangerous mountain, which Heir knew like the back of her hand. Heir was the eldest daughter of a farmer, and everyone in her family loved her. Despite her young age, she had a remarkable talent for hunting. Heir lived a quiet and peaceful life, until disaster struck. One day, Heir went to the mountains to hunt and gather herbs for her sick brother. When Heir returned home with everything she needed, she saw that her entire town, including her house, was on fire. At that time, there was fighting on the continent, and invasions of small villages were commonplace. And when Heir arrived at the village, her family home had already burned to ashes before her eyes. At that moment, no one expected a miracle, but it only seemed that way because the miracle happened after the soldiers wanted to capture Heir. Heir took the weapons of these soldiers, and then she took it in her hands for the first time in her life. When a soldier on horseback ran towards Heir, she grabbed a spear and was ready to attack. Heir killed the soldier and took his horse for herself. Then Heir ran towards her enemies. Bera asked if Queen Heir had studied martial arts, and Elda said that there were no records of this and that, as she had said, Heir was a commoner. Elsa suggested saying that Heir was an incomparable genius, the likes of whom could not be found anywhere else in the world. Continuing the story, Elda said that Heir headed toward a horde of enemies numbering 500 men. The enemy knights saw Heir as just an ordinary woman and thought she was out of her mind. Elda continued by saying that the legend tells how Heir destroyed 400 soldiers. Then Bera looked sternly at Elda, and she asked Bera why he was reacting so strangely. Bera explained that, no matter how you look at it, one person against 400 soldiers is very strange. And Bera was curious about what kind of epic this was. Elda agreed and said that rumors usually overshadow Heir's past. Elsa said that Heir became queen precisely because of her victory over 400 soldiers, and records of this were preserved in two military countries, Demas, which destroyed the city of Heir, and Dagiria, of which Heir was a citizen, and this was considered official history. Surprised, Bera asked if this was really true and recorded in official history. Elsa said that after everything, the 100 soldiers who survived simply fled from Heir. Heir believed that there was no point in chasing after her enemies, and looking up at the sky, Heir shouted a phrase asking the goddess Daya for human freedom. Elda said that this is how the legend of Heir began. Elda wanted to continue the story and mentioned Heir's friend, but suddenly stopped. Interested, Bera asked Elda what happened next and what happened to Heir's friend. Seemingly annoyed, Elda said she would tell him next time, but now she wanted to sleep, so she wished Bera a good night. Bera realized that he was now very interested in this legend. Looking at Bera with interest, Elsa thought that when Bera listened so attentively, she couldn't help but find him incredibly cute. Going to bed, Elda told Bera to use the clock and wake her up when it was time, but Bera said he still had a question. Bera asked about their equipment, because Santore and Boa had magical items and stones, and a tent that was much better than theirs, even though Elda was a former princess. Elsa said that Bera shouldn't have asked about it, and Bera, not understanding, asked why. Elsa said that she had sold everything to help free Bera's friend. Remembering her father, Elda said that the king would never have allowed the equipment to be sold without pressure and provocation from the Church of the Goddess, who wanted to hold the heir ceremony at any cost. Therefore, Elda ordered Anna to get rid of everything except weapons and replace them with cheaper options. Elda told Burr that if he complained again, she would destroy him, and Burr simply apologized to Elda. Calm down, Elda said that this was not the point, and asked what kind of fun adventure could there be, with full pockets and the best equipment. Elda happily said that it would be better if they got it themselves, and when they came to the village, they would look at everything there. Agreeing with Elida, Bera became nervous, and Elida said she would go to sleep first. Breathing a sigh of relief, Bera thought that without Elda's intervention to save his friends, they would have been destroyed. Looking at the light coming from the wall, Bera began to think and wonder how his friends were doing now. Bera wondered if his friends would consider him a traitor if he didn't show up at the designated meeting place. In the morning, Elida was already watching over Bera, and when the time was up, she practiced with her sword. When the time was up, Elsa began to call Bera and said that morning had come. Sleepy Bera thought that the morning air was very unpleasant and made it very cold. On the day Bera and Elda set off, Elda wondered where the village might be. Remembering Boa, Elda thought that although the village was very close to the Holy Land on the map, her perception of distance was distorted by endless trips on horses and carriages. Boa told Elda that if they followed the current, they would quickly find the village. But suddenly, behind Elda and Bera, lightning flashed and heavy rain began to fall. Everything began to annoy and anger Elda, and Bera began to look for the nearest tree. After setting up the tent, Elda said that she hated rain, and that she could endure anything, but even rain was too much for her. Bera said that the rain was not going to stop anytime soon. Bera was worried because his backpack was soaked, and Elda was annoyed that all her clothes were wet. Disappointed, Bera sighed, and thought that they would probably have to spend the whole day under the tree, while Elda sighed heavily and wondered how real adventurers would behave in such a situation. But an hour later, Elda and Bera didn't even notice that they had both fallen asleep, leaving themselves unprotected. When the rain stopped, strangers with swords approached the sleeping Bera and Elda, thinking that Elda and Bera were either fearless or stupid. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly for Elda and Bera to wake up, which they did, taken by surprise. The four men pointed their swords at Elda and Bera and warned them that if they moved, they would be killed. The black-haired man said that Elda and Bera were stupid and, seeing how soundly they were sleeping on the ground, that they did not value their lives at all during their adventure, but asked if perhaps they were just very determined. Elsa nervously turned to Burr and asked if he had fallen asleep too, and Burr apologized to Elsa. After a while, Elda and Burr were riding in a carriage accompanied by the people who had recently held their swords to them. The black-haired man said that Elda and Burr were newcomers, and that they were very lucky that they had found them, and that they were respectable citizens. Sighing heavily, Elda and Bera said they had already taken the men for bandits, and the man on horseback said that bandits did not have neat beards, which was very offensive. The black-haired man said that sleeping or dozing off while traveling was tantamount to absolute indifference, and seeing Elda's angry face, Burr thought she would destroy him. But in his thoughts, Bera understood that they had survived for the second time thanks to luck, because when they met Santore and Boa, they could have attacked too. Bera thought that if these guys were bandits, they would have destroyed him and Elda in their sleep. In his thoughts, Bera begged Elda to let him relax a little, and Elda thought that Bera was not entirely to blame for what had happened, and that even though Bera was stronger in the arena, this was his first adventure in life. Elsa thought that she and Bera had been too careless, and that it would be better to find some companion. But Elsa immediately dismissed the idea, because it was a bad one, and she wanted to travel only with Bera. The black-haired man said he didn't want to be rude, but during his adventures he was also forced to sleep and make stops, so they should find a solution to the problem. Elda was interested in the fact that the man was an adventurer. The man with long hair said that their leader used to be a famous person, and now he is responsible for protecting their city. Elda asked when the man had finished his travels. Waving his hand, the black-haired man said that it would be an exaggeration to say that he had finished his adventures. One of the man's companions said that the black-haired man had fallen in love with his stepsister, and the other added that the black-haired man had chosen love over dreams. The black-haired man ordered his companions to be quiet, but the black-haired man said that his companions were right, although this story was embarrassing for him, and added that adventurers often end their adventures in winter, so they stay in one place. And in one adventure, he met his wife. The black-haired man recalled that winter day when it was snowing, and on that day the man fell in love not only with his wife, but also with the city. During his adventures, the man had been to many places, but such lively places were rare for him. Therefore, his adventures ended when he found a place where he would spend the rest of his life. At that moment, the cart with Elda and Burr crashed into a rock, and some of their goods fell out. Elsa recognized the magic stone, and said that they could not possess it without permission from the authorities, but the man said not to worry because he had permission. Burr recognized this magic stone from the arena. Suddenly, the man asked Elda and Burr if they wanted to earn some money doing easy work related to magic stones. Surprised, Burr did not understand, and Elda asked why he was offering so suddenly, since the man had not even seen their skills. The man asked if they thought he didn't recognize them, because he knew that in front of him were Elda, who had inherited from Air, and Bera, the the king of gladiators. Bera was surprised, and Elda was equally surprised and asked how he knew about them. The man replied that he had seen Bera's fights 100 times, and asked if it wasn't suspicious that a blonde was walking with a northerner. The man had also heard about their escape from the sacred land, because when he was traveling for magical stones, everyone was talking about them. Elsa understood the man's words and asked what kind of work or mission he was offering. The man explained that a few days ago, with the help of the stones, they would create a magical shield that would ward off monsters, and they would have to guard the magician until he finished casting his spell, because there was a chance that he could be attacked. Then Elda asked if the power of the magic stones had run out, and the man replied that the time of the stones had not yet come, but the stones had suddenly lost their power. The man said that they had a hard time because the protective spell had disappeared. Recalling what had happened in the city, the man said that when the monsters attacked them, it was also not easy. But fortunately, they were able to overcome this crisis. And when the adventurers heard the news, they came to their aid. And when the mage arrived, he decided to help their city with a spell for a new strong barrier for a small fee. Hearing about the mage, Elda wondered if she could ask the mage to enchant their similar equipment. With a smile, Elda said that they would take on the man's task, and Bera saw smoke in the distance. The man thanked Elda and said he was sure that everything would go well. Where the smoke was, two strangers stood talking about how more and more adventurers were coming to the city, and wondering if there was anyone strong. The dark elf asked the ogre what he would do if anyone got in his way, and the ogre said that if that happened, he would simply destroy everyone. After taking Elda and Burr to the hotel, the man told them to let him know if the prices were going to go up. Elda thanked the man. The man said there was no need to thank him, and that in his wildest dreams, he could not have believed that he would meet Elda Despringers herself. The man praised Elda for being a wise and generous princess who had become heir, and that it was an honor for him. Bera wanted to argue with the man that Elda was not as perfect as he saw her, but Elda did not let him finish, and said that it was time for them to go, and that they would meet tomorrow. Elsa used a spell, and Bera fell to the ground for a second, and immediately asked Elsa for forgiveness, while Elsa scolded Bera. Noticing this, the man realized that Elsa had tamed Bera and found it frightening. When Elda and Bera entered the room, Elda was surprised that they had been given such a small room for such a large sum of money. Bera immediately began to touch the bed, and Elda wanted to stop him immediately. Elda said that right now, she and Bera had a lot of lice, ticks, and other dirt on them. Bera asked what he should do now, and whether he should catch them all one by one. When Elda and Bera went to the bathroom and Bera touched the water, it was hot. Elsa was behind the wall and shouted to Bera that the temperature in the bath was perfect and he should stop shouting. Elsa asked if Bera was ready, and Bera forced himself into the bath and was ready. On the count of 3, Bera and Elda dove under the water, and Elda told Bera that he hadn't taken a bath in a long time. Washing his head under the water, Bera knew that there was simply no other way to clean his body of lice and tick. It was interesting to see how dirty their bodies were compared to the gladiators' daily routine after just a couple of days of adventure, because after taking a bath, the water immediately turned black. As Elda was sorting through her clothes, she noticed how bad they smelled, and they decided to wash their clothes. Bera went to the hotel manager, and taking normal clothes, gave them dirty ones to wash. Bera had heard before that clothes with magic stones could be cleaned in a closet thanks to a magic closet that could not only wash clothes, but also remove all holes so that the clothes looked like new. Looking at their budget with Bera, Elda thought that their money would not even last a week because she had spent most of it on the room and laundry. Elda and Bera did not have dinner and immediately fell into bed to sleep as soon as they finished all their chores. Although Burr fell asleep quickly after a hot bath and a soft bed, he woke up at sunset because he was hungry. Looking at Elda, Burr decided not to wake her because she looked very tired. Taking the money that was left, Burr decided to have dinner alone and then return to Elda. Bera was excited to go to the tavern restaurant because it was his first time in such a place. Approaching the bartender, Bera handed him a coin and asked him to recommend a dish, and the bartender recommended fresh fish. Looking around, Bera saw noisy people and compared them to adventurers and gladiators because the atmosphere was the same. As he began to eat, Bera was happy that he could eat at his own expense, although, in reality, it was Elda's money. Burr couldn't even remember the last time he had been able to eat peacefully, as if he were in an arena. After drinking, Burr thought that he was now free of chains and thought that this was what they called freedom, and he thought it was an incredible feeling. Be that as it may, after yesterday's failure, Burr realized that he could not escape Elda now. In his mind, Burr decided that he should give up on this idea and focus on finding Heir's treasure and only then part ways with Elda and find his friend. Unexpectedly for everyone, Bera rose from his seat and asked for everyone's attention. Having attracted the attention of all the adventurers present, Bera announced that he had an urgent question. Bera asked loudly if anyone knew about the lost treasure of Queen Heir's inheritance. Everyone present began to look around suspiciously and wave their hands, not understanding what Bera was talking about. Meanwhile, a man sat by one of the wells and kept repeating the word soon. The guy said that soon he would be able to meet someone and bring a gift, but he had to wait a little longer. Suddenly, Elda appeared behind the man and asked if he was going to jump into the well, which frightened it. Coming closer, Elda asked the boy why he was crying so bitterly and if she could help him. But at that moment, Elda did not know that she had met a sad boy who would send everyone straight to hell in the future. When Bera asked those present if they knew anything about Heir and her treasure, the adventurers looked at Bera in surprise, and in the next moment, loud laughter from the adventurers over Bera rang out in the tavern. One of the adventurers approached Bera and asked if Bera really needed the treasures from the legend. The second adventurer laughed and told Bera that he was naive to believe the king's stories. The first adventurer put his hand on Bera and told him to listen. The adventurer said that if a young man like Bera was going in search of adventure, then he needed to gain knowledge and then catch a dangerous beast or go into the dungeon. The adventurer told Bera that he needed to think carefully about his adventures and not dream about non-existent goals that would supposedly bring him a lot of money. But after these words, Bera grabbed the adventurer. When the adventurer told Bera not to touch him, Bera simply threw the adventurer aside. Unexpectedly, the adventurer that Bera threw fell onto the table where an orc was sitting and eating his food. The orc asked how he dared to interrupt his dinner, and if he wanted to become his snack, which frightened the adventurer. Seeing the orc, the other adventurers tensed up and considered him safe. One of the adventurers asked the orc what he was doing there, and remembered that his uncle had been killed in a civil war because of his tribe. Recalling the past, Bera and Berat had fought against an orc only once, and Berat said that orcs were too dangerous, so Berat fought alone at that time. But looking at the orc in the tavern, Bera thought that he was smaller than the one in the arena, but looked stronger. One of the adventurers approached the orc and asked angrily what was going on and if he could hear him. When the orc was looking for something on himself, the adventurers were frightened because they thought that the orc would take out a weapon right in the adventurer's tavern. But the orc only took out a large round object with an image of a lion on it and asked if it looked like a weapon. The surprised adventurers recognized the symbol, and it was a medal for free entry to the southern continent. Then the tavern owner intervened and said that he had checked the orc's pass and therefore served him, and ordered the other adventurers to leave him alone, while Bera asked what the medal was. The owner replied that this medal showed a guaranteed decision on entry issued by the Southern Union, and that it was issued to residents of the North and countries that were not members of the Union, giving them the right to legally reside in the North. Imagining the orc at the border, the tavern owner said that it was unlikely that the orc could enter the northern lands without a pass. But looking back at the adventurers who wanted to chase the orc away, Bera asked why orcs couldn't just enter the northern lands. Looking at the conflict, the tavern owner said that Bera knew nothing about himself and Heir, and Bera apologized because he had not been given an education. The tavern owner said that during the battle, the northern front lines were made up of orcs, and how Bera could imagine the horror, which is why they had unpleasant memories. Bera asked the owner if the northerners were the main reason for the battle, as the south hates the orcs more. The owner said that most of the orcs had been destroyed and it was a victory for the north. Recalling the past, the owner said that the northerners were taken prisoner and made subordinates, so they are more humiliated than feared. When Bera left, the tavern owner thought he had been too harsh, but Bera replied that it was all right and that, in general, he didn't care where he grew up. The adventurers shouted, and then the orc left, attracting Bera's attention as he watched the orc walk away. Turning to the owner, Bera asked for something else to eat. After a while, Bera went out to the orc and, addressing him, said that because of him, he had not been able to eat properly and asked him to accept the food as an apology. Turning to Bera, the orc said that he did not think he would meet a boy from the north and Heir here, and Bera said that there was an unpleasant reason for that. Bera asked if the orc had gone on an adventure, to which the orc replied that he had not, and that he was looking for something. Burr asked what exactly the orc was looking for, because if he knew, he could help. Suspiciously, the orc asked Bera what he wanted in return for such a generous service and information. Uncertainly, Bera said that it was because he wanted to compensate the orc for ruining his dinner. After thinking for a moment, the orc said that it wouldn't hurt to try, and that he was looking for a special magic stone. Then Bera remembered how he and Elda had seen the magic stones when they were being driven to the city. Lost in thought, Bera did not expect that someone was already looking for this magic stone, and the orc suspiciously asked why Bera had fallen silent. Bera said that he was just thinking, and that he had never seen such stones, let alone magical ones, and the orc replied that he knew that. Bera imagined that Elda would have to fight this orc, and he was overcome with fear. Meanwhile, at night, the guards who had previously brought Elda and Bera were guarding some kind of room. A dark elf sneaked into the room and was almost within reach of the magical stones. Suddenly, people appeared behind the dark elf and asked her not to touch the magic stone because it was very expensive and the residents had collected money for it themselves. It was the man who had saved Elda and Burr, and he asked why the girl didn't give up without making a fuss, and he would only ask a few questions. The man ordered his subordinates to step back, and they looked to their leader for guidance. But the girl had no intention of surrendering, and grabbing 2 knives, ran at the men. But to everyone's surprise, the girl ran past the men and even wounded the leader. The girl noticed that the leader had managed to hit her and damaged her favorite hood and ear. When the girl took off her hood, the men realized that she was a dark elf and wondered what to do. But suddenly the girl ran away, and the men realized that they had lost sight of the dark elf. The leader of the group told his subordinates that they were unlikely to be able to cope with the dark elf. Meanwhile, Elda stood with a suspicious guy who asked her why she had decided to help him. Elda said that she did not want to restore justice and that it was simply her duty. But the guy said that Elda was clearly not an ordinary girl, but after looking at her again, he said that she did not look like a priestess to talk about duty. Returning, Elda said that, oddly enough, she was connected to religion and noticed that the guy was crying very bitterly, which made her sad, so she decided to help. The guy turned away, and Elda thought that she hoped he wouldn't think she was nosy. He said that if Elda helped everyone, her worries would never end. The boy said that his sister had gone to the other world in this very well. He explained that his parents were immigrants in this wonderful country, and had fallen victim to swindlers, so they were now up to their ears in debt. Recalling the past, the boy said that even as children, they were unable to escape their debts. The boy wanted to save at least his younger sister from this horror. At such a young age, the boy had to work hard in the hope of paying off the debts. But one day, the boy's younger sister was punished by being thrown into a well. After that, the boy ran away to become stronger and eventually returned to the city. But when he returned, he saw how the city had blossomed, as if everything that had happened to them had been erased and life had begun again. Turning to Elda, the boy said that he was crying because of the revenge he wanted to take. In a calm voice, the boy asked Elda if, after hearing his story, she would help him with his revenge. Elsa said that she now understood the gravity of his situation, but apologized and said that she would not take part in his revenge. The boy asked why, and suspected that Elda could not trust a stranger. Elda denied this and said that the sadness in the young man's eyes was real, but no one would want to help a stranger with revenge. Elda also mentioned the laws of the country, ethnic norms, and God's commandments, which were many reasons to refuse the boy, so it was better for Elda to stop him and point him in the right direction. But Elda said that if the boy still decided to take revenge, why not do so within the law, and said that she was still closely connected to the law and could punish the guilty if the boy reported the thieves. With a smile, the young man was surprised that Elda had connections among the nobility. But while the young man was traveling the world, he promised to take revenge and understood something. The guy realized that people in power will always have privileges and pretend that everything is fair, but it's pointless to deny that the rich will always have an advantage. With angry eyes, the young man said that the rich may have a lot of different evidence, but his evidence would only be empty words. Elda asked how the boy would take revenge on his enemies, but he said he couldn't tell her, and suspected that Elda would rather help his enemies. Elsa said that this was cruel, and the young man, walking away, said that it was thanks to cruelty that he was still alive. In gratitude for Elda listening to him, he wanted to give her some advice, which surprised Elda. The guy advised Elda to leave the village as soon as possible. Looking at the boy, Elda remained silent, and he said that he had survived only for revenge, and asked Elda not to stand in his way. After a while, Elda finally waited for Bear in the room, and when he arrived, she was angry with him for going somewhere with their money. Seeing Burr's face, Elda realized that he had been drinking, and Burr said that he had drunk 1 glass because he remembered his friends and joined other adventurers. Elsa said she was tired of it, and, having given up, wanted to punish Burr, but suddenly Burr took out a fish. Elsa asked what it was, and Bera said it was dinner for Elsa, and when Bera left, he didn't want to disturb her sweet sleep, but he thought Elsa would be hungry when she woke up. so he brought her food. Bera said he had drunk a little and wondered if he would be punished. Blushing, Elda turned away from Bera and said that he should have told her about it earlier, and Bera breathed a sigh of relief. In his thoughts, Bera remembered that this was the food he wanted to give to the orc, but fortunately, he refused. Suddenly, Elda turned to Bera and asked him about his story about Barato in the forest, which surprised Bera. Elsa asked if Barato had ever told Baru about some kind of revenge. Not understanding why Elda was asking, Bera honestly replied that such conversations had taken place in the past. Elda asked what exactly Barato had said, and Barato replied that Barato had been hoping for something. Recalling the past, Bera said that Barat had hoped that after he passed away, no one would be dissatisfied or hate him. Recalling Barato's words, Bera said that he had said that fate had prepared them to meet at the bottom, and that they should fight not for revenge, but for freedom. Bera recalled how Barato begged him that if Bera managed to get out, he should fight only for the right reason. And of course, it was not easy for Bera, but remembering Barato's words, his desire for revenge always disappears. Disappointed, Elda turned away from Bera, and he asked her what was wrong. Under her breath, Elda said that she should have told the stranger that, but she couldn't find the words. In the evening streets of the village, in one of the houses, a man asked if it would be enough for them to hire 2 adventurers. The leader of the Defenders of the Magic Stones said he didn't know if those who hired him had heard, but the hunt for the stones had already begun, and the Dark Elf was one of them, so 2 people would not be enough. The men did not trust their words about the hunt and the danger. One of the men turned to his father, who began to shout that they should stop playing with swords and take up farming. The gray-haired man said that if they wanted to become part of the village, he would try to fulfill their wishes, but they should not forget about the village supplies. The black-haired man thanked him and said he would not forget, adding that the mage had asked that no one know where he would be charging the magic stones with spells. One of the men asked irritably if they should worry about how he did his job, and the gray-haired man added that he was right and said not to warn him about their visit. The other man said that they had done the same thing last time. Putting on his hat, the black-haired man said he understood and that they would discuss the matter next time. Meanwhile, the elf met with the orc and asked if it would be better to explain everything to the people and work with them. And the orc asked her if she really thought that this thing had appeared and they would not sit idly by. The orc said that even if they tried to stop them, they would definitely kidnap her. The dark elf said that the boy was definitely in the village but had hidden the traces of his magic and disappeared like a ghost. Looking at his hand, the orc said that if they stayed in the village, there was a good chance they would be stopped, but if the boy used that thing, the ring would track him, and they would be able to attack. The dark elf asked if the ring would be powerful enough to destroy him, and the orc said that if they used that thing, they would have 20 minutes, and then they would attack. The next day, Bera and Elda decided to start earning money until it was time to carry out the task. Looking at Elda's behavior, Bera understood that something was bothering her, but she didn't say anything. The missions that Bera and Elda chose were aimed at destroying the monsters near the village. Sometimes Bera and Elda worked together, but when there was only one location, Bera would go on some missions alone, and Elda could stay in the city to improve her skills. Looking from the sidelines, Bera understood that Elda was becoming a better fighter. Looking at himself, Bera realized that he could no longer compare himself to his past self, because he had participated in all the battles in the arena, and Bera could no longer do as he had done in those days. Recalling the past, Bera thought that even the improved senses he had developed during his career as a gladiator had gradually diminished. In addition, Bera had not faced any great dangers, and that was why his vigilance had diminished and he could not sharpen his senses as before. On top of that, Bera, along with a bad feeling of weakness, had to protect the magic stone. This was because Bera had told the black-haired man that the orc was looking for the magic stone. As a result, the leader of the militia hired even more people to protect the magic stone. Santore and Boa also appeared among the new participants thanks to their information, and were among the first to sign up. In addition to Santore and Boa, several different adventurers joined them. Meanwhile, Elda was only interested in meeting the mage, but the leader of the militia refused her. The militia leader understood Elda's desire to meet the mage, so he promised to arrange a meeting for them after the mission. Elda was looking for the mage so that he could infuse the camp and the barrier with magic using the magic stone they had obtained from the goblins. Be that as it may, the mission began, and their team gathered to carry it out. The leader of the group announced that the saturation would begin soon, and that no one was allowed to climb the tower until he gave the order. Boa was surprised that they weren't allowed to go up either, but they were in a special position and should be able to go up the tower. The girl in the robe next to her said that Boa's brains had gone to her muscles because there could be enemies among them. The leader of the group said that this was an additional measure to protect the mage and asked them to understand. In a calm voice, the girl in the robe wanted to make friends with Boa and introduced herself as Saren. Elsa asked if the mage could be trusted at all, and Bera stood next to her. The leader of the group assured them that their mage specialized in barrier magic and earned his living by casting magical protections on cities, so he had earned the trust of the people and even received official permission to operate from the authorities. Meanwhile, this magician was the boy Elda had met at the well and tried to calm down. The village nobles watched over the boy, and when the mage finished casting his spell, they decided it was time to leave and doubted the boy's abilities. Suddenly, the white-haired young magician announced that he was not yet finished, which surprised the nobility. Glaring at the nobles, the magician said that he owed them a debt and had therefore prepared an expensive gift for them. The gray-haired man looked at the boy in surprise and asked about the gifts and whether they had met before. The boy began to cast a spell and said that he thought the nobles would not remember anything, but that it did not matter. After conjuring up a red sphere, the young magician asked for the nobles' attention and presented them with an incredibly expensive dark red magic stone. Meanwhile, Elda and Burr's team decided to get acquainted, and one of the men said that his name was Jirako and that he could fight at long or medium range. Saren decided to greet everyone again and said that her full name was Amalda Saren and that she could fight in close combat and at a distance. Another man said his name was Tunga and that he could only fight at close range. Santore also greeted them and said that he was a close-range fighter and noted that his weapon was large and it would be difficult for him to fight inside the tower. Boa also greeted them and said that she had the same problem as Santore. Pulling on his chains, Bera said he could fight at any distance, and Elda said she could fight at medium range. When Elda wanted to tell more about her abilities, the leader of the group stopped her because it was not necessary at that moment. Hira, hearing Bera's name, remembered the king of gladiators and asked if it was him. Unexpectedly, Santore asked if Bera was famous, and Elda proudly replied that he was in a way, and Bera confirmed her words. Hirako said that in his youth, he was also a gladiator and fought in the arena, and once fought the legendary Barato. Bera looked at Gariko suspiciously and asked if it was true because he couldn't believe his words. The leader of the group said that enough talk and he wanted to explain the purpose of their mission, saying that the magician needed an hour to finish installing the barrier and securing the stone, after which it would be impossible to steal. The leader of the group said that even if they delivered the stone in secret, there would still be those who would try to steal it, and that was why they had hired all of them. If unknown enemies appeared, the adventurers had to stall for time until the mage finished his work. He added that the slightest problem during the spell could lead to a mistake, so they must be careful. The leader of the group said that Bera, Elda, Santore, and Boa would be on the street. Herak, Amalda, and Tunga would be inside the tower with the leader of the group, and each would be on their own floor. After showing who would be where, the leader of the wife announced the start of the operation. Amalda, addressing Bera, suggested going for a drink after the mission, while Elita seemed to shield Bera from her. Jirako asked not to let anyone inside, and the leader of the wife prayed that nothing would happen. Santore shouted at the leader of the group to treat everyone to drinks after the mission, but the leader simply adjusted his hat. But Elda, meanwhile, suspected that something was wrong with this mission, but did not understand what exactly. Boa asked what was bothering Elda, and Santore asked if it was possible that Elda didn't like being outside. Elda reassured them that it was just her crazy thoughts. Elda said that a magic stone of this level could be bought anywhere if you had the money, but someone had traveled a long way from their native north to steal a magic stone from another race, and that was what worried Elda. Boa told Elda that their stone was huge and asked if Elda knew how much such things cost, because with one such stone, you could do nothing for several years. Santore noticed that Elda was of royal descent, and Bera confirmed this and told Elda not to pretend to be smart. At that moment, Elda stepped on Bera's head and shouted that she was ready to punish Bera for his stupid thoughts, and Bera immediately asked Elda for forgiveness because he had sinned. Having calmed down, Elda plunged back into her thoughts because she thought she was missing something, and it was stressing her out. But an hour later, to everyone's surprise, the magic glowed red, but the leader of the wives was glad that everything had worked out, and now the orc and the dark elf could do nothing. Turning back, the leader said that they had managed to pull it off without a fight, so they would pay the adventurers the minimum, and the elders would not complain. But thinking about why no one was leaving the room, the leader assumed that the elders were trying to bargain with the maid. Meanwhile, the elders had indeed fallen into the mage's trap, and were beginning to get nervous about it. When the elders tried to touch the door, they couldn't get out and tried to yell at the mage about what he was doing. The gray-haired man asked if the mage was trying to get money out of them. The elders began to call out to the leader of the Delazio family, asking him to do something, but the magician said that it was a barrier spell that he had spent half his life perfecting and that no one outside could hear the elders. With a sinister smile, The magician said that he did not need money and only wanted to punish the elders for their sins. The elders began to shout at the magician, but the gray-haired man suddenly realized that the magician's face looked familiar. The magician said that the elders looked confused and asked if the name Donna meant anything to them. The elders said that nothing came to mind and that they had never heard the name Donna before. The magician said that it didn't matter, because if they remembered the name of his sister Donna, they would have angered him even more, but asked if they were familiar with the name of his father, Delasso. Suddenly, the elders were indeed frightened by the name Delasso. The magician said that the elders had deceived his father, Delasso, and left his family with nothing, making them almost slaves. Suddenly, the gray-haired man said that he remembered the magician's son and what had happened in the past. He asked the magician's son if he had any idea what they had gone through after his disappearance, because they were worried about him, but he decided to blame them. The gray-haired man said that Delasso's father had decided to gamble with large sums of money and had incurred large debts, and that the elders had only followed protocol within the framework of the law, and therefore, the magician Doldo should not change the facts. Ironically, Doldo said that if the mayor remembered his name, it was a great honor, and Doldo knew that the mayor would be confident, but he exceeded his expectation. The elders began to demand proof from Doldo, but he only laughed at their demand. With a scary look, Doldo said he could reward them with the truth for making him laugh. Dorado told the elders that when he pulled Donna's sister out of the well, she was still alive. From Donna, Dolado learned clearly about their lies and their last words to her. Doleo said that they had abandoned little Donna and left her there. Pulling Donna out of the well, Doleo felt how cold she was and how difficult it was for her. On that day, the sky decided to give them the first snow of the year with all its cruelty. Doleo begged his sister to hold on, but Donna told Doleo to go away and live a better life. Even though Donna was turning into a lifeless body, she was still worried about her brother Dolado. Now, Doldo said that no one would let the elders repent, but Doleo even regrets a little that he will not be able to personally see how the village to which the elders have devoted their lives will turn into hell on earth. The elders began to think about what to do and wanted to offer Dolado money, but they understood that he was a magician and should not be provoked. But then Doleo decided it was time to begin and started casting spells with his red sphere. When the elders saw what Doldo was doing, they did not understand how his hands plunged into the magic stone. Suddenly, Doldo found himself in an unfamiliar place where it was very hot for him. Suddenly, behind Doldo, a scary voice spoke, waiting for the intruder who would come to this place. It was a demon who did not expect to see an ordinary person in front of him. Dorado recognized the demon and realized that his plan had worked perfectly, even though he was nervous. Doleo told the demon that he had come to free him from prison and remove the seals, and the demon asked if he could do it and if he knew the price for it. Doleo sternly said that he knew and had come to the demon to give him his life. The demon was glad that he would soon be released from this endless prison, because he had once been imprisoned by a human being, and now he would be released thanks to a human being. The demon asked Doldo loudly what he wanted and why he had come to him. Doldo asked the demon to turn everything into hell when he got out, and asked to become one with him, so that Doldo could see everything being destroyed. Hearing Dorado's wish, the demon agreed and began to take on a completely different, terrifying appearance. The demon reached out his hand to Doldo and said that they would become one for a while. The last thing Doleo thought about was that he would soon meet his sister Donna. Meanwhile, the dark elf asked the orc why they couldn't go to sleep in the mountains and why they had to sleep among humans, and the orc explained that if the magic stone woke up, it would be necessary to stop it as soon as possible. The dark elf asked what Dolado was up to and whether he had left the village, and the orc said that Dolado was definitely here and that his tracking could not be wrong. Suddenly, the ring on the orc's hand glowed, signaling the awakening of the magic stone. The dark elf thought Dolado was crazy if he still decided to carry out his plan, and she and the orc hurried off. The orc's ring showed them the way to Dorado, and he shouted that they were close enough. The dark elf asked the orc Oder if they should flee the village. Odera said that he was the guardian of the red magic stone, and it was his duty to stop the enemy inside. Meanwhile, the elders wondered why Dorado was not responding or saying anything, and thought about approaching him. Suddenly, strange balls flew from Dolado in different directions toward the elders. The frightened elders did not know what they were, and looked at the balls in surprise. Strange monsters that looked very dangerous began to crawl out of these balls. Meanwhile, behind the door, Delasio and Jiraco began to wonder why the barrier had been set up, but the elders had not yet come out. Delasio said that the barrier was in place, but that it would take more time to secure the stones and cast the spell. But in his mind, Delasio himself understood that the elders were taking much longer than expected. Delasio thought that the room was too quiet and believed that this silence did not bode well, And when Delacio decided to quickly peek into the room to check if everything was okay, Jiraco noticed something. Jiraco told Delacio to look because someone was rushing to the tower, and Delacio forgot about the door to the elders. Frightened, Delacio pushed Jiraco aside and looked out of the tower window to see what was happening. Boa said that Bera was right, and that an orc named Odera was running towards them, and Santore noticed a dark elf with Odera. Odera announced the start of the battle, and the dark elf was interested in whether the adventurers knew what they were defending. Santore was ready for battle, and Boa said that they would take on the orc Odora, while Elda decided that they would deal with the dark elf, but Bera asked Elda to stay behind. Elda sternly reminded him that she had asked Bera not to worry about her, but Bera said he was asking her to stay behind because he trusted her. Surprised, Elda looked at Bera, and Bera again told her to stay there and help those who were in trouble. Then Santore started fighting Odra, attacking him with his sword, while Odra fought back with his axes. Santore noticed that Odera was very strong and moved into a defensive position, and Boa joined them, but Odera was able to strike them. Odera wounded Boa, and Santore said that of all their enemies, Odera was the strongest so far. Bera headed into battle with a dark elf who attacked Bera with knives. The dark elf used her wildcat claws skill, but during the fight, she shouted to Odera that Bera was not an ordinary weak boy. Seeing Bera, Odera recognized him and called him the boy from the north. Bera shouted at the dark elf and Oder to back off because he didn't want to fight them. But with these words, Bera angered Oder, and he used a special skill called the Hymn of Courage. Beginning to tremble, Elda wondered what was happening and knew that she was not afraid, but for some reason her body was trembling on its own. Bera explained to Elda that this was a skill in which the enemy was saturated with mania, and the morale of the opponent was lowered. But looking ahead, Bera knew that thanks to this skill, Odera increased the morale and physical abilities of his comrade. When the dark elf became stronger, she ran at Bera again, thinking that now everything would change. Looking down from the tower, Jiraco asked if they should come down from the tower and help their comrade, but Delacio said it wasn't worth it because other enemies might appear. Turning to the door, Delacio thought angrily about what the elders and the mage were doing there. Beginning to bang on the door, Delacio shouted that they should finish soon, because enemies had attacked them. While Delacio was shouting to ask what the elders were doing, the only one left alive was the mayor, who was trying to shout to Delacio, whom he could hear behind the door. Delacio shouted, asking if the elders could hear him, but the mayor could hear him, and no matter how hard he tried, Delacio could not hear him. The mayor began to suspect that Delacio was in cahoots with the magician and was pretending not to hear him. Suddenly, the magician Doldo turned to the mayor and said that it would be sad if, after waking up, he saw no one alive, but he was lucky to see the mayor. Doldo said that the mayor's efforts were in vain and that the barrier he had erected was designed to prevent the elders from escaping. Doldo explained that the barrier did not allow any sounds to pass through, and that he had reinforced the door with magic so that even an axe could not break it. Frightened, the mayor looked at the magician Dolio, who said that no one would come to the mayor's aid. Unexpectedly for Doldo, the mayor began to laugh nervously and called Doldo a fool. Doldo asked what made the mayor laugh so much, and looked at him with a smile. Pointing at Doldo, the mayor said that although he himself did not know how to use magic, it was clear that magic was destroying Doldo. Looking at Dorado's hand, the mayor said that soon his own magic would destroy him. But the mayor had lived many eventful days, and, although he had lived an undeservedly wonderful life, the mayor said that the moment of destruction would be painful but short, and he found it funny that Dorado, at such a young age, wanted to go to the other world just to destroy pensioners who were not going to live long anyway. But to the mayor's surprise, Dolio began to laugh like a madman. Dorado told the mayor not to worry because his life was worthless, and he wanted to meet his sister as soon as possible, and the sooner they destroyed him, the better for him. With crazy eyes, Doleo looked at the mayor and said that even if he couldn't personally see the village turn into hell, the monsters would do everything for him. Remembering Doleo, he asked the mayor if his son was in the tower right now. Releasing more monsters from the red sphere, Doldo said that the mayor's son would not be destroyed easily. Frightened, the mayor began to run to the door and shout for everyone to flee the tower, but then the monsters caught up with the mayor to destroy him, and the mayor's last thought was of his son, Dale. Meanwhile, Odera struck Santore with a blow that was difficult for him to withstand, and Santore thought that he would be destroyed today. And when Odera was about to finish off Santore, Elda came out to them and said that she would not allow Santore to be destroyed, while Bera shouted at Elda to be careful. Using the holy sword, Elda said she couldn't abandon her friends, and Odera said he wasn't afraid to destroy the girl. When Bera fought the elf, he wondered how she could have become so strong from a normal spell. But gathering his strength, Bera decided that it wasn't the elf who was strong, but that he had become weaker. And when the elf used the Wildcat's Claws skill again, she asked Bera why they were releasing monsters. And Bera was surprised by this question. Meanwhile, Odera swung at Elda to prepare for the blow, and Elda stood in defense. In her mind, Elda analyzed Odera's blunt blows and realized that with his strength, he could easily knock his opponent away. But this posed no threat to Elda. Then Odera realized that these blows had no effect on Elda and decided to destroy her without giving her a chance to dodge. But when Odera wanted to strike Elda, she used her magic shield skill. And even though Elda was behind a magic shield, she wanted to strike Odera with her sword. Odera was impressed by Elda's skills, and Elda thought that her task was to stall for time until the mage's magic stone spell ended. So she decided to focus on that. Watching the battle, Herakios did not expect Elda to be so skilled, while Delasio silently stared at the door and tried to think everything through. Delasio remembered the words of the mage Doldo, who warned that excessive noise could interfere with his spell. In his thoughts, Delasio suspected that the spell was taking so long because the elders were distracting the mage Doldo and preventing him from completing the spell quickly. For the safety of the elders, Delasio decided to get rid of the intruders, Odra and the Dark Elf. But suddenly, Delasio remembered Elda's words when she asked him if the mage Dorado could be trusted. Returning to the past, Delasio remembered that Doldo had said that even if it took more time, he asked not to open the door by force and promised that he would complete his task. But he just needed to buy some time. Delasio said that something could always go wrong and asked if it would be better to leave the door open. Daledo said that, as Delasio knew, the success or failure of a spell depended largely on his mental state. Therefore, for peace of mind, Daledo asked to keep the door closed, and if Delasio heard someone's voices, he asked not to break the door down by force because delays with spells happen all the time, and if there was a loud noise, Daledo might not be able to cope. Delasio said that his spell was so difficult, but analyzing his days as an adventurer, Delasio remembered that enchanting stones was not such a delicate procedure. Doleo explained that he was not an experienced mage, but given enough time, he would be able to imbue the stone with whatever magic they needed. Delasio said that they had been warned about Doleo's experience, but the recommendations were so glowing that they hired him anyway. Doleo sternly asked them to trust him no matter what, and then he would do everything possible for the village. Delasio told Doldo not to worry, and that he had already hired adventurers for protection. Suddenly, Doldo noticed the mayor's son, Dale, and asked if his father was the mayor. Dale confirmed Doldo's guess. With a smile, Doldo said he was surprised at how hard Dale was trying to do everything for the village, said he was happy for Dale, and asked them to work together. A little nervous but smiling, Dale said that everything would be fine and that Doldo shouldn't worry. Slapping himself on the cheeks, Delasio returned to the present and said to himself that they had gone too far and that he could do anything, and decided that he had to believe the magician Daledo. Approaching Jiraco, Delasio asked how things were going, and Jiraco said that Elda and Bera were doing well, but that the surveillance was driving him crazy and he might go down to help. But Delasio shouted to everyone that there might be other enemies here, so everyone had to stay in their position. Elsa then tried to attack Odera, but he deftly dodged her attacks. Seeing Elda's abilities, Odera knew that she had a dangerous sword, and when Odera looked at the ring on his hand, Elda noticed it. Odera realized that time was running out, and it was time to finish with Elda. Odera told Elda that he had red dragon claws, and asked her to try to repel his attack. But Elda again used her sacred shield skill, preparing for Odera's attack. Meanwhile, the Dark Elf's reinforcement ended, and to her surprise, Bera became faster. Exhaling, Bera was glad that his body was returning to normal. In her mind, the Dark Elf realized that there were no options left and that she had to attack. The Dark Elf put all her strength into the blow, hoping that Bera would block it, and then the blow would break through his iron chains. Using her triple lunge skill, the Dark Elf did not expect Bera to block the blows as he had done before, but instead to make her knife stick in the iron chains. The Dark Elf suspected that Bera had noticed, but when Bera let go of the knife, he grabbed the elf by the arm. Bera said that he did not have to take the blow of the elf's knife and struck her. When the elf lost consciousness, Bera exhaled, relieved that it was finally over. Nervously, Bera turned to his mistress Elda and wanted to check on her. The battle between Odera and Elda was in full swing, and Odera shouted that his dragon cries would destroy everything in their path. Meanwhile, Elda used her sacred explosion skill and set Odra on fire. But Odera could remove flames of this level and decided to throw them off with his mana. When Odera removed the fire, Bera intervened in the battle with iron chains and grabbed Odera. Odera couldn't escape because the weapons in both his hands only hindered him, and Elda approached and ordered Odera not to move. From the tower, Heracles was glad that everything had worked out for Elda and Bera, and Delazio exhaled with relief. Grabbing Odera and the dark elf Bera, he was sad because they were tied up with his chains from his thighs, and he felt somehow empty. Elida sternly asked if Odera and the dark elf had come alone, or if there were other thieves nearby. But Odera was angered by Elida's words and declared that they were the thieves. Elda was surprised by this accusation, and Odera declared that they had deceived them and stolen the magic stone. Odera also asked if they were aware that if they removed the seal and freed the monsters, the village would turn into hell. Surprised, Elda asked what Odera was talking about and what seal and monsters he was referring to. Elda was sure that the magic stone had been purchased legally and wondered what hell Odera was talking about. Bera remembered how the dark elf had asked him why they should release the monsters, and Elda thought about it. Odera begged to be let go because he could still make it in time. But then Boa intervened and hit Odera to silence him and prevent him from interfering. Boa said dissatisfiedly that they had caught a very talkative thief, and Santorga said that it was not worth beating Odera and wanted to destroy him. Elda and Bera were shocked by their friend's behavior. Elda tensely told Boa and Santore that they shouldn't destroy Oderu and the Dark Elf, but Santore said that such dangerous enemies should be destroyed immediately. Elda sternly said that she was not trying to show off, but Boa and Santore were alive thanks to Elda, so she asked them to listen to her. Understanding Elda, Boa agreed with her, but Santore asked why she was acting this way, since Odera and the Dark Elf wanted to destroy them. Thinking, Elda told herself that something had seemed strange to her from the very beginning, but she couldn't grasp the thought and wondered what the matter was. Recalling the whole situation, Elda remembered everything that had been said about this mission. Elda thought about Odera and the Dark Elf and their words, as well as the ring on Odera's hand. But suddenly Elda got caught up on the word hell that Odera had mentioned and thought about it. Elda was sure she had heard the word hell somewhere recently, but she couldn't remember where, and Bera didn't know where she could have heard it. And suddenly Elda advised Doldo that she should leave the village because he didn't want to drag her into hell. When Elda understood this, she asked Boa and Santore to guard Odera and the Dark Elf. Bera didn't understand what had happened or where Elda was rushing to, but she ordered Bera to follow her. When Elda and Bera entered the tower, they looked up and were surprised by the height of the tower. They met Elda and Bera, the mayor's son Dale and Amalda, who ordered them to stand still, and Amalda reminded them that Delacio had ordered them not to let anyone up the mountain. Elda said they didn't have time to explain, and turned to Amalda, Dale, and Tung, who was on the floor above, and said that something strange was happening, and they needed to go up to the mountain to check it out. Elda shouted that she understood that her actions were suspicious, but if her guesses were correct, things would not go as planned, and the entire village would be in danger. Turning to Dale, Amalda said she didn't understand Elda, but she didn't seem to have any secret plan, and Dale agreed because the magic stone was already working, but they were still on guard because it was suspicious. Elda shouted that if she did something wrong, they should destroy her. Tunga asked if they would all go together, there would be no problems, and Comrade Delazio said it would be good to go up and check out the situation. Elsa said she would leave her weapons on the first floor and go up alone, and Bera asked Elsa what was going on. Nervously, Elsa gave Bera her sword to hold, and said that they had to hurry, and that Bera probably wouldn't understand. When Delacio and Jericho saw Elda, they ordered her to stand still and asked what they were doing, because the spell was not yet complete, and they needed to stay in their places. Tunga said that Elda wanted to say something, because she thought something strange was happening. Amalda threatened Elda that they would destroy her if she did anything wrong, and then Elda began to speak. Elsa understood that it would be difficult to understand her, but on the evening of her arrival, Elsa met a man who wanted to take revenge on the village, and she thought that the guy had failed because nothing happened in the following days. Surprised, Heracles just looked at Elda, and Delazio asked what revenge Elda was talking about. Elsa asked if any of the adventurers present had seen the mage inside, and Delazio replied that the mage Doldo had asked to keep his identity a secret, so he had arrived here unnoticed. Elsa said that the guy with golden hair like hers wanted revenge, and asked if there was a cross on the mage's clothes and if he had a mole under his lip. When Elda described the boy who wanted revenge, a chill ran down Delazio's spine. Herrick caught Delazio, who almost fell, and asked what Elda was talking about, and Delazio asked for some time to think. Elda sternly shouted that they had no time to think, because they needed to check the room immediately. Delacio sternly said that he couldn't open the door just because Elda demanded it. Elda asked angrily if Delacio understood that if Elda was wrong and everything fell apart, only one magic stone would suffer, but if Elda was right, then the whole village would suffer. After Elda's words, Delacio ordered Jiraco to break down the door immediately, but Jiraco did not expect Delacio to agree just because of Elda's words. Delacio only became angry at Jiraco's objection, and loudly and angrily ordered Jiraco to break down the door immediately. Understanding Delacio's anger, Jiraco realized his intentions and said that there was no need to shout, and swung his sword. Surprised, Elda said that the door looked weak, but Garrico couldn't break it down with 2 blows, and Amalda suspected that it had been reinforced with magic. Frightened, Delacio did not understand how this could have happened and could not believe his eyes. Then, Jiraco used his skill to strengthen his blows and struck the door very hard. When everyone looked through the broken door, their faces were filled with horror and fear. Inside, everyone saw a multitude of monsters behind a strange barrier. Elsa said that she was seeing demonic monsters for the first time, and Amalda asked if they were really demonic animals. Delacio fell to his knees in complete despair. In his thoughts, Delacio understood that the elders were no longer there, and wondered what he should do now and how to fix it. Interrupting Delacio's thoughts, Elda shouted at him to pull himself together and not lose heart. Elda asked Delacio since when a leader could afford to fall into despair, and ordered him to pull himself together. Delacio turned to Elda and said that she was right, and then Elda said that she had a better idea and asked him to listen to her. Everyone present began to listen attentively to Elda and asked what her plan was. Elda sternly suggested that everyone present destroy this floor of the tower, along with the monsters. Then Amalda said that she would pass, and that her job was only to guard the magic stones during the spell. But when she saw the demonic monsters, Amalda said that her contract did not include fighting them. Elda wanted to argue with Amalda, but she started screaming, asking if Elda wanted to force her to fight the monsters, and with her abilities, they would simply destroy her. Calmly, Elda told Amalda that she would not force her to fight, but that she could go down to the tavern to the adventurers and report the situation, and ask those who wanted to help to come to them, and then decide whether to flee. After thinking it over, Amalda agreed with Elda and told them to take care of themselves before running away from them. Heraclitus said dissatisfiedly that Amalda had no compassion. Standing up, Delacio said that Amalda had done the right thing, which surprised Elda. Delacio sternly said that it was very dangerous for Elda and everyone else here, and that they were not obliged to help their village, and asked why they wanted to help. Elda confidently said that she was heir, and although she had not thought about it personally, it would be logical to help people in danger. Everyone fell silent for a moment, and then everyone present began to laugh at Elda's thoughts, and Elda asked them why they were laughing. Tunga said that Elda was cool, and Garako said that he didn't know what an heir was, but now he definitely wouldn't abandon Elda in trouble. Elda thanked them, albeit uncertainly. After the laughter subsided, Delacio asked Elda how they could destroy the surface, because even if they didn't take the slightest danger into account, the monsters would be set free. Elda sternly told everyone not to worry, and that they would do everything so that no one would get hurt. After a while, Delacio, along with Tunga and Garako, shouted to his friend Zoro that they were coming down. Dale noticed them and asked if everything was over. Delacio angrily shouted at Dale to immediately move his feet and go downstairs. But Dale was worried about his father, the mayor, and asked if he was still upstairs. Nervously, Delacio told Dale to go downstairs and he would explain everything there. Bera shouted to Delacio from below, asking why Mrs. Elda wasn't with them, and Delacio replied that Elda was upstairs and that he would come down and explain everything. After listening to Elda's words, Bera did not understand why she was putting herself in such danger, and Dale asked what would happen to his father when they destroyed the upper floor. Jiraco said it was better to tell Dale the truth, and Delacio thought about how to say it. Turning to Zora, Delacio said that the upper floor was filled with monsters, and that they had fallen into Dolio's trap. Dale angrily asked why Dalid had done this, and said that they should have gone downstairs with his father. Disappointed, Delacio said that Dale's father was already dead because of the monsters. Dale couldn't believe it and shouted at Delacio not to lie to him because it was impossible. Then Jiraco simply hit Dale to knock him out for a while, and Tunga appreciated his blow. Jiraco apologized but said they didn't have time for family drama, and Delacio agreed with him. Tunga took the sleeping Dale away, and Delacio said he would run after the orc Odora and the others. Going out into the street, Delacio called out to Boa and Santore, and when he got their attention, Santore thought it was all over. Delazio angrily ordered Boa and Santore to immediately untie the orc Odora and the dark elf, and said that the upper floor was completely filled with demonic monsters. Not understanding what was happening, Boa asked Delazio what he was talking about and what demonic monsters he was referring to, while Santore realized that Elda was right. The dark elf said that they were foolish because it was already too late, and Boa was surprised that they had woken up. Odera was surprised that they were not on the same side as the mage Doldo. Falling to his knees, Delazio begged the dark elf and the orc Odera for help, but the elf began to get angry and ask why they should help. Delazio said that there were too many demonic beasts and they didn't know what was happening or how to stop them, and if they didn't help, the village would be destroyed. Then, to the surprise of Delazio and everyone present, Oder agreed to help them. The dark elf wanted to object to Oder, but he said that the elf could not interfere. But Oder swore to fight these monsters to the end if they were not released, and in addition, he was obliged to return the magic stone. The dark elf began to get angry and call Oder a fool, but Delazio said they had a plan which interested Oder. Turning to Santore and Elda, Delazio asked if they would help with Elda's plan. Boa said that they were currently fighting to the death with Odera and the elf, and Santore said that everything was very confusing, but decided to listen to Elda. Meanwhile, Elda, at the top of the tower, thought her companions were taking too long and begged them to hurry. Delazio brought everyone and brought Barry his iron chains, and Barry did not expect everything to happen so quickly. Delazio handed Barry his iron chains and asked him to start their plan quickly. Seeing Odera and the dark elf behind Bara, he did not know that they would come and asked how the elf was feeling. The elf told Bara that she was in a lot of pain. Tying the iron chain to Elda's sacred sword, Bara said he was ready. Bara announced that it was time to begin, and began to climb the mountain with great leaps. And when he reached the desired point, he shouted to Elda that he was launching the sword. The sword hit the ceiling and got stuck there, and the iron chain remained on the sword. Boa caught Bara and told him he was doing well, and Bara thanked her and said they were moving on to the next step. Seeing the sword, Elda said that Bara had struck it perfectly in the right place. Alita began to crawl toward the sword, and the dark elf asked what Elita was doing, while Odera guessed what she was going to do. Bara shouted to Elita to be careful. Grabbing the sword, Elda thought about how heavy it felt and shouted down to ask if everything was ready below, and they confirmed that it was. Bara asked Elda to hold on tight and, turning to his companions, asked once more if everyone was ready. Everyone else held onto the chain and shouted to Bara that they were ready, and then Bara told Elda to jump. Counting from 3 to 1, Elda jumped down, holding on to the iron chain. When Elda jumped, everyone else began to pull the iron chain toward them, and Elda shouted that everything had worked out. Bara asked Elda if everything was okay, and she replied that it was and said it was time to start. Bara shouted to his companions to concentrate their mana in their hands and feet and start pulling. His companions began to do so, knowing that they had to pull with one jerk. When his companions lifted Elda to the required height, she used her sacred shield skill. Everyone present saw that Elda was stuck in the ceiling and the tower began to collapse. Meanwhile, Elda saw the monsters and did not expect there to be more than she had anticipated. But Elda was lucky because there was no barrier in the floor, but now she was stuck, even though she thought she could completely destroy the floor. Elda also saw a huge monster, and all the monsters were trying to break through Elda's barrier. The giant monster's hand almost broke through Elda's barrier, and she saw it, so she realized it was time to risk everything. At that moment, Elda used her sacred explosion skill, destroying the monsters and the floor. Elda called out to Burr, and at that moment, he grabbed her with his chain to save her, and Burr asked Elda what she was doing without him. Bouncing off the wall, Bara easily caught Elda as she fell amid the rubble. After landing, Bara turned away, and Elda asked what had happened. Bara said that he thought Elda looked very cool. Elda blushed and said that she was not that capable. Meanwhile, her companions saw the monsters die and told Elda that it was incredible, and they couldn't believe they had destroyed the monsters so easily. Santore was glad that everything would end without a fight, but Odera ordered them not to lose their vigilance. Boa asked if any of the monsters had survived, and the dark elf said that they would not make a fuss about the minions. Odera shouted loudly at Elda and Bara to listen to him, and said that a powerful demon was imprisoned in the red magic stone at the top of the tower, and that he was the leader of all the demonic monsters. Odera explained that until the leader escaped, they had to destroy the red magic stone or destroy the mage Doldo. Elda and Bara did not pay attention to the red magic stone. Looking up at the mountain, Bara noticed something red and shiny and decided that it was the red magic stone. Elsa said that they needed to destroy the red magic stone as soon as possible, and Bara asked if Elsa was going to jump into the crowd of monsters. In her mind, Elda knew that the red magic stone had much more power than the blue one, and even in their country, there weren't many of them. Elda understood that if the monsters were set free, they would destroy not only the village, but also the capital, and then her brothers would be in danger. As they climbed, Bara said that it would be better for him to go alone, because he knew that Elda could not use more than 2 sacred strikes, but Elda said that she could still use the holy sword. But looking at the mountain, Elda stopped talking and ordered Bara to stop and look up. Bara asked what was there, and Elda said that something was coming out of the red magic stone, and it was some kind of strange black thing. Then a huge demon emerged from the red magic stone, and Elda saw that it was enormous, and Bara told Elda to go to the window. Bara looked out the window and ordered all his companions below to run away from the tower as far as possible. Nervously, Bara led Elda to the window and said that it was dangerous in the tower, and Elda had to jump. But Elda said that they had to reach the top and destroy the red magic stone. Bara angrily asked Elda what she was talking about, and if she couldn't see that the tower was collapsing. Taking Elda in his arms, Bara told her to leave immediately, but Elda was indignant that Bara was touching her and asked if he had lost his mind. Letting Elda go, Bara asked Boa to grab Elda, and looking back, Bara saw a huge monster. Looking down, Bara asked how Elda was and if they had caught her, and Santore said that everything was fine, although Elda was angry with Bara. Crouching down, Bara told everyone present to immediately flee from the tower. All his companions were frightened because they had almost been crushed, and Elda said that they needed to finish off the remaining monsters and destroy the magical red stone. And Bara asked in surprise if Elda wanted to return. Meanwhile, Delatio ran with Zora, who was carrying the sleeping Dale. Zora asked if they should return to the collapsed tower and check what was happening. Delazio shouted that they had to evacuate the residence as Elda had ordered, and then he and Zora went their separate ways. Meanwhile, Amalda told everyone in the tavern, but the adventurers there laughed at her and didn't believe that demonic monsters had appeared in their village. Some adventurers suspected that Amalda was up to something and thought she wanted to steal something from the tavern. But suddenly, all the adventurers present heard a terrible noise that sounded like a building collapsing. Amalda said that in her opinion, it was a noise from the tower where she had recently been, and said that she had done her job and the adventurers could do as they pleased. After the noise and Amalda's words, the adventurers thought about it and began to look at each other. Meanwhile, Bara asked Elda if the demonic monsters had definitely been destroyed after the collapse, and Elda said that would be good, and that they should go and check. The Dark Elf asked if the Mage Doldo had been destroyed after the collapse of the building, and Odera replied that most likely he had, and all that was left for them to do was to take the red magic stone. Santore patted Elda on the head and said that they were incredible fighters, and Boa, patting Bara on the head, asked if they were really newbies. Bara wanted to say that it was thanks to their help, but he was interrupted by an explosion from the ruins of the tower. Seeing the huge demon, Bara asked Elda if he told her to run. Would she listen? And Elda replied that she would not. The Dark Elf asked Odera if it was him, and Odera said he wasn't sure, and couldn't recognize the face of the monster that had been imprisoned 1,000 years ago. But Odera knew one thing for sure, and that was that this demon had to be destroyed. Bara said that there were a lot of problems here, including the giant, but there were also small monsters, and Elda told everyone else that the small monsters were alive. Tunga suggested that Garako flee, and asked how they could possibly destroy the huge demon, but Garako said that the battle had not yet begun, and they should just wait and see what would happen next. The Dark Elf wondered how such a crowd of monsters could have survived after the destruction of the tower, and Odera replied that they were most likely summoned after the destruction of the tower. Then Odera realized what he had said, and began to get nervous because he knew that the seal had not yet been completely removed. Elda noticed something, and pointed out that the demon was just standing still. Looking at the monster, Bara analyzed its condition, and noticed that it was tired and wounded. Bara realized that the demon was wounded, and told Elda that the huge monster was tired, and Elda agreed with Bara, but Elda couldn't figure out what to do with such a giant. Tunga and Jirako said that the giant monster was looking straight at them, and thought that if the monster was big, it must be slow. When Gariko shouted at the monster, asking why it was looking at them, the demon began to attack them. At that moment, the huge demon threw Tunga a long way, and everyone else ran away. Bara grabbed Elda to save her. Nervously, Elda said that such a giant was not afraid of anything, but Bara knew that in such circumstances Elda was in danger and decided to do everything himself. At that moment, Bara took out his iron chain, and when the monster wanted to attack Odera, Bara grabbed the demon's finger. With a smile, Bara looked at Elda and said he was going in, which surprised her. Elida screamed, asking Bara what he was doing, but the huge demon had already grabbed Bara. When the huge monster lifted Bara into the sky, Bera pulled on the iron chains and, falling down, struck the demon a powerful blow to the head. Santore and Boa began to cheer Beru, and Elda asked him happily if he had decided to take on the task. But Bera was not so happy at that moment, because he did not feel his own blows at all. But Bera decided not to give up and continue the attack. When Bera struck the huge demon several times, he destroyed one of the demon's eyes, and everyone else praised Bera for his efforts. But then, looking up at the huge demon, the dark elf shouted for everyone to run, because the demon had started striking the plane. Boa checked to see if everyone was okay, and Odera shouted that they couldn't even approach the huge monster now. Elda said maliciously that even if the demon had lost an eye, it was not a problem for him. But looking at the monster, Elda wondered why it wasn't chasing them, and Santori thought that the demon hadn't fully awakened. Boa said that a monster of that size could easily get out of the rubble. Then Bera realized that the huge monster couldn't move normally after being hit on the head, but Elda realized that something was protecting the demon. Odera said Elda was right, and Elda suspected that the mage Dorado was still alive. Odera shouted that he had no idea, but the seal had not been completely removed, and they had to stop it as soon as possible. Bera said that they needed to destroy the huge demon, and had no choice. So Bera suggested trying the thing that he and Elda had practiced a few days ago. With a smile, Bera recalled what he had noticed a few days ago with the sword, but Elda was not sure it would work. Bera asked if they had any other options, because Elda had already used up 2 sacred explosions and was tired, and Bera was crazy enough to try. Although Elda thought that Bera was also tired, she understood that they had no other choice. Using the skill of the sacred sword, Palkirax handed it to Bera and asked how long it had been since he had practiced with a sword and if he could handle it. But Bera was confident in his abilities because he had practiced with the sword since childhood, although Bera did not like to kill anyone with a sword. But as he ran straight at the monster, Bera was determined to destroy it. Returning to the past, Elda and Bera recalled how Nusara tried to take Ere's sword and shield, but failed, although Bera could easily take Elda's weapon. Elda said that this was possible because they had a magical contract. Bera assessed the sword as light, but very strong, and even praised it for having its own magical abilities. Elda said that it was not just good, but a true treasure of the highest level that a person could create. To Bera's surprise, Elda said that unlike real treasures created by certain and random circumstances, the sword and shield of air were created artificially, and after the process of forging magic stones with steel, magicians worked their magic on the weapon for 10 years. Then Elda had an idea and said that if Bera could hold the sword, he should try to use it. Elda explained that Bera needed to direct his mana to the tip of the sword, and then imagine the flame flowing from it into the blade. As Bera was getting ready to try, Elda told him to call out the sacred sword, Palkirax. Concentrating, Bera did everything Elda said and called out the sacred sword, Palkirax. But after a while, Bera simply said that he felt nothing, and Elda laughed and said that Bera obviously did not know how to use mana very well. Unhappy, Bera said that if that were true, he wouldn't be able to use his chains very well. Elda said that Bera was only capable of simple actions such as pulling, wrapping, and accelerating. Bera looked at Elda maliciously and thought that she was showing off as if she could do something cool. Then Elda decided to demonstrate her skills. Then Bera had an idea and asked Elda to hold the sword while it was burning, thinking that he could prevent it from going out. When Elda handed Bera the sword, it did not go out, which made Bera very happy, while Elda did not think he would succeed. But Bera noticed that the sword was emitting a lot of mana and asked Elda about it, and in a moment, the fire became bigger than Elda's own. Then Elda explained that Bera should give the sword a minimum of mana because he would use up his own very quickly. Bera understood and made the flame smaller, but Elda did not think that Bera would be able to control the flame. Suddenly, Elda asked Bera if he had promised never to pick up a sword again after what had happened to Barato. With a smile, Bera said yes, but that he had grown bored with swords. Then Elda told Bera that she should try harder so that Bera would never have to pick up a sword again, and Bera just laughed and said he would be happy to do so. In the present, Bera had to pick up a sword again and fight without a choice. But suddenly, a giant demon raised its hand to strike Bera, and although Elda tried to warn him, the blow landed, frightening Elda. But then everyone lost sight of the action due to the dust and smoke, but Bera easily destroyed the monster's finger and was unharmed. Standing next to the monster, Barry said with satisfaction that it was not Lady Elda who was strong, but the sword, and continued his fight. And then Barry's companions began to look at his abilities with surprise. At the same time, Bera used mana and skills for his iron chain. As Bera held his own against the huge demon Elda, his companions were delighted with Bera's abilities. Harak said he would like to help Bera, but did not have the necessary abilities, and Odera told him that he would only get in Bera's way, so it was better to just watch. Pulling the iron chains into place, Bera warned the giant demon that things were about to get hot. Climbing onto the monster, Bera thought he was moving across the demon's skin, but his sweat and blood made it difficult for Bera to move. Suddenly, Elda shouted at Barry to be careful, because at that moment, the demon raised his hand to strike. Boa shouted that Bera had climbed too high, and Elda realized that Bera had nowhere to retreat. But Bera did not give up, and wanted to grab the demon's finger again to move, but at that moment, the monster pulled Bera toward him. At that moment, Elda looked fearfully at Bera, who seemed to have lost consciousness. The monster pulled Bera up to its huge mouth to eat and destroy him. Then Elda started running towards the demon to save Bera, even though Boa tried to stop her because it was very dangerous. But then Elda saw that the sword was still burning, when suddenly Bera turned to the monster and said that it had bad breath. And then unexpectedly Bera struck the huge monster in the face, forcing it to let go of Bera. When the monster was distracted by the pain, Bera realized that it was time to cut the iron chain. When Elda and her companions saw that Bera had cut himself free from the iron chains, they thought that if he fell, he would be destroyed. But Bera thought that this demon was cursed and that the monster wanted to fight to the end. Moving toward the monster again, Bera realized that he needed to strike the demon's neck, but he was too far away to reach it. When Bera began to saturate his sword with more mana, Elda shouted at him to continue and strike. And then Bera managed to hit the monster's neck and destroy it and land on the ground. The Dark Elf did not expect Bera to succeed, and Santore and Boa rejoiced that Bera had managed to destroy the demon. Worried, Elda immediately ran to Bera to check how he was feeling. Falling to her knees in front of the lying Bera, Elda shouted, asking how he was feeling and how he had fallen from such a height. But Bera did not answer her. Looking at Bera, who seemed unconscious, Elda began to worry, and tears welled up in her eyes. Suddenly, Bera lifted his sword with difficulty and addressed the surprised Elda, who was standing over him. Bera said that it turned out that it wasn't Elda who was getting stronger, but that she simply had good weapons. Elsa playfully said that Bera had just been almost destroyed and could still be scratching his tongue. Santore and Boa also approached Bera and Elda and asked how Bera was feeling. Elda said that Bera was fine, and Bera himself joyfully greeted his friends. Suddenly, as if flying past, Oder took his axes and ran towards the monster. Santore wondered why Odera was running towards the monster only now, because he could have helped Bera earlier, but Boa said that if you think about it, they didn't do anything either. The Dark Elf ran up to Santore and Bora and told them to stop humiliating Odera because he was also on the verge of breaking down. Elda asked if Odera had run after the magic stones. The Dark Elf said yes, because it was their first task, and Odera also asked her to give them the vials. Elda asked what it was, and the Dark Elf replied that it was a secret orc medicine, and that it was very valuable. The Dark Elf said that by drinking this potion, Elda and Bera would be able to restore their mana, or, more precisely, a large amount of mana would accumulate in their bodies because it was like a simulator capable of healing minor injuries. But there was one catch with this medicine, and the Dark Elf said that there were side effects after drinking it. The Dark Elf said that it could be migraines, or sharp and dull pain throughout the body, lasting from several days to weeks. Elda sternly asked the Dark Elf how they should drink the potion after she said that, and Santore agreed that it was a suspicious potion. In a serious tone, the Dark Elf told Elda and Bera to just drink it calmly, and that was all. The Dark Elf said that Odera gave them the medicine, because he recognized that Elda and Bera were true warriors. The Dark Elf sternly said that after such difficult battles, Elda and Bera had definitely run out of mana, and she was not forcing them, and if that was the end of it, then there was no need to drink it. Odera gave them the medicine just in case. Surprised, Elda asked why the Dark Elf and Odera thought the battle was not over yet, and whether Bera had just destroyed the leader. The Dark Elf explained that Odera himself did not know, as he had not seen the demon leader personally, but there was a chance that the huge monster was not the main one, and therefore Odera went to destroy the mage Doldo, who was trying to remove the seal. Then Elda said that in that case, they had no time to talk and must immediately help Odera, and Boa and Santore agreed with Elda and decided to destroy all the demonic beasts. Moving towards the monsters, Elda ordered Bera to stay put, and Bera asked Elda to be careful. Sitting on the ground, Bera realized that Elda was as exhausted as he was, but she was running into battle. Joining Odera, the Dark Elf entered the battlefield and asked Odera to be careful. While destroying the smaller demons, Odera kept looking around and noticed something red glowing in the center. Coming closer, Odera realized that where there was a red glow, there was a magic stone. And although Odera was attacked by monsters, he easily destroyed them and continued on his way to the magic stone. Looking closer, Odera realized that the magic stone had grown larger, but there was also something strange. Odera saw that the mage Doldo had almost taken the magic ball, and Odera decided to destroy him once and for all. But when Odera swung decisively to destroy Doldo and the magic stone, he was blocked by a barrier. Not understanding what had happened, Odera wondered if it was a barrier or something else that was interfering with him. Looking at his hand, Odera saw that his ring was cracked and no longer active. Odera realized that he had to hurry and began to strike the barrier of the magic stone with a large number of blows. But then a hand emerged from the magic stone, stopping Odera's attacks and surprising him. Frightened, Odera saw how the strange hand easily destroyed his iron axes. And after a while, there was no longer a magic stone in front of Odera, but a demon standing there. After a while, Santora drew everyone's attention because he didn't understand what was going on, and Boa thought that something was just flying, and only the Dark Elf realized that it was Odera. The Dark Elf immediately ran after Odera, while Gariko wondered what could have lifted Odera into the sky. Everyone else decided that they needed to find out what was going on. Approaching, Boa saw a strange boy, and Elda realized that he was the leader. The demon looked at his hands and his new body and rejoiced that he was finally free. Nervously looking at the demon, Elda realized that this was some kind of curse, and the leader had finally emerged. The demon was happy that he could simply breathe and immediately began to shout loudly, drawing attention to himself. Heracles did not understand what was happening, and Santori felt sick from the screaming, while Boa began to worry about him. Although Elda did not understand Santori's poor condition, she understood that it was all because of the monster's scream. Looking at the demon, Elda realized that she had never heard such a terrible laugh before. Hirako asked how long the children would stand there, and if they wanted to do something, they had to act now. Santore agreed, and Boa said that if the four of them attacked, they could do something, but Elda asked them to wait. Boa looked at Elda in surprise, who said that it was better not to attack now. Elda said that if they attacked now, it would be the end of them, and they would simply be destroyed. Then the demon remembered Dorado and said that he should be rewarded and the promise should be fulfilled with style and splendor. Hirak saw that the demon was doing something and wondered what it was, and Elda said that the demon was preparing for something. Releasing a strange substance, the demon summoned a bunch of little demon monsters. The demon loudly ordered his subordinates, the little demons, to attack and take everything in these lands. The demon said he would turn everything here into hell, as Doldo had wished. Elsa shouted that if the monsters reached the village, it would be the end for the inhabitants, and they had to stop them and buy time. Boa agreed with Elsa, but Garako shouted that they were crazy and should run away because there were a lot of monsters here. But Elda, Boa, and Santore did not listen to Jericho and entered into battle with the demonic monsters. Then, seeing the determination of his companions, Garako decided to join the fight. But then Garako shouted to Elda that the leader of the demons had moved behind them. The demon turned his attention to Gariko, and Jericho decided to attack the demon leader. Boa and Santore watched over Jericho, and Elda told them not to stand there, but to run on. But then everyone present saw the demon leader destroy Jericho before their eyes. Seeing this, Elda was truly frightened, and realized that real despair had begun. Meanwhile, unknown people in secret cloaks watched what was happening, and said that what was destined by fate had begun. One of the men shouted, asking if those who were in battle would really survive, as in the prophecy, and the other man said that this would definitely be the case. The man who was lying down and resting said that their opponent was only a small demon. One of the men asked if the enemy was too strong for complete novices, and the other man said that, for the unawakened, demons were indeed like a curse. The third man said that judging by their strength, they had no chance of survival. But one of the men said that according to the prophecy, they would survive no matter what. The man who was lying down said that if they were destroyed, they had made the wrong choice, and the man replied that if Eldu was destroyed, they would have to wait for the next choice of Aire, and it was their duty to check everything. One of the men said fearfully that he did not want to wait 20 years. Unknown people in robes supported Elda and hoped that Air would survive. Meanwhile, Boa asked Elda if it was time for them to run, but Elda replied that there was nowhere to run, and Santore said that there was a whole horde of monsters behind them. Seeing the demon's gaze, Boa and Santore were frightened, and Elda ordered them to stand behind her. When Elda was about to use the sacred shield, the demon quickly attacked her. Elda saw that the demon was too fast and didn't even have time to finish her spell before the demon's hand almost grabbed Elda in an instant. In her thoughts, Elda called out to Beru, but when she suddenly opened her eyes, Elda saw the demon stop. The demon asked her why she was there, but Elda did not hear him and thought that the demon wanted to tell her something. Suddenly, without hearing a response from the demon, something flew into his neck, which Elda, Boa, and Santore did not expect. Looking to the side, Elda and the others saw other adventurers who, upon seeing the demons, decided to join the fight. Then Elda realized that this was her chance and used her sacred sword skill to strike the demon. When Elda struck the demon, she wounded its eyes, but she understood that it was a very strong monster. But then the demon struck Elda, causing her to fly some distance away from it. After landing, Elda said that it would be difficult for her to get out of this situation, and wondered where the demon got so much strength. Approaching Elda, the demon said that she was a human who dared to injure a demon, and therefore he would destroy her. But the demon was hit by another shot, causing him to turn away from Elda, and Elda realized that this did not threaten the demon. Then the adventurers decided to attack the demons, from the small ones to the large ones. The demon became angry and said that he would destroy all humans because they were nothing but pathetic insects to him. Elsa wanted to shout at the adventurers to run away, but the battle began and they were destroyed, just as they destroyed some of the demons. Santore and Boa asked Elsa how she was feeling. Boa suggested that Elda run away as quickly as possible and climb onto her back, while Santore said that they had to run away as quickly as possible before the demon remembered them. Elda watched in horror as the demon destroyed the ordinary adventurers and prayed to all the gods in her mind, wondering why the gods had sent them such a creature. Meanwhile, Odera came to his senses and asked about the demon, and the dark elf said she had no idea. But judging by the noise, the battle was in full swing, and everyone would surely be destroyed soon. Odera checked his hand and wondered how it was still there, and the dark elf said that it wasn't even broken, and that Odera was very strong, but that didn't mean he could fight safely. Taking out the potion, the dark elf said she was sure Odera would not refuse the medicine. With a smile, Odera agreed with the dark elf and asked her to pour the medicine into his mouth. With a smile, the dark elf poured the medicine into Oder's mouth and asked him not to drink 2 bottles because 1 would be enough for him. Meanwhile, the demon destroyed most of the adventurers who had come against him and, looking back, saw Elda sitting on Boa's back as she and Santore fled. The demon laughed loudly and, running forward, announced that Elda and her companions would not escape. Boa was surprised that the demon had already destroyed everyone, and Elda asked her to put her down because she wanted to fight back against the demon. Santore told Boa and Elda to run away together while he held off the demon. But suddenly Odera ran up to them and struck the demon on the head with a very strong blow. Meanwhile, Delatio led some adventurers to attack the monsters that were catching up with them, and also led people out of the city. Suddenly, Zora called Delatio because he had to see something, and they went together. When Delatio and Zora arrived at the place, they saw Amalda's body, and Zora said that most likely it was not a monster that killed her, and Delatio began to look around in search of a trap. Suddenly, a peasant appeared behind Delatio and Zora and shouted, asking why they were standing there rooted to the spot. Delatio wanted to stop the man, but he quickly ran past and shouted that he would not stop because demons were chasing them and would soon be upon them. The peasant shouted that Delatio and the others needed to run in order to survive. Suddenly, the man was stopped by a strange barrier that prevented him from going any further. Suddenly, the man burst into red flames and began to scream in pain, and Delatio and Zoro noticed this. When the man fell to the ground, Zoro looked back, and Delatio with him, and said that if they traced the source of the barrier, it was behind them. Looking back, Zoro told his boss, Delatio, that the source of the barrier was coming from where the tower had been. Then Delatio realized that the madman had blocked their escape route. Then the thoughts of Delatio and Zoro were interrupted by the cries of ordinary peasants running straight at them. Drawing his sword, Delatio ordered Zoro to join the fight because they needed to save the villagers. Meanwhile, as Boa fled with Elda sitting on her back and Santore wanted to defend himself, Odera appeared and struck the demon. In his thoughts, Odera cursed the powerful demon that was preventing them from escaping and thought that the demon was too fast and he was too fast, so he hit its back instead of its neck. Then Odera decided to just keep cutting at the demon. But then the demon used his skill, causing him to explode and throw Odera away. Odera did not expect the monster to explode its body to push him away. Looking back, Odera shouted to Santore to give him his sword for a while. Meanwhile, Elda asked Boa to let her go, and Santore told Odera that he would not give him the sword because then he would have nothing to fight with. Odera angrily told Santore not to drag it out and to give him the sword quickly, and Santore agreed to give up the sword. Then the demon began to approach Odera and tell him how good it felt to be alive. But jumping into the pair, the demon shouted at Oderi that he wanted more. During the fight, the demon realized that Odera was a good fighter. Santore wondered what was going on, and Elda said that they were fighting too fast for her eyes to follow, and Boa asked how they could react so quickly. Looking at Oder, Elda wondered how he managed to become as strong as a demon. Santore also noticed that Odera was fighting on the same level as the demon and asked if the demon was that weak, and Elda said that considering the speed of Odera's attacks, he had become stronger. Boa also noticed that when Odera fought against them, he was slower. Suddenly, a dark elf appeared and said that it was all because of the medicine Odera had taken, and Santore remembered that the elf had given such medicine to Elda before. The dark elf said that it was a secret orc medicine, and that drinking it would make you strong, like an awakened one for a short time. Looking at Elda, the dark elf said that the effect was limited, and Elda asked again if it was possible to become as strong as an awakened one. Meanwhile, Odera caught the demon off guard and wanted to deliver another powerful blow. Seeing this, the dark elf shouted at Oder to finish off the demon and defeat him, while Elda rejoiced that it was almost over. After turning the demon into a black puddle, Odera returned to his companions, who were happy for him. But suddenly Odera sensed something behind him, and turned to see a hand emerging from the black puddle. Taking on a new form, the demon said in a malicious voice that he wanted to congratulate Oder. The dark elf did not expect this, and a frightened Elda wondered what was going on. The demon told Oder that he had managed to take away one attempt at rebirth from the demon. Elida did not expect the demon to survive after that, and the dark elf said that it was a metamorphosis of rebirth. Boa did not know what that was, and asked the dark elf and Elda again. The dark elf asked maliciously what they did not understand, and said that the metamorphosis of rebirth was when a living creature could return to life several times, and in a stronger form. Santore asked how the demon managed to come back to life, and the dark elf said that the beast is called demonic because it defies all laws of logic, and all they can do is pray that the effect of Odra's medicine has not worn off. Watching the battle, Elda wondered how the demon and Odra had become stronger, even though they were already powerful. Meanwhile, the unknown people who were just watching the battle discussed the metamorphosis of rebirth, and one of the men considered it too strong an opponent for the chosen one, while the other man told him not to worry. One boy shouted that they should not worry because they could be destroyed, and reminded them that they would have to wait 20 years for Ere if Elda and Bera passed away. The second man said that if the prophecy was true, they would survive and win. But the angry boy in the robe did not understand how Elda and Bera would win this battle, because they were only novice adventurers. Meanwhile, the demon stood in front of Odera and said that he could not imagine that a lower race could destroy him. Reaching out his hand to Odera, the demon said that as a reward, he would grant him a noble passage to the other world. After these words from the demon, Odera remembered the past when he came to the enemy. The old orc told Odera that he saw a very dark path to the other world for him. The sorcerer told Odera to abandon this mission, but Odera did not want to be considered a coward. After thinking it over, Odera said that if he was destroyed, he wanted to be noble for his race, and the sorcerer said that his predictions were not as pleasant as others, so he should not dwell on. Odera said that his predictions had helped their people survive, and that was why he had come to him to hear the unpleasant predictions. And the sorcerer agreed, but was a little surprised that they had managed to survive, and that those blessings had been a great stroke of luck. Then Odera sternly asked the sorcerer what exactly his case and situation were. The sorcerer said that the darkness was too deep, and that it would be very difficult to survive this mission. But suddenly the sorcerer stopped and shouted that he saw something, which attracted Odera's attention. Nervously, the sorcerer said that the darkness was still very deep, but somewhere in the distance, the sacred sun was rising. The sorcerer said that when Odera meets the one who possesses the sun, then Odera and all the innocent will be saved. Odera did not quite understand, but he was curious to know who possessed the sun and who would save everyone. The sorcerer began to shout loudly that Odera's life would shine with a bright red light in the endless darkness, but that he must be prepared to sacrifice something and give up everything he had, because only then would a miracle happen. Returning to the present from his memories, Odera told himself that he would give his all. Surprised, Elda, seeing what was happening, said that Odera's aura had become stronger again, and the dark elf screamed that Odera had gone mad, because by heating himself up like that, he could be destroyed by his own fire. But Odera did not listen and began to fight, which surprised the demon because he did not think that Odera would be able to injure his new body, so he decided to praise Odera and respond to his attack. Those who watched the fight saw that Odera's and the demon's auras had merged and decided to be careful. Meanwhile, the The demon said that he had forgotten how long he had lived without fighting, but he was still able to control fire. When the demon struck Odori, Elda was surprised that the demon possessed magic, and the dark elf said that she herself would soon lose her mind. While Odera moved away to a certain distance, the demon ordered him to watch carefully and approached. Boa saw this and said that Odor was being pushed back, and Elda asked how the demon's huge body could move so fast. With a loud laugh, the demon said that Odera was very strong and that he liked that very much. But the demon had no intention of giving up and sparing Odera, spinning around him very quickly. Santore saw how Odera took the full force of the demon's blow, causing the dark elf to cry out in concern for Odera, and Elda said that they couldn't just stand by, so they had to help Odera. Suddenly, a familiar shadow ran past Elda and her companions, attracting their attention. It was Bera, whom Elda wanted to stop, but Bera jumped up, preparing his iron chains for attack. Bera used his chain whip skill and struck the demon. This surprised everyone, and Bera shouted at Oder to act right away. Hearing Bera, Odera unleashed his maximum firepower, thinking he would burn everything he had. Odera decided to unleash all his power and become a hero today. Bera moved away to a safe distance because it was getting very hot near Oder and the demon, and Bera thought that incredible energy was acting near them. Oder shouted at all his companions to flee from there as quickly as possible. Hearing this, Bera began to look around, and seeing Ms. Elda, ran to her very quickly. Bera shouted that they needed to flee immediately, and the dark elf asked if Odera had lost his mind. Elda believed that they should help Odera, while Santore wondered what he was trying to achieve. Bera sternly asked Elda what kind of help she was talking about, and picking her up, began to run away with Elda. Bera asked if Elda couldn't feel this fierce energy, and Elda screamed to let her go. Santore was worried about his sword, and the dark elf was worried about Odera. Boa yelled at them to move and run away quickly. The demon was pleased with Odera's fire, and was not afraid of the heat, understanding that Odera was releasing all of her power to the last drop. Satisfied, the demon stretched out his hand to take possession of Odera's fire and make it his own. But to the demon's surprise, when he touched it, he felt only pain and realized that he could not take the flame. In the fire, Odera explained that this was no ordinary flame suitable for a demon. With an evil smile, Odera said that this flame was the breath of a red dragon, and that a pathetic demon would never be able to master it. With a shout, Odera ordered the demon to remember who had destroyed him, and that it was Odera Krabus, because he was a guardian and it was his duty. The unknown boy was delighted because he thought Odera's fire was incredible, and one of the men said that Odera was trying to destroy himself along with the demon. Realizing what Odera was doing, the demon could not accept death at the hands of a lower race, and decided to destroy Odera with his fire. When the demon flew into Odera, there was a huge explosion that Bera and Elda, whom he was holding, saw. Elsa again ordered Bera to let her go, while everyone else was shocked by the battle and Odera's actions. Elda sternly said that they had to return, but Bera was against it because it was too dangerous there. Elda shouted that it was unlikely that the monster could have survived such an explosion, but if he was alive, they had to finish him off. Bera began to ask Elda why they should take on such responsibility, and Elda said that they were Ere. Letting go of Elda's hand, Bera asked what he had to do with it, and Elda looked at him sternly. Bera shouted that, unlike Elda, he did not want to be an Ere, and that she had dragged him into all this, and he just wanted to find the treasure of Queen Ere and gain his freedom, and until then, he had to protect Elda. Turning back to Bera, Elsa said that during their adventure, and after meeting this demon, she had realized something. Elsa said that the treasure they were looking for was definitely hidden somewhere that no one knew about, where the dangers and difficulties were certainly greater than they were now. Thinking about Ere, Elda said that if they find the treasure, she has a vague but certain premonition that they will definitely have to fight very powerful enemies. Elsa said that if they ran away now and let others fight, with that approach, they would not be able to find Queen Aire's treasure. Elsa said that she felt that if they ran away now, they would not be able to achieve anything else, and that was why Elsa did not want to retreat. Bera said that if the explosion was caused by a monster, they would be destroyed as soon as they approached. Elda said that she was not suggesting that they destroy themselves, but simply that as long as there was a small chance of success, they should not give up. Bera asked what Elda was talking about, and she took out the medicine that Odera had given them and said they would need his strength. The boy asked how the unawakened Odera managed to do this, and one of the men also wondered about this. The second man said that some orcs know how to prepare medicine that can temporarily release the power of the awakened. Looking at the lying Oder, the man said that the demonic beast struck before the orc had time to destroy himself, and the explosion was of maximum force. Thanks to this, Odera was able to survive, which surprised Odera himself, but the boy remembered that the prophecy said that Elda and Bera had to fight the demon on their own and win, and wondered if the prophecy was wrong, but the man said no, because it was not the end yet. Lying on the ground, Odera saw that the demon next to him had begun to regenerate again. The boy asked how many more times the demon could rise, and whether the metamorphosis of rebirth was limited to 1 or 2 times. And the man replied that the thing was that they were facing an ancient demonic beast, although he himself did not understand it. The man said he knew one thing: with each rebirth, the demon became stronger. Meanwhile, Odera thought to himself that this was the end, and was glad that at least his companions had been saved. When the demon released more small demons, the boy was disgusted that they were the same monsters. But the man said that these were different monsters, and they had become stronger. The second man said that this was a very problematic enemy, and even if he was destroyed, he would return and create even more minions, calling it an unrelenting nightmare. The boy asked why the girl was still sleeping at such a moment, and the man said that it was useless and that the girl did not react to weakling. But suddenly the girl got up from her seat, forgetting about her sleep, and everyone was intrigued by something in the distance. The demon was also attracted by the incredible glow of a bright fire approaching him. Elsa said that she knew the demon would recover again, and ordered Barry to move with her. A little earlier, Elda and Burr dared to drink Odra's medicine, and Elda said that they would return alive. Elda said they would win for Heir's sake, and Bera said he would do everything for his friends. Unhappy, Elda asked why not for her sake, since she was Bera's mistress. But Bera said that a difficult battle awaited them anyway, so he asked her not to. After mixing the medicine, Elda told them to drink it. Elda said that the medicine tasted bitter, and asked how Bera was feeling, and Bera said that he felt the same. Santore said that there was no effect, and Elda asked the Dark Elf what was wrong, while Boa suspected that it was not real medicine. Nervously, the Dark Elf said that it was Odra's creation, so she did not know much about it. Suddenly, Elda glowed with light, which Bera told her about, and Elda was surprised that it was all energy. Santore asked if Elda was hot, and Boa asked if Elda was in pain, and the Dark Elf said that it was all real. Elsa said that she was not in pain and was not hot, but on the contrary, power seemed to be raging inside her, and now she and Bera had a chance. But Bera was interested in why Odra's medicine had no effect on him, and Elda asked if Bera felt anything. Bera said uncertainly that he felt a little hot inside, but that was probably because he had drunk something bitter. Boa asked why the medicine didn't work on Bera, and the Dark Elf said she didn't know and that it worked differently on everyone. And Santore said that they would only have a chance of winning if the medicine worked on both Elda and Bera. Then Elda decided to go alone, and Bera said she was out of her mind and asked if she hadn't seen the monster. Suddenly, Bera fell silent for a moment, and Santore noticed that Bera's hair had started to grow. Bera fell to the ground, and Elda began to worry about him, while Boa began to ask what had happened. In his thoughts, Bera did not understand what this feeling was, and it was as if something was boiling inside him. Elsa was surprised by Bera's regrown hair, and Santore wondered what was happening to Bera. Returning to the present, the monster that wanted to destroy Odera switched to Elda's light. One of the unknown men asked how Elda and Bera managed to wake up so quickly, and an unknown girl asked what had happened, because she had been asleep. The second man said that they had not awakened, but that these were powers obtained by force, and the first man realized that it was the orc's medicine. The girl said that she didn't care about the weaklings and that it was stupid to wait for something special, and the boy started shouting for the girl to feel sorry for them, because they would have to wait 20 years. But the second man said that, as they had expected, the energy of that person blended perfectly with their power. Looking at Elda and Bera, Odera realized that they had drunk his medicine, and that was why they had gained strength. The Dark Elf asked how Odera and Santore ran to him with Boa, who shouted that she would rely on Elda and Bera. She shouted that they would save Odera along with Boa and Santore, while Odera shouted at them not to come near. The Dark Elf ran to the monster, and Boa ordered Santore to take Odera away. The monster maliciously said that they were just insects who had decided to take his prey. Santore lifted Odera and ordered everyone to run away, and the Dark Elf and Boa were frightened by the monster's words. Meanwhile, Elda told Barry that they would proceed according to plan, and Barry understood her. When the monster saw that some had begun to flee, he shouted to his children to attack and destroy everything in their path. At that moment, the little monsters began to chase after Odera and her companions, who were frightened by the situation. Then Elda used the sacred shield, but she was holding the other end of Bera's chains in her hand. When Elda did this, even Bera's companions could not open their eyes normally because her glow was so bright. When Odera saw Elda's abilities, he realized that this was what the sorcerer had told him about the sacred sun. The demon also recognized this light, remembering it as something from his past. The unknown boy was delighted and thought it was truly incredible, and the unknown men agreed with it. Then Elda and Bera began their attack when Elda gave the order to Bera, and then they moved forward. Bera jumped up, leaping over their companions and the little monsters, and told Elda to hold on tighter. Then, with all his strength, Bera lifted Elda, who was still in the sacred shield, and directed her forward. And as if with Elda's help, Bera directed her from below, straight at the monsters using the chain hammer skill. The moment Elda landed and found herself among the monsters, she used her sacred explosion ability. Elda and Bera's companions were surprised by such a powerful explosion and saw that it destroyed the monsters. When Elda destroyed the small monsters with the explosion, she quickly used the holy sword to strike the big demon. At the right moment, Elda called out to Bera, giving him a signal, and then, jumping up, Bera used his chain cross skill. Bo, watching, said that even the monster was retreating, and Santore shouted that Elda and Bera could win, while Odera recalled that the prophecy had not been wrong, surprising the Dark Elf. Meanwhile, the strangers said that the sacred shield and explosion were incredible techniques, but they understood that Elda was not at the same level as that person. The boy was interested in the fact that Elda had only recently received the shield, but was so talented. Exhaling, the girl said that praising weaklings was a waste of breath, and the boy ordered her to be quiet and pray that everything would be fine with Elda. The boy asked who was next to Elda and where he got such power, and one of the men explained that it was Bera and he was Ares' subordinate, and the second man said that Bera had incredible energy and did not mention that he was mentioned in the prophecy. Irritated, the unknown girl asked her companions if they really couldn't feel it, and said that it was not Princess Elda's power that had awakened her from her sleep, but Bera's, and that her companions had not expected this. Concerned, Elda asked how Bera was feeling, and he said that he would be fine, and that something was still boiling inside him. Nervously, Elda told Bera that if he felt the power getting out of control, he should run away. Bera wanted to argue with Elda because he believed they should fight together, but suddenly he noticed something and shouted at Elda to be careful. When Elda looked ahead, she saw that the demon was attacking, and in her mind she told herself not to be nervous, and that everything would be fine, because she could clearly see the demon's action, and even she herself had become faster, and Elda could control her body. Elida and Bera began to attack the demon, which made Santore happy, and Odera noticed that they had wounded the demon's eye, while the Dark Elf asked how it was that Elida and Bera were moving faster than Odera with the medicine. With a smile, Odera said that the effects of the medicine depend on perception, and therefore the perception of the young Elda and Bera is better than Odera's. Looking at Odera, the Dark Elf realized that Odera was looking at Elda and Bera with admiring eyes and complete joy. The unknown boy shouted joyfully for Elda and Bera to move forward, while the unknown girl fell asleep. Then Bera grabbed the demon with his iron chains, and Elda ordered him to hold him tight. Elda sternly told the demon that if he tried to return again, they would fight to the end, and began to approach. Laughing, the demon said that they were just arrogant, worthless beings from pathetic races, simply laughable. The demon asked if Elda and Bera thought they had already won, surprising them. Then an unknown man said that it seemed Elda and Bera had not noticed anything during the fight. Suddenly, the unknown men began to shout for the fighters to be careful, and Elda shouted to Bera to be careful. The demon said that they would meet again soon. Then the demon exploded, which surprised Elda, who hid behind a shield and thought it was some kind of madness. Then Elda nervously began to look for Bera, because she couldn't see him through the smoke. When Elda saw Bera, she ran to him screaming because she was very worried about him. Suddenly, someone spoke from the smoke, saying that he didn't think he would have to show this body immediately after his rebirth. It was the demon in his new form, and he told Elda that it was time to start again. Seeing the demon's new form, Santore noticed that he had become much smaller, while Odera was nervous and considered the monster absurd. When Elda approached Barry, she realized that he had been injured in the explosion and was unconscious, which brought tears to her eyes. Meanwhile, the demon looked at his new body and said that he had not felt such sensations for a long time. The strangers were also surprised that the demon had become stronger, and understood that it was because the demon had merged several lives into one, while the second man said with a smile that the demon's patience had probably run out. Dissatisfied, the unknown girl said that Elda and Bera had survived because of the boy's screams, and the boy argued that if Elda went to the other world, they would have to go through a lot of difficulties again. The first man said that Bera survived only because of Odra's medicine, and the second said that the demon had rushed into self-destruction, and therefore the explosion was weak, although he still believed that Elda and Bera would lose. Disappointed, the unknown girl said that Elda and Bera were doomed, and the boy shouted that they didn't have to bring danger and misfortune upon Elda and Bera. Meanwhile, Elda took Bera's head in her arms and began to cry over him because she believed that Bera would soon leave her. Looking sternly at Elda, the unknown girl said that now was not the time for Elda to sit and cry. Then the demon began to move forward toward Elda, and the dark elf and Odera, who was wondering what Elda was doing, noticed this. Calming down, Elda turned to the unconscious Bera and asked him to rest here for a while. Looking ahead, Elda turned around and called Boa to come and take Bera away from the battlefield. Meanwhile, the demon simply watched them, and Boa quickly ran to Barry to take him away as quickly as possible. Then, in a calm voice, the demon asked Elda if she was ready and said that before the battle, he wanted to offer Elda something. But Elda just looked at the demon with tears in her eyes, preparing for the attack. The demon said that he wanted to take possession of Elda's light, and therefore asked her to give it to him. And for this, Elda had to accept his faith and become a demon like him. With anger in her eyes and tears in her heart, Elda told the demon to shut up, and she was determined to fight him. Meanwhile, Boa brought Bera to Odera, and the dark elf shouted that Bera was in danger and asked if they still had medicine. Odera looked at Bera in surprise and said that in the prophecy he would be able to control the sun, and the dark elf said that Odera's potion was not exactly medicine. The demon said that Bera would soon go to another world and that Elda now had no chance of victory, and that the same fate awaited her as Bera. But reaching out his hand to Elda, the demon said that he could transform her into a more powerful creature. Releasing his power into his hand, the demon asked Elda to accept his offer and join his side. Then Elda would become not an ordinary person, but an absolutely free demon. But Elda was only angered by this offer, and releasing light from herself, she shouted at the demon to shut up. The demon took Elda's angry response as a refusal, closed his hand, began to release energy from himself, and said that he would have to take Elda by force. Then Elda ran forward at the demon and began to strike him with her sacred sword. But the demon also became stronger, and after a while, he knocked Elda off her feet and ran straight at her to strike her. With fear in her eyes, Elda saw the demon's attack and realized that she would not be able to dodge it. And in an instant, the demon kicked Elda. Seeing the demon's attack on Elda, her companions began to shout at her in fear to check if she was okay. Santore shouted at Elda in fear, while Odera didn't know what to say, and the dark elf already thought that Elda was finished. But Elda managed to get up a little and realized that her face was intact, and the demon said that he thought Elda would at least lose consciousness. The unknown man said that Princess Elda did not notice that Odera's medicine had increased her defenses, and the second man said that Elda had unexpectedly gained such power, and therefore it was logical that she did not fully understand it. The unknown girl was already starting to fall asleep and curse the prophecy, and the unknown boy said that he no longer understood anything. Meanwhile, Elda tried to get up, leaning on her sword, which even surprised the demon. Getting up and pointing her sword at the demon, Elda realized in her mind that the demon was too strong. Approaching Elda, the demon asked why she was raising her sword again, and asked if Elda really couldn't feel the difference in their strength. With a joyful smile, the demon told Elda that he would destroy her completely, and they would become one, and then Elda's light would belong to him. The dark elf asked Odera what they should do, and Odera said he would drink another dose of his medicine, but Santore objected because Odera was seriously injured, and he believed that Odera could not fight. Then Boa volunteered to drink Odera's medicine. Elda got to her feet and held her face, trying to collect her thoughts. In her thoughts, Elda realized that the worst thing was that she needed to burn with the desire to avenge Baru, and now fear and pain were stopping all her hatred. Seeing Elda's abilities, the demon said that he remembered that he also had a similar technique. With his hand, the demon began to create something very similar to Elda's sword. Elsa thought that with such a monster, it would be difficult for her not only to take revenge, but even to survive. Elsa wanted to save her strength in case the demon recovered again, but if Elsa fought at half strength, she would be destroyed. Elda sternly told herself that she would have to unleash all her power and strength to the last drop. When Elda unleashed her energy, she surprised her companion, and Odera did not expect that Elda had been holding back all this time. When the demon saw what Elda was doing, he whistled and said that Elda's abilities were incredible, and that he did not expect such an incredible power from such a young girl as Elda. The unknown girl was also surprised by Elda's abilities, and the unknown boy asked if Odera's medicine could really do that. One man said that it was not medicine, but Elda's abilities, and the other man asked how that was possible. The first man said that Odra's medicine had brought Elda closer to awakening, but there was one thing. Looking at the demon, the man realized that even these powers were not enough for Elda to win. Then, having completed his transformation, the demon told Elda that he was very happy to take over the whole world. Preparing for the attack, the demon said that he thought he should show some of his power, and, launching the attack, shouted to Elda that he was asking her to let him destroy her. Releasing his energy, the demon began to move towards Elda and shouted for her to prepare for battle. Then Elda herself began to approach the demon. Facing the demon, Elda began to attack, and they parried each other's attacks and movements, but Elda did not expect the demon to be able to block her attacks. The demon managed to strike Elda, but Elda was surprised that even after losing his balance, the demon was able to deliver such a powerful blow. Elda told herself not to get distracted and not to let the demon scare her, so she kept moving forward. Unfortunately for Elda, the demon was stronger than her, and he struck her, even though she tried to fight back. But the demon struck her so hard that Elda lost her balance again and moved a certain distance away, realizing that her arm was not obeying her. The demon shouted sternly that Elda was finished, but suddenly a barrier appeared above Elda that did not belong to her. Elsa was surprised because she had not created the barrier around herself, and the demon began to scold someone else and shouted not to do this. Touching his body, the demon shouted not to interfere, and he would only destroy Elda as he wished. An unknown boy asked Muten's husband if one of his barriers had protected Elda, and an unknown girl asked when he had managed to set it up, but Muten said that it was not his barrier, but his students'. The demon argued that he had already interfered twice in his fight, and if he hadn't done so, it would have already been over. Elda watched and listened to the demon in surprise and began to think about someone interfering twice, while the demon asked how he dared to waste his mana on creating a barrier. And then Elda remembered the moment at the beginning of the fight when the demon stopped attacking. The demon immediately ordered the person to remove the barrier, protecting Elda from his attack. The one who put up the barrier was Dorado, and inside the demon, he told the demon that he would repeat until the end that the demon should let only Elda survive. Raising his hand, Dorado ordered the demon that nothing else mattered and that only Elda could not be destroyed. The demon told Dorado that he was just a pathetic human and that it was very arrogant of him to give him orders, and that the demon must destroy Elda and take over the whole world. But Dorado said that he was the one who released the demon and that the demon must obey. Then, with a malicious smile, the demon said that this was not acceptable and that he would have to end Doldo's life. The demon began to thrust his hand into his own body, surprising Elda, who did not expect him to hurt himself. In her mind, Elda realized that this was her chance to attack, but her body refused to move. Meanwhile, the demon pulled Dorado out of himself and threw him violently to the ground with a powerful blow. When Elda saw Dorado, she realized that he was the same boy she already knew. Watching the whole situation between the demon and Elda, Boa was ready to run to her aid, but Odera stopped her and said that if she approached them, they would destroy her in an instant. Boa sternly turned to Odera and asked what they should do, because the demon would destroy Elda if they didn't get her out of there. Suddenly, Boa's face changed with horror, and Santora asked what had frightened her so much. Boa noticed that something was wrong with Bera, and Bera said that something bad would happen to his mistress, Elda. Boa shouted that Bera had stood up, and Odera turned to him with Santore, while the dark elf was surprised that Bera was still alive. With a terrifying face and dark eyes, Bera rose and immediately called out to his mistress, Elda. Seeing Doldo, Elda realized that it was he who had protected her twice from the demon's attacks. Gathering her thoughts, Elda told herself to focus and concentrate, because now was not the time to be distracted. While the demon was examining his body as he got to his feet, Elda noticed that something was wrong with him. The demon thought that his wound was taking too long to heal because he had pulled Doldo out of himself, while Elda wondered how this monster could have done such a thing to Bera. Then Elda shone again and released a huge amount of mana, preparing for battle. The unknown boy was surprised and asked how Elda was able to show so much strength, because she had recently been on the verge of death. But Mutenza said that Elda's body had been rebooted, and Elda was now destroying her life energy. With a smile, the unknown girl looked at Elda and wondered if she had decided to go all the way. In her thoughts, Elda had already come to terms with her fate and thought that she would soon go to Bera in the other world. Then Elda decided to attack the demon, while her companions looked at Bera in fear. Something strange was happening to Bera, and he was only concerned about Elda's fate, and his face began to change. Bera's body also began to change, and Odera did not understand what was happening to Bera, and wondered what was happening to Bera's hair. Boa shouted that it was not only Bera's hair that was changing, but his body was also beginning to grow. Santore and Odera were shocked and said that Bera had turned into a wolf, and Boa screamed, asking what was going on here. And the dark elf asked Odera what was wrong with Bera and what medicine he had given him. And then, in his new form, the wolf Bera ignored his companions and began to look around. Bera howled like a real beast, attracting the attention of strangers and Elda with the demon, while Bera and Elda's companions were shocked and shouted about what was happening. Looking around, Elda began to think that another new monster had appeared on their battlefield, and did not understand whether it was her friend or enemy. The unknown boy asked what kind of creature it was and where it came from, and the unknown man said it was Fenrir, and Mutinza said it was a very rare demonic beast, and asked who had summoned it. Then the unknown man said that it was not a real Fenrir, but only an imitation of Fenrir, and judging by the energy, it most likely belonged to Elda's subordinate, namely Barry. The unknown boy asked excitedly if it was a werewolf demon, and Mutenza asked in surprise if they had disappeared from their planet and agreed that it was a real spectacle. Suddenly, Barry the wolf jumped on the demon, grabbing him with his jaws, and the demon began to scream that his recent injury had become worse and shouted that, how dare an ordinary demonic beast hurt him? When the demon was about to strike the wolf Bera, Bera had to let go of the demon, and the demon realized that his wound was incurable. The demon said loudly that he did not know where the demonic beast Bera came from, but that it was nothing to him, and he would also take possession of it and its powers. The demon quickly ran towards Barry the wolf and shouted that he would destroy Barry and take him for himself. When the demon attacked Barry's wolf, there was a very strong explosion, and Elda thought that this was some kind of madness and that the demon and the wolf were incredibly strong. Elda did not understand where the wolf came from, but their conflict with the demon was only to her advantage, and if they continued at the same pace, even if one of them survived and went to fight her, they would be significantly weaker in battle. Elda's companions came to her, and Boa asked how Elda was feeling, but Elda only asked Boa where the wolf came from and what kind of monster it was. Frightened, Boa shouted to Elda that this huge wolf was their comrade Bera. Hearing Boa's words, Elda bit her lip and asked Boa what she was talking about. Looking back at the wolf, Bera thought for a moment, but then turned back to Boa and said that she was in no mood for jokes and that she was fine, and asked her to tell the truth about Bera going to the other world. Boa said that she was not lying, and that she herself was confused and asked Santore to say something. Santore also said that it was true and that Bera had transformed into a demonic beast right before their eyes, and the dark elf asked if Bera was a demon. And again, looking back at the battle between the demon and the wolf Bera, Elda smiled and believed that Bera was alive. While the demon was fighting Bera's wolf, Boa told her companions to look, because Bera had been badly injured, and Elda then asked if the dark elf still had any medicine, and the dark elf said that she could not drink anymore, and that 2 glasses of medicine were dangerous to her life. Reaching out to the elf, Elda said that if they did not destroy this demon, they would meet their end in any case, and she needed medicine from the dark elf. Odera, hearing Elda's words, realized that she was right and told the dark elf to give Elda the medicine. And then the dark elf agreed to give Elda the medicine. Taking out the medicine, the dark elf handed it to Elda and said that if Elda felt sick because of the medicine, she should not blame her for it. And Elda said that she could not blame Elda. But suddenly Odera took the medicine from the elf's hands, and Elda shouted, asking why he had taken it and what Odera was doing. The dark elf began to ask if Odera had lost his mind, and if this madness was even within his limits. Elda angrily asked Odera how he was going to fight with his injuries, but Odera handed half of the medicine back to Elda, surprising her. Odera told Elda to drink half of it, and was sure that Elda would have to endure a lot of pain when the effect of the medicine wore off. But as long as Elda was alive, she would manage somehow. Elsa said she could handle a whole glass, but there was nothing she could do about it, and she thanked Oder for his words. While Elda drank the medicine and glowed again, the dark elf told Oder that he was not in a condition to fight because his body was wounded and broken, and his medicine would not heal his serious injuries. Oder said that the elf was right, because in his condition he would only get in the way, but he could still help Elda. Meanwhile, the wolf Bera continued to fight the demon, who said that Bera's wounds gave off a strange smell. The demon realized that no matter how much he sniffed Bera, he did not have the unique scent of a demon, and although his appearance was far from human, he wondered why his blood tasted like a human's. Unexpectedly, Zera gathered his mana in his mouth and launched an attack on the demon. And when Bera finished his attack on the demon, Elda jumped on him joyfully, calling his name. Elda happily asked Bera what was going on, and if he had been hiding such an ability from her. But when Bera the wolf turned to look at Elda, and unexpectedly began jumping in different directions to throw Elda off him, which surprised their companions, the dark elf asked what Elda and Bera were doing, and Boa thought they were having a race. Then Elda began to scold the disobedient Bera for not recognizing his mistress, and then Elda folded her hands for a spell. The wolf Bera felt the pain of the spell and calmed down, and Elda said that he was a good boy and asked if he had finally calmed down, noting that the contract was working well. Releasing the spell, Elda said that if the magic of the contract was working well, then the wolf was definitely Bera, and she playfully asked Bera if he should obey his mistress. When Elda ordered Bera to sit, he obediently fell to the ground, and Elda praised Bera, calling him a good boy. Also interested, Elda ordered Bera to wag his tail like a real dog. Elsa praised Bera and realized that he understood her commands and her words, and that was enough for her. Elsa told Bera to look ahead. Pointing ahead, Elsa drew Bera's attention to the smoke in which the demon was sitting, and said that their enemy was still alive. The demon shouted maliciously that they were just pathetic humans, and swore that he would destroy every human in the world. Then Elda shouted to Oder that it was time, and Santore asked if Oder could handle his injuries, and Oder said that of course he could. Gathering all his strength, Odera shouted, deafening Santore, and Odera used his maximum level courage anthem skill. Odera used his skill on Elda, who was sitting on Bear, and she gained incredible strength. Elida loudly announced her attack, and the demon shouted at them to attack because he would destroy them anyway. But after a moment, the demon realized that Elida and Bear had become very fast. The demon did not understand where ordinary people got such incredible strength and speed, and realized that he had to block the blows, but the demon was too slow. Elda struck the demon, destroying his head, but realized that this was not enough for the demon. Elsa and Burr's companions cheered them on and loudly supported them in this battle. Elsa jumped up to deliver another powerful blow to the demon, and everything around them seemed to explode. At the moment of the blow, the demon remembered the past when he had already seen this glow, and the bright girl said that she would not destroy the demon, but when time passed, the demon would meet her glow again. Touching the demon, the bright girl said that the demon's role was to restore her weak light again, and told the demon to remember this. Returning to the present after the blow, Elda fell to the ground and said she couldn't move at all. But Elda suddenly became interested in whether Bera would remain a dog forever, and she asked him about it. But Bera the dog suddenly fell to the ground as well, and was completely unable to move. Worried, Elda began to stroke Bera, and said that it was enough for her that Bera was alive with her. Mutant said that it was incredible, and that he did not expect Elda to be able to release so much power from the Holy Sword, and the unknown boy asked Loretta if it was finally over. Loretta said that it wasn't really over, which surprised Mutant, who was standing nearby. The unknown girl who was watching the battle thought that Elda had not completely destroyed the demon, which is why it was not destroyed, but its ego was destroyed. And now a monster would emerge from the demon that would desire destruction. Elda's companions began to shout joyfully that it was all over, and that Elda and Bera had won. But in an instant, their faces changed, and while Elda was motionless with Bera, they noticed that the demon was rising again. But suddenly, an unknown figure began to fly toward them from above, which also surprised Elda and Bera's companions. It was the same unknown girl who had broken through the barrier and flown into their territory, saying that she did not think she would have to intervene in this battle. Flying towards the demon, the unknown girl shouted that this would be a reward for Elda and Burr, because they had managed to entertain the unknown girl, and she ordered everyone to watch her. This surprised Elda, who saw her, and Elda wondered who this unknown girl was, who jumped right on the demon who wanted to get up, but she didn't let him. With a confident smile, the unknown girl said that stubborn cockroaches like this demon must be trampled on until they are completely destroyed. When the unknown girl began to beat the remains of the demon on the ground, it was as if an earthquake had started, which frightened Elda and Burr's companions, causing them to scream in fear. Elsa, who was lying on the ground and couldn't get up, felt the earthquake and thought that some kind of madness had begun. In her thoughts, Elda understood that the woman who appeared before their eyes had destroyed every piece of the demon with incredible strength and a joyful smile. Suddenly, an unknown boy came down to them and said that after all this time of pretending, she wasn't the least bit interested, which also surprised Elda. The boy greeted Elda and praised her efforts, saying that he was even touched by her abilities, and asked if Elda could hear him. Sitting down next to Elda, the boy handed her a bag and told her to keep it as her reward for defeating the demon, explaining that it was very expensive medicine. Elda asked suspiciously why she was being given such a reward and who they were. Elda's words angered the unknown boy, and his energy became terrifying, as if a cobra were staring at Elda. The boy told Elda that he was being kind to her, but she was reacting unpleasantly, and said that he could forget about the prophecy and wanted to destroy Elda. Frightened, Elda did not expect to feel an incredible aura of destruction after her words. Lorette also came down and ordered the boy to stop behaving this way, but the boy said he was only joking. Irritated, Lorette said he hoped they had not forgotten that they were forbidden to interfere with the prophecy, and the unknown girl asked if even the all-seeing Lorette did not know that she would interfere. With a smile, The unknown girl said that her actions were part of the prophecy, and she was sure that the person had foreseen it. Turning to the unknown girl, Laurette smiled and said that he liked Elda and Bera. Playfully, the unknown girl said that they had to struggle a little, and that she was looking forward to seeing what would happen next with Elda and Bera. Meanwhile, Mutensa approached Doldo, who recognized his teacher and master, but Mutensa did not expect Doldo to still be conscious. Tired and weak, Doldo apologized to his master Mutin and said that he had done what he wanted and only brought them trouble. Without seeing Mutin's face, he said that this was not the case and that Dorado had done as planned. Mutin, standing over Doldo, said that his role was over and said goodbye to Doldo. Meanwhile, the unknown boy again handed Elda a bag of medicine and said joyfully that Elda and Bera had forcibly suppressed their strength with the medicine and therefore it must now be hell inside them. The unknown boy said that his medicine would not completely cure them, but it would significantly improve Elda and Bera's condition. Then, Mutensa returned to his friends and said that he was done, and Laurette said that it was time for them all to go. The unknown girl said that it had been a pleasant night. Trying to get up, Elda still wanted to know who these unknown people in robes were, and what prophecy they were talking about, and whether it was somehow related to Elda. Laurette simply told Elda that she would soon find out everything, and the unknown girl said that although she had defeated the demon, Elda and Bera could be proud of themselves, and that this victory belonged to them. And the boy wished Elda and Bera to wake up quickly and become stronger. At that moment, the unknown people in robes disappeared, and Elda, not understanding anything, wondered what had just happened. Boa began to call out to Elda, and the dark elf asked what had happened, and suspected that the unknown people in robes might be awakened. But Elda did not answer, and only thought that, whatever the case, thanks to them, everything had ended. Suddenly, looking back, Elda saw and remembered Doldo, who was still lying unconscious on the ground. Elda approached Dorado, who told her that he felt relieved that Elda had survived this battle with such a powerful demon. Elda asked Doldo why he saved her, since they had only recently met. With a smile, Doldo told Elda that it reminded him of their first meeting. In a heavy voice, Dorado told Elda that she had tried to help a complete stranger, and that was why he did not want to destroy her. After listening to Doldo, Elda said that regardless of the reasons, Doldo had committed an unforgivable act. Doldo calmly said that he did not do it for forgiveness, and even if he was destroyed, he had nothing to regret. Elda calmly said that her friend had experienced something similar to what Dorado had, which surprised him. With a smile, Elda told Dorado that his younger sister Donna would have wanted her brother Dorado to be destroyed, and instead of revenge, she thought his sister would have wanted Dorado to live a long and happy life and not forget her. These words surprised Dorado and took him back to the moment in the past when he pulled his sister Donna out of the water and she asked her brother to live. Meanwhile, Elda's companions wondered why Bera was not returning to normal and remained a wolf, and whether Bera would remain that way for the rest of his life and simply be a huge wolf, when suddenly, Santore saw Dale approaching Elda and Doldo. Suddenly, the dark elf saw something strange and shouted at Elda to be careful. When Elda turned around, she immediately put up a defense against Dale's attack, who wanted to destroy Doledo, who was lying on the ground. Unfortunately, Elida was unable to protect Doledo in time, and he was struck by the attack. Dale cried out in despair that Doledo had caused the complete destruction of his father and the entire village. After a while, Elda and Bera, now in their normal bodies, found themselves in the mountains in search of adventure. Elda was worried about Bera and asked him how he was, and he replied that everything was fine and that Elda should watch her step. After the battle with that powerful demon monster, Elda and Bera survived and continued their adventures. The village learned a valuable lesson, and many people were sent to the other world because of the monsters. But the upside was that after the demon leader was destroyed, the little monsters disappeared, and there was no further harm done. Doldo, who was to blame for what happened, was destroyed by the mayor's son, Dale, but Doldo left with a smile because he had achieved his goal. After a while, Bera's transformation ended, and he became a normal person again. Bera did not expect this, and wondered who he really was and why he had turned into a wolf. Bera had only vague memories of what had happened, but he could not remember how he had transformed. The side effects of Odra's medicine turned out to be much worse than Elda and Bera had expected. Boa was worried about Elda, and Santore was worried about Bera. Elda, Bera, and Odra suffered from migraines and terrible fevers, and wild pain in their muscles stopped their every movement. After drinking half of the bottle, Elda suffered even more from the effects of the medicine and almost passed away, but Odera was also very ill. Exhausted, Elda handed over the medicine that the unknown boy had given her so that it could be used for her, Beru, and Odera. The dark elf said she would prepare medicine for them. As soon as Elda came to her senses, she decided to use the medicine she had received from strangers. But when the dark elf made the decoction, fortunately, it significantly helped to alleviate their suffering after Odra's medicine. Bera and her mistress Elda were on the mend and were bandaging each other's wounds, while in the village the situation was becoming dire. After the mayor and the village elders were killed, the mayor's son Dale came to power and led the survivors. The blame for everything was placed on the head of the guard, Delazio, because he was the one who brought the magician Doldo to the village, and because of him, this disaster happened. Even if Delazio and his family had stayed in the village, he would have been considered a thief and one day simply expelled from the village, so he decided to leave the village of his own accord. Before Delazio left the village, Elda asked him to deliver a letter to her younger brother Elok about what had happened in the village. Elda also wrote a letter of recommendation for Delazio, offering him the position of vassal to the younger Prince Elok, for which Delazio was infinitely grateful to Elda for her help. Elda wanted to take care of her powerless younger brother Elok, and also do a favor for the village and raise her brother's status. And Dale was also very grateful to Elda for her help, to which Elda replied that they could not have done otherwise. For their participation in defending the village, Elda and Bera received a pile of things, including provisions for future travels. Since Elda and Bera had very little money, their gratitude was like rain in the desert for them. Boa said that they were lucky to have survived another year of adventures, and Santore said that he did not expect them to be so weak. Therefore, Santore and Boa received a very strong blow to their self-esteem. Bera was sure that Boa and Santore understood the limits of their strength, but they still decided to stay in the village and help with its restoration for a certain reward. The dark elf and the orc Odora gathered the remains of the red magic stones and decided to leave the village before Elda and Bera. After saying goodbye to Odra and the dark elf, they told Elda and Bera about the place where they lived and recommended that they come visit them. After Odra and the dark elf left, Elda and Bera decided that it was time for them to embark on a new journey. Saying goodbye only to Boa and Santore, Elda and Bera got rid of their pursuers who could have followed them, so they set off on their journey at dawn without telling anyone. Although Elda and Bera were in poor physical condition because the fever had not yet left them and their bodies were still very weak, this confirmed that what had happened was a terrible surprise, and although Bera and Elda had fulfilled their duty as heir, they still had many questions. Bera wondered who he really was, and who the four unknown figures in cloaks were. Although Elda and Bera did not receive answers, one thing was clear to them. They were too weak, and if they wanted to continue searching for Queen Heir's treasure, they needed to wake up. But Elda and Bera knew nothing about the Awakened Ones, and did not know where they could find out about. But Elda and Bera were not allowed to stop, so they continued on to the next point on their route, namely the city where Queen Heir was born. At present, Elda and Bera were climbing the mountain to make sure there were no traces of them. Elsa was worried about Bera and asked him how he was, and Bera replied that he was able to move. In her mind, Elda understood that they needed to hurry, because if they were caught by her second brother's subordinates, they would not be able to fight back in their current condition. When Bera reached the top of the mountain first, to his surprise, he saw an unknown person. Bera told Elda that he had seen a person at the top, which surprised Elda. Climbing up to Bera, Elda asked in surprise if this was true and looked ahead herself. A woman in a large hat was sitting on one of the rocks on the mountain, and she looked at Elda and Bera. She thought that this woman did not look like their pursuers, but Bera noticed that the woman looked like a northern woman, and Elda agreed with him and thought that she was an adventuress. Elsa and Bera wanted to just walk past the unknown woman quietly because they weren't ready for a fight. But Elda noticed that the woman was dressed too lightly for an adventurer and wondered if she was cold. Bera noticed that the woman had a staff, and Elda noticed that she had no luggage. Suddenly, the woman raised her head and asked Elda and Bera to listen to her, which surprised them. The woman said that it was not very polite to stare at a stranger, and asked Elda and Bera for some water because her throat was dry. Elsa and Bera paused for a moment and thought about it. Taking off his briefcase, Bera asked if they should share, and Elsa said that they could treat the woman, even though water was priceless to them at this altitude. Handing the water to the woman, Elda said that the water was probably warm, but the woman said that it was the attention that was important to her. After drinking, the woman said that the taste of this water was phenomenal, and, thanking them, returned the water to Elda, and, as a sign of gratitude, she would give Elda and Bera some advice. Pointing in a direction, the woman said that if Elda and Bera went there, only one road would await them, and many scary monsters lived there. So the woman recommended that Elda and Bera descend the mountain by another route. Elida and Bera wondered what monsters the woman was talking about, because they were on a mountain and there should be no one at such a height. Elda thanked the woman for her advice, but now they couldn't afford to go down, and they were adventurers themselves, so they could handle a few beasts. After saying goodbye to the woman, Elda and Bera continued on their way, while she remained sitting on the rock. Raising her hat a little higher, the woman said that it would be a pity to just watch Elda and Bera get destroyed. After a while, Bera and Elda saw a bridge over a ravine and a waterfall, and Bera asked if Elda was afraid of heights or something like that, and Elda said that it was called acrophobia. Elda said decisively that once they crossed the bridge, things would get better, and Bera said they should hurry there. But suddenly, the closer they got to the bridge, the stronger the wind blew. Looking ahead, to Elda and Bera's surprise, they saw another unknown woman, although a moment ago there was no one there, and they did not understand where she had come from. The woman looked like a ninja, and she sternly asked Elda and Bera if they were airy. After the ninja woman asked Elda and Bera if they were airy, they became very tense. Pretending to be stupid, Elda did not show her nervousness and said that they were not air and did not even understand what it was. The woman watched Elda and Bera closely and simply remained silent at Elda's reaction and answer. Elsa told the woman to listen to her and said that she did not know where she had come from, and warned the woman not to start a fight for no reason. Looking closely, the woman said that Elda was a golden-haired girl from the south with a shield and a sword, and next to her was Bera, a black-haired boy from the north with iron chains. So, no matter how you looked at it, they were airy. Nervously, Elda realized that she and Bera were attracting a lot of attention and told Bera about it, who said that they would have to come up with something so that this would not happen again in the future when they came down from the mountain. Bera whispered to Elda and said that in any case, the woman still doubted whether they were airy and suggested trying to convince her anyway. Elda agreed with Bera because they were not ready for battle at all. But suddenly the woman began to attack, jumping forward in a fighting stance, and Elda warned Bera about this. Elida took up a fighting stance, but Bera stood in front of her because he understood that he had to protect his mistress from enemy attacks. But when the woman approached, Bera saw her attack and realized that it was not Elda that the woman wanted, but him. Bera was able to defend himself from the woman's attack, and at that moment, Elda crouched down in front of him, shouting at the woman. But the woman deftly jumped back to avoid Elda's attack and put some distance between herself and them. In her mind, the unknown woman thought that she had greatly softened her attack, although she believed that she could easily destroy Bera and Elda without using the chi technique. Nervously and angrily, Elda asked if the woman had been sent to them by her second older brother, while Bera thought that perhaps the woman had decided to destroy Bera first and then steal his mistress Elda. The unknown woman said she was sure that with this deception, Beru and Elda had felt the difference in their strength and abilities, and Elda yelled at her, saying that the woman had attacked them secretly. Raising her sword, the woman said that as long as she could achieve her goal, it was not necessary for her to destroy them both. The unknown woman stated that her target was Elda's subordinate, and that she was referring to Bera, which surprised him. Elda nervously looked at Bera, and said that if she didn't need both of them, then it meant that it wasn't her second older brother who had sent the woman to them, and Bera asked why the woman needed him specifically. The stern unknown woman said that she only wanted Bera's life, so there was no threat to Elda, and they would survive. Elda angrily shouted at the unknown woman not to dare humiliate them, and asked if the woman really thought they would allow themselves to be destroyed so easily. Although Elda and Bera were not ready for battle, Elda shouted loudly that if the woman wanted to destroy them, then they would all have to risk their lives, and ordered the woman to prepare herself. Disappointed, the woman sighed and said that nonsense had just come out of the beaks of the newly hatched chicks, so she had to do everything properly. Then the woman used her special abilities to scare Elda and Bera, and she showed all her powers. When the woman unleashed her powers, a dark aura appeared above her, and a very frightening face could be seen in this aura. Seeing the woman's abilities, Bera thought that he could not stop his body from trembling. Elda nervously wondered where the woman got such a desire for battle and blood. Recalling the past, Elda thought that this woman before them was much stronger than the demon they had defeated earlier. Needing her hands and body, the unknown woman said that they should start their fight and called it a little hunt. Very quickly, the unknown ninja woman began to run towards Elda and Bera to begin her attack. But unexpectedly for everyone, something strange flew straight at the unknown girl between Elda and Beru. Approaching, the unknown female ninja saw that it was an ordinary stone and deflected it with her sword. But when the unknown female ninja deflected the stone, she realized that it had been thrown by someone with incredible strength, which she had not expected. And stepping back, the woman asked angrily who was there and ordered them to come out. Elsa and Bera also turned back to see who had thrown the stone and saw a familiar silhouette approaching them. They heard a woman's voice telling them that they had already been warned, As the female ninja swung her sword, Elda and Bara realized that this was the same woman they had seen earlier and given water to. The woman approached them without lifting her hat and said that she had already warned Elda and Bara to be careful with dangerous monsters. Then the female ninja got angry and shouted at the woman in the hat not to stand in her way and not to engage in unnecessary combat, and that it would be better for her to disappear altogether because she did not want to destroy innocent people. Then both the ninja woman and the woman in the hat released their incredible auras, which only made Elda and Beru more tense. She took off her hat, and her aura reminded those present of a vicious dragon, and the woman asked who the ninja woman wanted to scare with such pathetic threats. The ninja woman realized that she was not facing an ordinary opponent and that the woman had incredible energy, while Elda thought that the woman had very high and warm energy. Then the female ninja began her attack again and wanted to complete her task and destroy Beru first, but the dragon woman stopped her again. With a smile on her face, the dragon woman told the ninja woman not to even try to touch these children. The ninja woman's patience was at its limit, and she yelled at the dragon woman that she would do as she wished. Then the ninja woman began to run towards the dragon woman and shouted that she would destroy her first, and then Beru. The dragon woman threw her hat to Eldi and Barry and asked him to hold it while she fought the ninja woman. The dragon woman happily jumped towards the ninja woman, inviting her to play with her in this battle. In an instant, their weapons clashed, and the dragon woman asked if the ninja woman would really waste such incredible abilities to become someone's mercenary. The ninja woman angrily ordered the dragon woman to be quiet and said she would make her shut up first. Frightened, Elda asked Bara if he could see the women, and Bara replied that he could not see them at all. At the moment when the dragon woman almost destroyed the ninja woman in two, she was somewhat surprised. The ninja woman turned into a tree, showing her abilities. Very quickly, the ninja woman found herself above the dragon woman, but she was already holding her sword up for protection. The female ninja shouted viciously at the dragon woman that she would destroy her right now. The dragon woman just smiled and told her that she had very good fighting skills. But the ninja woman did not care about the dragon woman's words and struck her, although the dragon woman blocked the blow. The ninja woman was incredibly surprised and wondered how the dragon woman had managed to recognize her move. With a smile, the dragon woman again praised the ninja woman for her skillful attacks and strikes. Surprised, Elda asked Bara if he understood what was happening, and Bara replied that he did not fully understand, but he understood that the women had been injured. The ninja woman understood that the dragon woman was very strong, and when the ninja woman found herself at a certain distance, she saw the dragon woman release her energy again. A golden dragon, no longer green, appeared around the woman, displaying incredible power. The dragon woman said that she did not think she would have to exert herself so much in battle because of a sip of water she received from Elda and Bara, and if that was the case, she would have to try her best. And in that moment, the dragon woman used her skill called the Exalted Hidden Dragon. When the female ninja tried to block the blow, she thought with horror that if she did not block such a blow with the help of the chi technique, this blow would destroy the female ninja. But blocking the dragon woman's blow was difficult, and so the ninja woman lost her balance on the ground and found herself over the cliff. Running to the cliff where the female ninja was falling, the dragon woman hurried and said that, judging by everything, the female ninja still had a few hidden techniques. The dragon woman also jumped to the cliff to continue the fight, and the ninja woman tried to attack the dragon woman with daggers. After repelling all of the ninja woman's attacks with a joyful smile, the dragon woman told her to catch the next attack. Meanwhile, Bara and Elda approached the cliff edge, and Elda wondered what was happening below. Elda looked around nervously and asked Bara if he could see anything, but Bara replied that he couldn't see anything at all. Suddenly, a huge amount of water rose from the abyss in front of Elda and Bara. The female ninja hid in the water, and when she jumped out of the water, she noticed that the female dragon was not pursuing her and wondered why and whether their fight was over. The ninja woman sternly told herself that it didn't matter and that her mission had to come first, and she had to get to the top and destroy Bara before the dragon woman caught up with her. But to the ninja woman's surprise, when she jumped out of the ravine, she saw that the dragon woman was already standing next to Elda and Bara. Wringing her wet hair, the dragon woman asked the ninja woman if she could come sooner because she was already bored here. When the ninja woman appeared before them again, the dragon woman said that she was not very good with a sword, so she suggested that in the second round of the fight, they fight with whatever they were good at. Looking closely at the dragon woman, the ninja woman realized that if it was true that the dragon woman was not good with a sword, then she would not be able to win this fight. Taking the strange balls, the female ninja said that, unfortunately, they would have to end their fight for today. At that moment, the ninja woman threw the strange balls on the ground, causing a thick smoke to appear, through which it was impossible to see her. When the smoke cleared, the female ninja was gone, causing Elda and Bara to nervously look around, while the dragon woman thought that the female ninja was very agile and sensed that she had run very far away. Turning around, the dragon woman said that Elda and Bara should not worry because the ninja woman would not return today because she pretended to fall into the water and hid in the forest. Bara nervously said that he understood, while Elda wondered how the dragon woman had managed to track the ninja woman's path. Suddenly, Elda threw down her sword and asked for a moment of attention, while Bara returned the dragon woman's hat. Lowering her head, Elda thanked the dragon woman because thanks to her, they had avoided a great misfortune. So Elda wanted to show the woman her respect, and Bara nervously thanked the woman. With a smile, the woman looked at Elda and Bara and introduced herself, saying her name was Lim Joan. Elsa said she would never forget the name Lim Joan and was about to introduce herself to Joan. But suddenly Joan turned away from them, putting on her hat, and said that they should not exchange names and that she was leaving, advising Elda and Bara not to let the ninja woman see them and to hide somewhere well. Suddenly, Elda fell to her knees and turned to Lim Joan, begging her to teach them the same skills she had. Looking at Bara, Elda told him to join in, and Bara agreed and also began to beg Joan. Elda began to beg Joan loudly to help them achieve enlightenment and asked her to become their teacher. Lifting her hat slightly, Joan smiled and asked if she really had to teach two inexperienced young children and why she should burden herself in this way. Joan's response surprised Elda and Bara, and they understood her position at that moment. Elsa wanted to argue, but Joan interrupted her and said that saving their lives for a sip of water was already too high a price to pay, and again told Elsa and Bara to hide as soon as possible. But Elda did not want to give up, and jumped at Joan's feet, begging her to stop. Joan deftly moved her foot so that Elda couldn't grab her, and Bara was surprised that she managed to dodge without even looking at them. Without turning back, Joan decided to say goodbye to Elda and Bara again, and continue on her way. Frightened, Elda shouted that if Joan left them now, they would surely be destroyed, and continued to beg. Elda shouted that a few days ago they had fought an incredibly strong demon, but with great difficulty Elda and Bara had managed to defeat it. Because of this story, Joan stopped to listen to what Elda would say next, and she continued that, in that battle, their comrade had been brutally destroyed. Elda cried out that they had been unable to protect the villagers, and that in the end, many people had been destroyed. If they had had Joan's strength, this might not have happened, and Elda did not want to experience such tragedies again. Turning around with a smile, Joan said that Elda shouldn't lie, and that Elda was just very scared of such a monster. Elda fell silent for a moment, tears in her eyes, and Bara also did not expect such a direct answer. But after thinking for a moment, Elda said that Joan was right and that she was indeed afraid of being destroyed. Joan looked surprised, not expecting such a reaction from Elda, and that she would agree with her. Opening her eyes, Elda said that she was afraid of destruction, but not her own. Elda said sternly that she was afraid that Bara would be destroyed, and that he would leave her first. These words made Bara's nose redden, and he did not quite understand Elda's message. With a playful smile, Joan said that Elda's words were very tragic, and Bara was confused. Joan looked suspiciously at Elda and Baru, and asked if they were dating. Bara blushed at this question, and began to shout that it was not true, and that it would never happen, which annoyed Elda, but Joan still asked their name. Elda introduced herself as Elda de Springers, and Bara said he was just Bara, which surprised Joan, and she asked why he didn't have a last name. Somewhat awkwardly, Bara said that he didn't have a last name because he was born a subordinate. With a smile, Joan said that was very interesting, and that it was getting late, so she suggested they talk over dinner. Elda happily thanked Joan and told Bara to set up camp while she lit a fire. Bara agreed with Elda, but Joan interrupted them and said that they shouldn't worry and that she couldn't stay in debt to the newcomers. Taking a pouch out of her pocket, Joan said that they would set up their camp and, in addition, she would demonstrate how the Awakens set up camp. Seeing Joan's bag, Elda cried out in surprise, asking if Joan had a golden magic stone, and Bara asked Elda if it was more expensive than a red magic stone. Elda sternly said that the golden magic stone was not only more expensive, but that there were only a handful of them on the entire continent, and such a stone would cost a fortune. Joan exhaled calmly and said that because of this trifle, her companions from the Guild of Magicians had created a lot of problems for her. And then Joan threw her bag of magic stones, which surprised Elda. Loudly and joyfully, Joan ordered someone that it was time to go out and work. Suddenly, a blue hand came out of the bag, which surprised Elda and Baru because they didn't understand who it was. A cute blue familiar came out of the bag and asked its mistress Joanne if it was time for them to set up camp. Other familiars also began to crawl out of the bag, and one of them, seeing Elda and Baru, said that they would have guests today. Elda realized that they looked like demons, and Joan told the familiars to use the best meat. Joan also ordered the familiars to be careful with security on the territory, and the familiars understood Joan's orders and set to work. After a while, a beautiful tent appeared on the mountain, and Joan's familiars patrolled the area and prepared dinner. With tears in her eyes, Elda wondered how demons could cook at the level of royal chefs, and Bera also cried and thought that he had never tasted anything more delicious before, while Joan praised her familiars for their work. Bera decided to ask if Joan's familiars were demons and if that was normal, and Joan told Bera not to say such things so loudly. Joan happily said that not all demons were like the ones Elda and Bera had encountered, and not all of them sought to destroy others. Joan explained that the very concept of a demon was too broad, and that on this continent, all demons were considered evil because of the evil nature of the word itself, but there were creatures that deserved respect. While one familiar thought he was alone, Barry decided to ask how Joan had met the good demon, and Joan said that they had been captured by humans and she had freed them. While drinking tea, Joan said that she had shown protection and given the good demons a home, and since then they had begun to live together. But she noticed that it was very difficult to earn the trust of familiars, and at first she had difficulty. Elsa wondered how Joan had tamed the demons to such an extent, as not everyone was capable of doing so, but she had somehow managed it, and Bera thought that such friends would not hurt her and Elsa. Joan decisively said that it was time to talk about the Awakened Ones, and Elda agreed with her. With a smile, Joan asked Elda and Bera who they considered to be the Awakened and what that word meant to them. Surprised, Elda asked if the Awakened were people with incredible powers that ordinary people did not have, and Bera clarified that they were people with incredible powers. Joan said ironically that their answer was correct, but very narrow, which surprised Elda and Bera. Joan explained that an awakened person is someone who tries to understand the essence of all that exists, and is a person devoted to the logic of their world. Elda looked nervously at Joan, and Bera asked what that meant. Joan said that awakened people are those who have learned the secrets of their world and reveal its truths, and Joan had considered herself a seeker of truth her entire life. Releasing and demonstrating her energy, Joan said that being awakened is not only about combat skills and strength, but that some beings gain power in the process of learning about the whole world. But remembering the female ninja, Joan said that in the ordinary world, awakened ones are most likely considered to be half-wits who are only capable of fighting, but they are not real and only chase after power, and they cannot be called awakened ones. Elsa said that there were several awakened ones in their kingdom, and she had encountered them. Recalling the past, Elda said that they were treated differently at home, but they did not want to reveal the methods of obtaining their powers, even though Elda asked them for help. The awakened simply did not want to lose their income. Joan asked how Elda and Bera see the difference between an awakened person and an ordinary person, and Elda said it was about power, while Bera said it was about the amount of mana. Joan said that when they reach a state where they are able to absorb the energy of heaven and earth into their bodies, they will be able to release it freely, and that is what is called awakening. Showing his hand with an iron chain and a blue magic stone, Bera asked if he could be considered awakened since he was able to collect mana. Waving her hand, Joan said no, and that mana was only the power to use magic and magic stone, although she agreed that this was also not an easy task. Recalling Joan and Bera's energy, Joan said that the energy of the awakened consists of the power of Mother Nature, which they absorbed and transformed into their own, and that it is a deeper level than the level of forces such as mana. Joan said that in the northern region, this energy of nature is called Chi, and in the south, it is called Aura, and Elda asked if it was Chi and how to collect Aura. Joan said that although Chi and Aura look exactly the same, the ability to collect and use them differs significantly in each region. Recalling the people who were training, Joan said that, in simple terms, in the north and south, everyone agrees on purifying energy during meditation in nature. But if you start digging into abilities and techniques, there are simply myriad of them, and there is no point in knowing them all. Recalling the awakened one that Elda spoke of, she said that he did not collect the aura of Mother Nature, as Joan said, but he could simply release enormous power while burning the money allocated to him by the country. Joan shook her head and said that her awakened one was simply fake, because true awakened ones do not train in cities because there is little pure energy there. Comparing nature and cities, Joan said that it takes a lot of time to cleanse and obtain energy, and Elda and Burr could imagine that attempts to cleanse dirty and tortured chi were almost hopeless. Then Elda asked if that was the case, Why not live in the mountains instead of traveling around the world in search of truth? Joan suddenly laughed loudly, surprising Elda, who asked her why she laughed. Wiping away her tears of laughter, Joan asked Elda and Beru how long they had been traveling. Elda said that it had probably been more than a month, and Bera agreed with her, while Joan asked how they were doing on their journey. Lowering her head, Elda said that, to be honest, it was very difficult for them, and Bera agreed with her. Snapping her fingers, Joan said that was true, but it was just as hard for the Awakened. Recalling the hotels, Joan said that even after a warm day, a cold night would come, and various monsters would roam around, and perhaps even demonic monsters. If they were unlucky, Mother Nature would not allow them to spend even a day in her bosom in comfort, and they would have to be careful. The conditions of nature cannot be compared to the comfort of a safe place, and therefore, if after awakening a person desires battle in order to gain greater strength, he must go to the mountains and devote his life to endless training. Joan said that the awakened one mentioned by Elda most likely decided that awakening was the maximum and went to the city to seek fame and popular love, and if you call them awakened, they have only minimal skills. But if such awakened ones come to power and work diligently for them, they will only have to respond to the worldview of their rulers, and Elda asked if the awakened ones live in travel, and Bera thought that was too much. With a smile, Joan said that sooner or later, any adventure comes to an end, but people have figured out how to continue training by making Mother Nature their home. Joan said that in the north, there are many gatherings and families who have occupied territory in the mountains with good energy and live there in groups, and Joan's family is one of them. Bera asked at what age Miss Joan had awakened, and she said that she first felt the awakening at the age of 9, which surprised Elda. Turning away, Elda realized that they were far behind, while Bera told himself that he did not think there were 9-year-old children stronger than him. Tired, Joan said she was finishing her explanation of the nature of the awakened and suggested moving on to business, which caught Elda's attention. Joan sternly asked Elda and Bera why she should help them become awakened. Frowning, Bera said that if she didn't help them, they would be easily destroyed, but Joan explained that it wasn't her problem. At that moment, Elda was thinking about how to respond to Joan, while Bera looked nervously at Elda. Joan sternly said that Elda should answer thoughtfully, and that Joan would make a decision based on their answer. After such conditions, Elda became very nervous and gathered her thoughts. But after taking a breath, Elda said that Joan was their savior, who had shown them great mercy by taking on serious danger and fighting off a strong man to protect. Elda continued by saying that they wanted to follow Joan's example and do good deeds like her. Looking sternly at Joan, Elda said that she swore on her own life that she was not lying. While Joan was thinking, Bera asked if these were not too cliched phrases, and if it was not too banal to hear them from Elda, but Elda told Bera to be quiet. With a smile, Joan said that this was exactly what she wanted to hear, and decided that she would teach Elda and Bera. Surprised, Elda and Bera turned to Joan, and Bera thought that everything had turned out too easily. But Joan stated her condition that she would give Elda and Bera 1 month to awaken. After Bera and Elda's shock, Joan said she would teach them for a month, and Bera said he had heard rumors that awakening takes a long time, and Elda asked if Joan would take them as students and pass on her knowledge to them. Joan said she didn't think fate had led her to them, to teach them everything, but she would help them awaken and assist them until Elda and Bera could survive on their own. In her thoughts, Elda still wanted to learn all the techniques they had seen Joan use, while Bera was concerned about whether they would be able to awaken in just a month. Looking sternly at Elda and Bera, Joan asked if they liked her conditions and if she should leave. Elda loudly objected to Joan and said that it was true and that they would be very grateful to Joan if she would just help them and Bera wake up. Waving her finger, Joanne reminded them that they had 1 month and that she was a very busy woman. Joan sternly said that if Elda and Bera did not wake up in a month, she would simply leave them. A little nervous, Elda wondered if it was possible to wake up in just 1 month, and Joan said that tomorrow they would check their skill levels. Bera smiled confidently and thought that Joan would be shocked when he demonstrated his skills. But the next day, Bera was already nervous because it turned out not to be what he expected. Joan told Bera that she was surprised that he could even survive with such a weapon, pulling on his iron chains. With a smile, Joan said she was willing to bet that Bera would not be able to last long with such a weapon after awakening, and that such a crude fighting style would prove completely useless after awakening. Elsa thought about what had happened a moment ago, because Joan had simply grabbed Bera's iron chains with her bare hands, saying that he was very slow, and Elsa knew that Bera easily destroyed ordinary people with his blows. In her thoughts, Elda recalled how Joan blocked her attacks with her sacred sword, with her ordinary old sword, and wondered if it was related to chi. Joan asked in surprise if Bara had fought the demon with iron chains, and was surprised that Bara had survived at all, while Bara couldn't take his chains away from Joan and thought she was a real monster. Pulling on the iron chain, she pulled Bara towards her, who simply flew towards her, and suggested that he give up such weapon. After a while, pointing to the top of the mountain, Joan said that Elda and Bara would have to run to the top at full speed, which surprised Elda and Bara because they did not expect such a load. Joan loudly announced that Elda and Bara's bodies must become good vessels for energy and ordered them to start running immediately without slowing down. Elsa and Bara hurried to start running along the route Joan had shown them. After a while, when Elda and Bara reached the summit, to their surprise, they saw Joan there, who ordered them to move faster because they had been running for too long. But Elda and Bara had expected to see her at the summit. After a while, Joan told Elda and Bara to meditate with the feeling of receiving energy from both the sky and the earth at the same time, and told them to imagine themselves and how the energies unite in their bodies and spread throughout their bodies. Joan told Elda and Bara that if they wanted to reach the level of the awakened, they would have to absorb both energies and make them their own, so they needed to understand that, in battle, the awakened gather energy and control for further use. With a smile, Joan said that this was the basis of the basics, but it was always easier said than done, so Elda and Barry listened to her. Looking at Elda, Joan said that she and Barry needed to combine the energies of the earth and the sky and purify them to create white energy, then dye the energy in their own color and let it flow throughout their bodies. Standing over Elda and Barry, Joan continued and said that after these actions, they needed to start faster and spin it around their bodies to create a coating. But suddenly Joan seemed to sense something and turned away from Elda and Bara in the other direction. While Elda and Bara were focused on their task, Joan said nothing and left them. Meanwhile, unknown people appeared in the bushes, talking about how they were overloaded with work because of the girl, even though they had been warned that the woman was strong. But the unknown people thought they could handle it because she was just a girl, and they should focus because she had come out to them. One unknown person said he wanted to have fun with Princess Elda after they destroyed their target, Bara, but when the robber said this, he did not see Joan already flying towards him. After destroying the robber, Joan told him to refrain from such nasty thoughts, and when she saw two more, she asked why there were so few of them and whether they underestimated her. Undeterred, Joan smiled and said she would destroy them quickly so she could return to her lesson. And so, the days of hellish training continued for Elda and Bara. Elda and Bara ran up the mountain and continued to train their endurance. Elda and Bara also engaged in combat sparring with Master Joan and were beaten up every day. And when the sun reached its zenith, Elda and Bara, along with Joan, gathered at the top again. At the top of the mountain, Elda and Bara immediately began to gather energy. In their minds, Elda and Bara understood that the main thing during energy gathering was to close their chi bodies and let it penetrate them. Since Elda and Bara had to direct the chi energy throughout their bodies without exception, Elda and Bara received the energy and directed it to the cities indicated by Master Joan. Looking at their Master Joan, Elda and Bara understood that without her help, they would not have been able to awaken. Joan told Elda and Bara that the 1 month period was not a random number, and that she had calculated everything. Elsa and Bara quickly learned how to gather energy, as they had already learned how to move their auras when using Odra's medicine. As time passed, the longer Elda and Bara stayed with their Master Joan, the more they were inspired by her incredible abilities. Although at times Joan looked worried and felt something strange. Joan's best skill was her ability to sense what was happening in a certain area of the entire mountain where they were located. It was this skill that allowed Joan to find enemies in the area and ambush them. Approaching the enemies at night, Joan told them that she hated nothing more than being disturbed in her sleep. While the enemies sent their people to attack Elda and Bara, Joan easily destroyed everyone, because no one could cope with her. Despite the enemies' efforts, thanks to Joan and her abilities, Elda and Bara did not have to hide, and could continue to go about their business. When Elda demonstrated her sacred shield skill, Joan praised her skill, because she thought it was decent and flawless. But for Bara, the problem was still the iron chains, because they were long and slow, so someone strong could easily grab them. So Joan said that such a weapon had more disadvantages than advantages. Therefore, Master Joan decided to train Bara to learn how to fight with his bare hand. But it was not a simple fight. Bara had to use his transformed aura of nature as fighting energy, and although he did not succeed at first, he began training over time. While Joan deftly dodged Elda's attacks and Bara trained his strikes, Joan told Bara that his fist and energy must move together, but now his energy could not keep up with his fist. But after a while, Bera got used to quickly transforming energy so he could repeat the training. Be that as it may, Bera and Elda continued their training every day. By the end of the month, Elda and Bera were already leaping over mountains, but Elda was trying to get ahead of Bera. After all the training, Elda and Bera felt that they had become much stronger. And one day, when Elda and Bera were again gathering energy, something happened. On that day, Elda and Bera felt an awakening at the most unexpected moment. But at first, they sat quietly while the awakening took place, and their mana grew. But then Bera, with the awakening, turned back into a wolf, which frightened Elda. But she had already told Joan about Bera the wolf, and she replied that she had doubted their words, but now Bera had really transformed. Elsa had already folded her arms to calm Bera with the magic of the contract, but Joan said it wasn't necessary, and came up with something more interesting. When the wolf Bera looked sternly at the Master Joan, she playfully asked him who he had decided to bark at. Joan maliciously noticed that Bera was panting and asked Elda, dissatisfied, why Bera had the audacity to get angry at their master. Seeing Joan's anger, Elda began to get nervous and yell at Bera to come to his senses. But Joan moved away, saying that her strong fist would be the medicine for the mad dog Barry. And when Joan was on top of Barry, she prepared to strike. And then, waving her hand, Joan delivered a powerful blow to Bera's head, which surprised Elda. After the blow to the head, Bera fell to the ground. And after a while, Bera returned to human form. And when Bera woke up, he apologized but believed that he was not himself. And Elda asked Joan if she had any guesses about who Bera was, and if he could be a demon. Joan said that Bera was not a demon or anyone else, but an ordinary person, and therefore Joan believed that Bera was a demon shapeshifter from a small northern race, which surprised Bera himself. Joan then decided to tell a little about the race of demon shapeshifters, while Elda calmed down and was glad that Bera was an ordinary person. Joan said that the homeland of the northern people is on the eastern continent, but one day the city was covered with a thick layer of ice. After that, the northern people fled to their continent in an attempt to survive, and all this happened about 1,000 years ago. When the northern people arrived, they found themselves in the lands of the elves and headed for their cities. Unfortunately, the elves did not want to accept the northern people because they did not want to see other races among them at all. Therefore, the northern people fled to the south, where there was a lot of fertile land. But, as one might expect, the local inhabitants discriminated against them and turned them into subordinates. As a result, their ancestors fled from their persecutors, but they had no choice but to settle in the harsh and barren lands of the north. But the problem was that the north belonged to demons and demonic beasts. But the northerners began to fight the demons for their lives. In order to repel the incredibly powerful demons, some members of the tribe appeared who were able to absorb demons into their own bodies, and they learned to transform into demons, for which they were called demon shifters. Intrigued, Elda asked if the demon shifters were from the same tribe as Master Joan, but Joan replied that this was not the case, and that her family had no connection to the demon shifters. However, Joan noted that she had heard rumors that all demon shapeshifters had been destroyed, which surprised Elda and Bera, but Joan said that Bera was definitely a demon shapeshifter, and, in addition, had been found in the south, and she remembered what had happened in the past. In his thoughts, Bera wondered how he could have turned out to be a demon shapeshifter, and suspected that his mother was also a demon shapeshifter. But after realizing something, Bera raised his head and asked Joan why he used to live as a normal person. But now, he was turning into a werewolf demon. With a smile, Joan said that she was only guessing, but she believed that Bera had simply fulfilled the conditions for transformation, and that Bera transformed after absorbing a certain amount of energy. Joan also said that if Bera learned this skill, he would be able to retain his consciousness and transform at will. But Bera was interested in why he was turning into a wolf, and Joan said that he was most likely a Fenrir. Joan said that this technique is unique to Bera's tribe, and she cannot answer for sure. But Joan has met an alpha Fenrir, and he was twice as big as Bera and as strong as a dragon, and Bera asked if Joan had ever met a dragon. Joan happily said that she had met dragons and was friends with some of them, and Elda asked if Joan was serious about this. Joan said that if they could hold out for 5 minutes in a fight with a dragon, they could befriend it, but Elda couldn't believe her words. Then Joan announced that Elda and Bera had awakened, and it was time for them to leave. But she was waiting for something, and would stay with them a little longer. Elda was curious about what Joan was waiting for. Joan happily praised Elda and Bera for doing an excellent job of awakening them, even though it didn't take much effort, and was done through already open channels. Looking at Elda, Joan said they had special and incredible abilities. Looking at Bera, Joan said that until it was time to part ways, she emphasized that she and Elda should continue training. Elsa and Beru said they would heed Joan's words, and thanked her profusely for her help. A week after Elda and Bera resumed training, Joan also watched over them. Joan sensed that 3 groups of people had arrived in their territory in search of Elda and Bera. Clapping her hands, Joan announced to Elda and Bera that they were doing well and had clearly become stronger, for which Elda and Bera thanked her. At that moment, Joan said that it was time to test Elda and Bera's abilities, but Elda pointed out that they had fought each other yesterday and had not even been able to touch Joan's hair, and asked what the point was. Joan happily said that they would not be fighting her, and turned around and shouted for them to come out. 2 silhouettes appeared and said that it was very difficult for them to find Princess Elda, and the other asked if Joan knew they were nearby, and Joan replied that they were emitting a lot of chi energy, and Elda and Bera were very surprised. The man in the mask said that he was very happy to finally meet Princess Elda, and that she should not worry because they would take her away in comfortable transportation, and the big man greeted Bera and asked if he remembered him. Elsa realized that these people had come from her second older brother, and Bera recognized the big man. Joan said that she knew that these people were connected to Elsa and Bera. The big man wanted to fight Elda because he wanted to try some new things with her, but the man in the mask said that he could do whatever he wanted after they dealt with Bera. Hearing the robbers' conversation, Joan smiled maliciously and wanted to join the fight herself. Elda and Bera angrily began to yell at the robbers about how they dared to say such things to a respectable person like Elda, and asked if they were tired of living and ordered them to kneel or they would regret it. Looking at Joan, Elda and Bera announced that they would deal with these robbers and destroy them no matter what, but Joan said that they should not destroy them, and that she did not like that Elda and Bera had publicly called her a master. Joan said, ironically, that she still wanted to send the robbers to Elda and Bera, and suggested that they observe Elda and Bera's skills and actions in battle with the robbers. Elida and Bera resolutely prepared for battle and understood their master Joan's order. The man in the mask drew his sword and said that he knew Elda would have to be taken away through battle, and the big man said that he would have to send Bera straight to Bharata. The big man asked where Bera's iron chains were, because he wanted to tie Elda with them and roll her down the mountain. But Bera exhaled calmly and did not listen to the big man because he was thinking that this was his first battle without iron chain. Gathering his strength and accumulating energy, Bera released his energy, surprising the big man. The big man's face immediately changed to one of confusion because he did not understand how Bera could have such incredible energy. Bera's energy was incredibly powerful, and it felt like a wild wolf was standing in front of them. With incredible speed, Bera found himself next to the enemy and dealt him a brutal blow, and after delivering a second blow to the enemy's face, Bera knocked him out and, ending the fight, turned to Elda, asking how she was. Elsa held her sword next to the enemy's neck and said that Master Joan was right and that they were not awakened, but only fakes, while the enemy thought that this was impossible. The enemy thought that Elda had not reacted to the blow of his sword before, and then destroyed his sword with her own, and realized that Elda had awakened, and the enemy could not believe it because Elda had awakened a few months after she left, and even geniuses cannot do that. Elda sternly said that those who had offended their master Joan deserved only destruction, but since the man in the mask was a loyal assistant to her second older brother, she would spare him. Elda maliciously told the masked man to leave and tell her second eldest brother that when the time came, she would return, but only on her terms. Nervously, the man in the mask bowed and said that he would tell her second eldest brother everything, and Elda told him to take his friend and leave. Bera happily told Elda that he was faster than her, and Elda ordered him to shut up. Meanwhile, Joan thought that now Elda and Bera were safe from false awakening. In her thoughts, Joan told herself that Elda and Bera had easily achieved awakening only thanks to the medicine of the orc Odera. But looking at the friendly Elda and Bera, Joan realized that they also had special abilities, and when they continued their journey on the continent, a new legend would be born. Joan said loudly that she did not expect Elda and Bera to reach such heights in such a short time, but for them, this was only the beginning, and she urged them not to give up and to continue working on themselves. Joan said that they must not stop constantly gathering the energy of nature, and finally announced that it was time for them to say goodbye. After these words, Elida and Bera were so shocked that they couldn't say anything to Joan for a moment. But after a moment, Elda told Joan that they would like to stay with her a little longer, and Bera said that she didn't need to teach them anything and suggested traveling together. Joan said that she would very much like to, but the robbers were determined, and if things did not go according to plan, they could find themselves in great danger. Not quite understanding Joan's words, Bera asked who she was talking about and remembering. Turning around, Joan said she was talking about the guys she had been waiting for here for so long, and already at night, an army in armor arrived at the foot of the mountain and looked at the summit. In the center of this army stood a man in armor with a long tail like a samurai. The man had a scar on his face, and with a stern look, he told his army that the hunt would begin today. Stroking Elda and Bera on the head, Joan said that she really did not think she would become attached to them in just a month, and promised that if she met Elda and Bera again, she would officially make them her students. With tears in their eyes, Elda and Bera did not want to say goodbye to Master Joan, and Joan hugged Elda and Bera to her chest, saying that there was no time for tears and asking them to stop. Joan calmly told Elda and Bera that their time together had flown by, and although they had spent only a short time together, for her, it had been a joyful time, and Joan said that Elda and Bera were very good children. Hugging Elda and Bera, Joan said that if fate punished them, their paths would surely meet again, so Elda and Bera should not cry over their separation, and she wished them to find what they were looking for. After a while, a female ninja appeared and addressed the samurai man, who was her brother, saying that she was sorry because she did not think that it would come to the mobilization of military forces. The man sternly said that if the female ninja were not his sister, she would take responsibility for this situation, and ordered her to leave and not interfere. The female ninja wished her brother to take care of himself. The female ninja told herself that the whole situation was humiliating, because it would soon be over, and she would not be able to avenge herself. She said that Joan would be destroyed, but at least she would see her last moments in person. The samurai ordered one of his subordinates to capture Joan and bring her to him, but suddenly someone shouted that there was a very unpleasant smell, which attracted the samurai's attention. Joan was standing at the top, shouting that a gang of beasts had decided to show off their stench here. Joan loudly announced that she would teach them all to respect and treat life with caution. One of the soldiers, hearing Joan's voice, realized that if she could carry her voice so far, she must have incredible power, but the samurai man called her crazy. With a smile, the samurai man shouted that Joan was of striking beauty, and that his younger sister had not told him about it. Joan listened disappointedly to the samurai, who said that if he had known about her incredible beauty, he would have ordered his men to treat her with respect. The samurai ordered Joan to come down from the mountain before it was too late, and suggested that Joan repent and beg for mercy on her knees, and then the samurai would order his warriors to be gentle with her. With a playful smile, Joan asked the samurai man if she was the target of some dirty flirting today. But then the samurai man released his energy and said that he had had enough, because a pleasure he had not even suspected was waiting for him. Releasing her aura, Joan said that even though they were all born on different days, she would help them meet the creator of their world together. Meanwhile, Elda and Bera fled the mountain, and Bera shouted at Elda, asking why Joan had not allowed them to fight her, while Elda, with tears in her eyes, bit her lip. Beginning to cry, Elda said that their master Joan was risking everything for her and Bera was surprised by this, because it didn't seem that way to him. Elda said tearfully that Joan had said that there were about 100 awakened ones in that army, and there were too many of them, so Joan was probably trying to delay them to protect Elda and Bera. Bera sternly suggested to Elda that if the situation was so bad, they should go back and help Master Joan. Elsa asked Bera if he really wanted to disobey orders, and reminded him that Joan had ordered them not to return under any circumstances. But Bera asked if Elsa wanted to regret it for the rest of her life, and said that if something happened, he would take the energy and become a wolf. Suddenly, Elda turned to Bera and said that he was right, and even if destruction awaited them, she suggested that they fight to the end together with Master Joan. Bera turned around and realized that they were not far away, and could make it in time. Meanwhile, the samurai ordered his soldiers to stop standing and brought Joan to him alive, and then his army understood the commander's order and decided to begin the attack. The samurai's army began to move towards Joan, and they all seemed to possess the same skills as the female ninja, as they themselves resembled ninjas. And at the moment when the army began to rise, Joan paid no attention to them, and, raising her leg, concentrated on her special skill. Joan lowered her foot very loudly and strongly, causing the stone beneath her to crack. An incredibly strong earthquake began for the ninja army, causing most of them to lose their balance, and they did not understand how it happened. When Joan kicked again, the ninja army began to scream, asking what was happening, and they simply could not get to their feet. The samurai man was also frightened and angrily asked what was happening and whether it was Joan's doing. Then Joan decided to change her tactics and start the next skill. But suddenly Joan felt Elda and Bera return to them, and with a smile, Joan said to herself that she had previously ordered Elda and Bera not to return, because she did not want to show her students and this country what she looked like when she fought with all her might. Joan jumped high into the sky, releasing her aura, and the ninja army saw her do it and looked up, wanting to grab Joan. Elida and Bara also saw Joan jump up, and Elida drew Bara's attention, who realized that it was their master Joan. Elda began to call out loudly to their master Joan, while Bara just looked on in fear, wondering what would happen next. But Joan did not do anything terrible to herself. She just released her dragon energy and, with an evil, joyful smile, headed for the ninja army. With confidence and determination, Joan asked herself if she should show her students Elda and Bara all of her abilities, and then Joan jumped right onto the ninja army, scattering them across the entire plain. After the blow, Joan created an incredibly deep pit that frightened all the survivors of the ninja army. The stern samurai shouted at his subordinates, asking why they were standing there waiting, because Joan had opened up and ordered them to grab her immediately, while she was not doing anything. But to the surprise of the samurai and the ninja soldiers, a new earthquake began, which was much stronger than the previous two. A strange glow appeared under the feet of Joan and all the enemies present, and Joan said that she was using another of her skills, which was the skill of raising 1,000 dragons. When Elda and Bara saw what was happening, they couldn't believe their eyes. Bara and Elda saw how a bunch of dragons from the aura seemed to rise from the ground, and the forest seemed to shine from them, and Elda asked how this could be the power of just one person. When the samurai's army was destroyed, a female ninja saw it and couldn't believe her eyes, telling herself that Joan had become incomparably stronger after their battle on the cliff. Suddenly, Joan appeared behind the female ninja, which frightened her, and Joan said that she was not sure whether she should destroy the female ninja, but since someone had to remove the bodies of the warriors, she would leave the female ninja alive. Coming closer, Joan said that she had been waiting for their main force on purpose because too many good people had been destroyed because of their clan, and so they had asked for it themselves. And the ninja woman asked if Joan had planned it from the beginning. Joan told the female ninja to listen carefully and said that if she and her clan continued to hunt her students Elda and Beru, she would destroy every member of their clan at their own base. The female ninja was afraid to simply turn back to Joan while she was saying these words to the female ninja's father, and said that if they continued to earn their living through evil deeds, then one day Lim Joan would decide to honor them with her presence. When the female ninja heard the name Lim Joan, she realized who was behind her and who she was fighting and decided to turn around. But when the ninja woman turned around, she did not see Lim Joan because she had already left. Meanwhile, Elda and Bara continued their journey down the mountain, and Bara asked Elda why she had said earlier that Joan was risking himself for them, because that was not the case. But Elda felt uncomfortable answering Bara. Suddenly, Elda sensed that someone was in front of them, grabbed her sword, asked who was hiding, and ordered them to come out immediately, which also caught Bara's attention. From behind a tree, the stranger said that it was very commendable how Elda and Bara were able to sense their presence. It was an unknown boy who had given Elda expensive medicine after the battle with the demon. Coming out from behind the tree, the boy asked how long it had been since Elda and Bara had seen them, and asked if they remembered them. Muntensa came out from behind the second tree and said that Elda and Bara had awakened as foretold in the prophecy, although Muntensa believed that Elda and Bara still needed training. Bara asked Elda who these people were and why they said they already knew them, and Elda said that these people had helped them when Bara first turned into a demon wolf and then lost consciousness. The boy said disappointedly that Muntins should look at Elda and Bara because they were taking messiahs as their patrons, and that was very sad for him. And Muntins handed Elda and Bara a bag with something in it. After calming her energies, Elda calmed down, and Bara asked what was in the bag because there was definitely something big and heavy in it. Muntensa said that the culprit of what had happened was in the bag, and the unknown boy told Elda to hurry up and open the gift. And Elda asked Bara what was inside the bag, while Bara was slowly opening it. Bara looked into the bag and said he had never seen her before, but Elda was surprised by what she saw. In the bag was Svalin, who had already passed away, and she was the daughter of Archduke Arsene of the Kingdom of Soshir, and the beloved of the magician Ajerga, with whom Bara had fought in his last gladiatorial battle. Elda sternly asked why Muntins and the unknown boy had destroyed her, and it didn't matter why they had destroyed her. They had no right to do so. The unknown boy said disappointedly that Elda and Bara were children who had decided to present themselves as someone else, and asked how Lim Joan had taken them as students, while Muntinsa said that he could not have imagined that they would become her students and she their master. Elsa asked how Muntins and the boy knew about their master, Lim Joan, and the unknown boy replied by asking how anyone could not know about Lim Joan. The unknown boy said that Lim Joan was one of the 5 strongest on this entire giant continent. Surprised, Bara opened his mouth and said that Master Joan was truly incredible, and Elda said that she understood that Joan was incredible, but she did not not expect her to be that incredible. The unknown boys said that they were already very busy, but because of Joan's warning, they couldn't even approach Elda and Burr. Changing his expression to a serious one, the unknown boy said that it didn't matter anyway because the prophecy had already said everything, and Muntensa ordered Elda and Bear to go east. Muntensa said that the road was long, but they would find a secret cave in the east, and the unknown boy said that in that cave they would find the companion of Lady Air, but they would have to free him, and this information surprised Elda. Elida asked who this companion of Queen Air was and how a person could live for 1,000 years. And the unknown boy said that they would find out everything when they got there, but warned that the boy was problematic, so they should be careful. Nervously, Elda decided to ask who they were, and why they were helping her and Bera. But the unknown boy smiled, and said that if Elda and Bera completed the task, they would find out everything, but for now, they had to say goodbye. At that moment, the unknown boy and Muntensa disappeared, thanks to teleportation magic, which surprised Elda and Bera. Turning to Elda nervously, Bera asked her what they should do now, but Elda was gathering her thoughts. But after thinking and looking sternly ahead, Elda said that she and Bera would go east in search of Mrs. Air's companion because they couldn't miss such an opportunity, and Elda was only guessing, but this meeting could give them a clue in their search for Air. Bera sternly asked if they could trust these unknown people in robes, because they were very suspicious, but Elda said she didn't know why they were there, but she believed they wanted to use them, and regardless of the reasons, it was clear that they were connected to Air. Recalling the strangers, Elda said that after their appearance, they found a clue in their search for Queen Air's legendary treasure, and she understands that these strangers in robes are definitely connected to their mission. With a playful smile, Elda told Barry that if they were using them, then they could use them and their information in return. And then Elda loudly ordered Barry to hurry up and run forward and run further into adventure, while Barry asked Elda to wait for him. Meanwhile, in one of the secret caves in the east, sat a figure that looked like a human, but the man had a lot of hair on his body. The unknown creature looked maliciously at the walls of the cave and called out to Air in a voice. In its thoughts, the unknown creature wondered where Air was now, while Elda and Bera ran toward new adventures and the search for Air's treasure.